beneath the surface because we've seen water on Mars already.
Very cool. Also, Tom, very cool that I think you talked to Elon just a day or two before his next Starship exploded. That was good timing.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I felt sorry for the guy. I know.
Yeah. All right, Tom. Thank you so much.
All right.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff Bennett. You're watching NBC News Now. The second impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump resumes in less than an hour. After what was seen as an emotional first day, both sides now have up to 16 hours split over 2 days to present their case to the Senate. Democrats are up first today. They'll have their first 8 hours to lay out the case for convicting the former president on a single charge of inciting the deadly siege at the U.S. Capitol. House managers telling reporters this morning they're set to release new, never-before-seen footage of the insurrection. The trial proceeds after 6 Republican senators broke ranks, joining all 50 Democrats to affirm the impeachment trial is constitutional. But that number is far short of what the Senate needs to convict Trump. That number, remember, it's 17. At least 17 Republicans would need to vote with Senate Democrats to convict the former president. And that appears to be a tall order. But first, House managers opened the trial yesterday with a gripping 13-minute video chronicling the harrowing events of the Capitol insurrection on January 6th. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker is on Capitol Hill with a look at the day. Kristen?
Hi, Jeff. Good morning to you. It could be another emotional day of arguments as House impeachment managers prepare to present new details in their case against former President Trump. Democrats are poised to show more video from the day of the January 6th attack as they try to prove their assertion that Mr. Trump incited the riot, something the former president denies. We want to warn you that the video presented by the House managers on Tuesday is graphic, and NBC News has edited out offensive language. House managers unveiled a searing and often graphic 13-minute video montage of the January 6th insurrection, presenting the harrowing events as they unfolded, aimed at transporting senators back to the terrifying moments as they experienced themselves. Linking Mr. Trump's remarks before the riots.
You don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
With his supporters invoking his name while storming Congress.
We're outnumbered. There's a million of us out there, and we are listening to Trump.
The Democrats' lead manager, Jamie Raskin, was blunt.
That's a high crime and misdemeanor. If that's not an impeachable offense, then there is no such thing.
Raskin emotional himself, breaking down while discussing his daughter Tabitha, who witnessed the attack one day after Raskin buried his son.
She said, "Dad, I don't want to come back to the Capitol."
Former President Trump's lead counsel, Bruce Castor, praising the Democrats' opening statement.
I'll be quite frank with you. We changed what we were going to do on account that we thought that the House manager's presentation was well done.
Notably contradicting his client, acknowledging President Biden won the election.
The American people just spoke, and they just changed administrations.
While pushing back on the Democrats' argument that impeachment is the right way to hold a president accountable for 11th hour conduct.
After he's out of office, you go and arrest him.
Even though Mr. Trump was impeached by the House while still in office.
This trial will tear this country apart, perhaps like we have only seen once before in our history.
Louisiana's Bill Cassidy, the only senator to change his position after hearing the presentations, delivering this stinging assessment of former President Trump's legal team.
It was disorganized, random, had nothing. They talked about many things, but they didn't talk about the issue at hand. The House managers did a much better job.
3 sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News President Trump was extremely displeased with his legal team showing and is expecting more later in the week. Overnight, his attorney David Schoen was asked on Fox News if the legal team will be more prepared moving forward. He said he was confident they would be. Again, and we stress this point, Democrats would need 17 Republicans to vote with them in order to convict. And remember, on Tuesday, only 6 GOP senators agreed the proceedings are constitutional. So the bar is very high, Jeff.
NBC's Kristen Welker, thanks for that. And while we got impassioned, emotional arguments from the House managers yesterday, it was only a preview of their case, which is coming up shortly. And we have new reporting from one of the president's most ardent defenders in Congress. NBC's Leanne Caldwell joins us now from Capitol Hill. And Leanne, first off, we have some new information on what we can expect to see and hear from those House impeachment managers today. So walk us through all of that.
Hey, Jeff, we sure do. The staff of the House impeachment managers say that they described yesterday's gripping 13-minute video as dry. That was the constitutional argument. Today, they say that they are going to bring the goods. They are going to argue the merits of the case, and they're going to connect the former president to the insurrection. They're going to use new video that the public has not yet seen, taken by Capitol Security. So this is the new evidence that they are going to bring. Of course, again, the lead impeachment manager, Jamie Raskin of Maryland, is going to be the lead person. He's helped to design this entire presentation. He gave a gripping testimony on the Senate floor yesterday, talking about not only his daughter's experience, and all this happened just days after the death of his middle son, who suffered from depression and unfortunately died by suicide. So he is bringing in this very personal experience as well that gripped the Senate yesterday, and we can expect it to be even more intense today, Jeff.
Yeah. And one of the things we're going to be watching is to the degree to which the president's attorneys sort of change their approach. Of course, their presentation yesterday was widely panned, even by some Republicans. We saw what Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy had to say, said it was a slow and meandering presentation. What are you hearing from Republicans about what they heard from the president's attorneys yesterday?
Yeah, Bill Cassidy was not the only senator to criticize him. Other words that the Trump defense, the other words we heard were also terrible, stunning, puzzling. It was just a very difficult review from some of these Senate Republicans who were in the chamber yesterday. But yeah. I also caught up with one of the president's biggest defenders, who is making the case on television and to the press in absence of the lack of defense that we heard from the president's defense team yesterday. Let's listen to Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, what he told me just moments ago.
I think the defense team got across the key message, which was, the Democrats are trying to cancel the guy that 74 million Americans voted for. And they're so obsessed with doing that. Remember, they tried to remove President Trump from office before he got there. They're trying to remove him from office now that he's already left. They're so obsessed with this, they ignore the Constitution. They ignore due process.
On due process, the impeachment the Trump defense is saying on the one hand it was a snap impeachment. On the other hand, they're saying the president's no longer in office anymore, the former president. So which is it?
Well, it's both. I mean, it was a 2-hour impeachment. It was, as my colleague Matt Gaetz says, it was impeachment by reflex. So this impeachment makes Adam Schiff look like he was fair a year ago, and we know that he wasn't. The president didn't get to call any witnesses in that one, but at least in that one, even though they did it in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, at least we were able to question witnesses. There were some depositions. We got to have some hearings, but this doesn't even come close to that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we also know that the House impeachment managers have called on the president to testify, something that his lawyers declined to do. So this due process argument, that's what the Senate trial is about, Jeff. It is about giving the president due process. It is, in fact, a trial, and the Senate can decide, along with the Trump defense and the impeachment managers, if they want to prosecute this case, if they want to hear from witnesses. So that option is still available to those critics who say there is no due process for the president. Jeff.
Thanks so much, NBC's Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill for us. So here's the really big takeaway from yesterday. The Senate voted that it is constitutional to try a former president. So what are the implications of this vote going forward? Let me bring in Ned Foley. He's the constitutional law chair and director of election law at The Ohio State University. It's great to see you. So deciding that it is constitutional to impeach former government officials, that sets a major precedent. So What implications does it have?
Well, I think the key point here is that the event of January 6th was unique in American history, and that's why the Senate needed to take the vote that it did yesterday. Now we're going to have the evidence in the trial of the consequence of that event, that horrific attack on the Capitol. And that will set a precedent for the power of the Senate to hold a former president accountable for conduct in office. This is not impeachment for activity as a private citizen. This is impeachment and trial for dereliction of duty as commander-in-chief and as chief executive of the United States.
And as we were just speaking about with Leanne, one of President Trump's lawyers, Bruce Castor, he received poor marks across the board for what his critics said was a sort of slow and meandering presentation. The former president, President Trump, is said to be extremely displeased with his legal team's showing. Here's David Schoen responding to criticism of Castor's performance. Take a look at this.
Well, the fellow who you say did the opening today has his law firm there. They seem to be very capable people. I'm sure today he hadn't planned on going, and so I'm sure that they'll be very well prepared in the future and do a great job in the case.
I have to ask you, as a constitutional law expert, what your assessment was of former President Trump's legal team's presentation yesterday.
Well, as a law professor, I would tell my students that that's an example of how not to behave on behalf of your client. But I also do remind the students that ultimately the judge and jury decide cases on the merits, not grading the quality of the attorney's work. Obviously, as a lawyer, you should try to do the best for your client, put your best case forward. But the judge and jury, in this case the Senate, will have to decide for themselves the truth of the matter, independent of their evaluation of the attorney's performance.
Yeah. And separate from the style, let's talk about the substance of their argument, because the defense team argues that Donald Trump's speech on January 6th is protected by the First Amendment. Here's North Dakota Republican Senator Kevin Cramer responding to that, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
I thought his defense of free speech was very important. In fact, he was so unapologetic about it, I thought, thank God somebody's willing to stand up and say those things. The problem was, it was more spontaneous than it was planned and prepared.
So what do you make of that argument? Both what the president was saying at that rally before the insurrection, and then what he'd been saying for the weeks and months since the election, floating those false claims that the election was rigged in all of that. Is that protected in terms of free speech related to this ongoing impeachment trial?
No, not in terms of the impeachment trial. It's really mixing apples and oranges, if you will. If this were a conventional criminal trial where the president could risk going to jail for speech, then the First Amendment would apply in certain ways. We have a very high standard in America. We don't like to put people in jail so that they lose their liberty for their political opinions or their political beliefs. But that's not what impeachment is. Impeachment is about whether an individual is entitled to be president of the United States, commander-in-chief. And just like everybody who wears the uniform overseas to defend America has to defend the flag, you can lose your commission as a general or an admiral in the Army or Navy if you speak improperly about the government you're supposed to serve. Well, the same is true of the commander-in-chief, who is our head of the entire government. And so if there is speech in the office, while you're president, if you say things that are just incompatible with the oath of office that you took as president, then you can be impeached for that and disqualified for serving as president again. That's a different inquiry for whether you can be put behind bars because of what you said.
Thanks so much, Professor Ned Foley. All right, Democrats picked up one Republican vote yesterday. Can they change more minds? Let's bring in our panelists, Washington Post political reporter Eugene Scott and NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Eugene, let's start with you because we've got, Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy. He was the only Republican to switch his vote on the constitutionality of the trial. He says his decision was inspired by what he called the strong presentation of House impeachment managers yesterday. Do you think we could see more Bill Cassidys at the end of this trial?
You know, it's certainly possible, but it's not incredibly likely. And one of the reasons we saw Senator Cassidy say he switched his mind or changed his mind was also because of what he would consider the poor performance of the lawyers arguing in defense of Trump. And those individuals, of course, will continue to speak on behalf of the former president as the impeachment moves forward. And if there's no significant change in terms of how they are going to try to make their case, it's in theory possible that there are Republican lawmakers who may decide that they are not the strongest advocates for the president, considering that they are supposed to be impartial jurors. But the reality is, when we look at how so many Republican lawmakers have responded to the president over the past 4 years and moving forward, they're not really impartial jurors, and they are very much making decisions about how to respond to him based on how the voters that sent them to Washington feel about the president or the former president.
And Mark, picking up on Eugene's point, our latest NBC News poll from January analyzed the divide within the Republican Party between those loyal to the party and others who are more loyal to Trump. So break that down for us. And how does that translate to how these folks might view the impeachment trial?
Yeah, Jeff, our poll finds that Republicans are a whole lot more unified than people might end up thinking. Overall, just 8% of Republicans supported Trump's impeachment and removal. As you mentioned, it was a poll in January while Trump was still president. And then when you break it down on the two different sides of the party, the kind of Trump first party versus those Republicans who are more inclined to support the party over the president, you still have 12% of party first Republicans who say, who support the president's impeachment and removal. So looking a whole lot more like the Trump first wing. And then when we asked a question in our poll on, is Trump solely or mainly responsible for the events of January 9th, still those Trump party Republicans, just 19% say that the former president was solely or mainly responsible. And so to me, I look at this data, the Republican Party is a lot more unified around Trump than I think a lot of the conversation. And it's, to me, not surprising that when you see just 6 Republicans break away or 10 House Republicans, like on the impeachment House vote from back in January, you're only seeing a sliver of the Republican Party breaking away from Trump.
It's a great point. And Eugene, many Republican senators, as Mark mentions, they've already made up their minds going into this trial. You have some Republicans like Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi. He said Democrats sent a better team this time than during the last impeachment trial, but he said it didn't change his mind at all. So Democrats are really facing an uphill battle here on the merits. What would it take to sway Republicans so that you turn that, get the 17 Republicans to join with the 50 Democrats?
I think based on what we've seen in the past, the only thing really that could sway Republicans is Republican voters. And as Mark just mentioned, Republican voters are squarely and firmly behind President Trump. I can't help but to believe that senators are paying attention to the Republicans in the House who spoke out and voted against Trump. Most of them have primary challengers already and have lost fundraising and have endured quite a bit of criticism from the conservative media. And so they in the Senate know what could be their fate if they choose to go against this president that so many Republican voters are still behind.
Thanks so much, Eugene. Scott with The Washington Post and NBC senior political editor Mark Murray. The investigation into the Capitol riot is fanning out way beyond the impeachment trial to your smartphone. We'll be right back.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution. Where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There are 500 investigations into the Capitol Hill insurrection. More than 200 people have been arrested. But yesterday, House impeachment managers focused on one man, Donald Trump. Their dramatic video showed the rioters invoked the president during the siege. Watch this.
And we are listening to Trump. You're a boss. It's sad. It's sad.
NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is following the investigation into the January 6th riot. And Pete, as the politics of the impeachment trial unfold, there is this real investigation underway on the motivations behind the rioters themselves. So what evidence have prosecutors uncovered so far?
Well, remember that in the federal cases, the prosecutors are not really looking at motive, they're looking at actions. That's what would violate the criminal law. Trespassing, assaulting police officers, damaging government property, stealing things out of the Capitol, all of that is the basis of the charge. However, the charging documents repeatedly note that people either say they were there because they wanted to stop the vote, the counting of the electoral votes on January 6th, or some say explicitly, we're here because President Trump invited us or directed us to come here. And I think it's a very common statement among all these people charged, most of them anyway, that they believe that what the president said is true, that the election was stolen. That does seem to be the animating force behind this, although it's not essential for the criminal case because those charges are based on actions, not motive.
And Pete, what extremist organizations were associated with these rioters? We've heard about the Proud Boys and some other groups. Tell us more about that and what is known about how actively these groups were involved in the insurrection.
So that's undoubtedly going to come up today, if not today, then when the Trump team presents its case, because the government has said that at least a couple of these groups, the Proud Boys and another group called the Oath Keepers, had discussed among themselves not merely coming to Washington to protest, but actually going to the Capitol to try to stop the vote. So I think one of the things the Trump people are going to say is this was a plan that was well in advance, long before the president ever spoke at the rally on the 6th. I think what the House managers will say is, yes, but the reason they plan to do this is because the president kept saying that the election was stolen. But those two groups, and there are probably so far only a couple of dozen of people that are accused of having connections with various extremist groups, certainly the Proud Boys were in the vanguard of the attacks on the Capitol. They were among the first people to push down those bicycle rack barriers at the outer perimeter, among the first to break a window that is where the first people got into the Capitol. So they seem to be sort of leading the charge, if you will.
On the issue of coordinating and planning, do you have a sense from the investigation, how central were platforms like Parler, like Facebook, in the planning of these Capitol riots?
Well, they were used to communicate, the government says, among several of these groups that were talking among themselves about coming here. Whether they would have found an alternative way to communicate, undoubtedly they would have. Those happen to be, the government says, some of the tools that they used to communicate with each other before they came to Washington.
Our thanks to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. And one tool being used to identify many of the Capitol rioters was right in their own pockets all along. That's their smartphones. But it's not just the riot photos helping out investigators. The phones also allowed enforcement to track the rioters too. The New York Times opinion editor calling it, quote, an intimate record of the rioters' movements that day and beyond. New York Times opinion writer and editor Stuart Thompson joins us now with an alarming information about how closely we can all be tracked every minute of every day. So, Stuart, we're not just talking about general location data here. You've seen information that identifies thousands of Trump supporters on January 6th, and it also tracks their precise movements, including inside the Capitol. So how was that collected, and how was it linked to specific individuals?
Well, when you use an app that uses location for maybe a good reason, like getting a weather alert or something like that, your location gets shared with a bunch of other companies. These are advertising companies and companies that use the location data to do analysis about what you do in your life. And like you mentioned, this isn't cell phone towers. This isn't the nearest that's near you, and then there's a location getting pinged there. This is your actual phone down to just a few feet in many cases, and that's tracking you often all day long. So if you do share your location with any of these apps, they sell it and repackage it into these ecosystems, and that's the kind of data that we received, which did show protesters moving from the rally to the Capitol building, and you can then tie those things back to individual people. So there's no phone numbers or names in the data, but it doesn't really matter because you can see where people travel when they leave the rally. They drive home, for example, and then you know where they live. That's possible to de-anonymize them that way. And there's also other data in the data set we received that lets you tie it to things like email addresses and home addresses and phone numbers in a way that's pretty simple to de-anonymize the data. So it's pretty revealing stuff.
Yeah, and as I understand it, you've seen evidence that 40% of the phones tracked near the Trump rally were later found in and around the Capitol during the insurrection. So that provides a clear link between the mob and then, President Trump. How much of this can be used in the impeachment trial, do you think? And then beyond that, how much of it can be used by law enforcement?
Yeah, so in the impeachment trial, if there's an animation that shows people moving from the rally to the Capitol, and that's a view that maybe you could see in videos or photos of the event, but it's really a view like no other. It's from the sky, it's in data, it's not really a thing you can argue with. It tracks people moving around. So in my view, that would be a useful thing to raise if you're trying to draw a link between those two things. Law enforcement and the government has used this type of data in the past. Contractors have accessed it. You need a warrant to use cell phone data, but this type of data is considered by some to be not personally identifiable, so it doesn't need a warrant. So we've seen governments purchase the data through commercial means, which is more or less the ways that it was linked to us. So, the data's out there and it's being accessed. In this case, maybe people are sympathetic to the use of it for people that have committed crimes. Identify them, but other instances, maybe people wouldn't be as comfortable with this kind of data being used at other protests, for instance, or the government is using it criminally in ways that we're not clear on. So those are a lot of the questions that are raised from the data.
Yeah, that was actually my next question for you. I mean, the luxury of being able to use a smartphone and have all sorts of information at your fingertips means we're basically handing over a lot of our privacy to the federal government, potentially, and to big business. I mean, what are the sort of big picture implications of that?
Well, really, we're seeing the end of privacy. If you are living your life, you have an expectation that we won't be tracked and people won't be able to review what you're you're doing later. But this data shows that you can tap into that. There's unknown numbers of companies that have access to this data. It is packaged, it is resold. The type of data that we saw that lets us find and de-anonymize their movements and then see where they go and where they travel, what they do at any time, day or night. That kind of data is all over the country, and many companies and governments have access to it, and there's not really any need to disclose it. So, we're at a moment maybe right now where we can start to debate this stuff and have a conversation about it at the federal level to limit how this stuff is getting shared. This data is only really for maybe 8 years, something like that. It's not necessary to have this data shared for a lot of the things that we want to have, like weather alerts, for example, or turn-by-turn directions. It doesn't need to be sold and shared in this way, but it does because the powers that be are allowing it to continue without meaningful regulation in place.
Our thanks to Stuart Thompson, opinion writer and editor for the New York Times. After last month's riots on Capitol Hill and the impeachment trial happening right now, it all begs the question, just how strong is support for Donald Trump within the GOP? Here's what some voters told us.
Everything he did for the country was awesome. Whoever is saying that they are trying to bring an impeachment for him are trying to go against the only person that stood against everything that was wrong in this country. I'm 100% against any impeachment for Donald Trump.
Honestly, I don't see the point of it. I mean, we already have a new president. I was a huge Trump supporter while he was there in office. But at this point and this late in the game, it just doesn't really make sense to me.
He's no longer president, so why impeach him? I think we need to move on to running this country.
Here to weigh in is former Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo. And with us also is NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns. She's been talking with Republican voters. And Dasha, we'll start there. So what else are you hearing from voters?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, I've been talking to Republicans that sort of are spread across the spectrum of the Republican Party right now. Those folks that identify with the more, say, traditional version of the party, and then the folks for whom Trump and the Republican Party are synonymous. And you can imagine that there is quite a difference of opinion between those two camps. One does want to see the president held accountable in some way. The other thinks the whole thing is a hoax, using the president's words. But it's interesting to compare this to the first impeachment of Donald Trump. I was on the road talking to voters throughout that whole process, and there was a bit of a difference when it came to time and place. So initially, all voters I spoke with were very engaged with the process. They were glued to their screens. And then as time went on, there was sort of a fatigue that set in and people lost interest. But there was also a difference as we traveled from place to place, where when we went to some of the parts of the country that have been hit hard by the opioid crisis, that were struggling economically, that were feeling real challenges, whether or not they supported the president, there was a bit of a frustration that the trial was distracting from some of those issues that they care about. Fast forward to today, and again, I'm seeing a little bit of jadedness among people, even those who do think that the president did something wrong. But they're feeling like they've seen this show before. And at this point, we have a crisis on our hands that has impacted everybody. And I do think it's smart on President Biden's part to be doing this sort of counter programming to show voters that he is thinking about the economy, that he is thinking about the COVID relief package. But even the folks that think the president did something wrong are wanting to see this process go forward quickly. And of course, those who support the president are incredibly frustrated by it all right now, Jeff.
And Carlos Curbelo, there's a YouGov poll of 1,000 Trump voters that found 66% of the survey respondents say they are more likely to be supporters of President Trump than the Republican Party in general. So where does this leave Republican officials and GOP leaders who still want to do right by the party, but then try to find a way to move on from President Trump? Is that something that they can do right now?
Jeff, this is a major challenge for Republican leaders, and you see them all trying to walk a fine line, particularly leader Kevin McCarthy in the U.S. House of Representatives. Donald Trump threatened a few weeks ago that he may start his own party. Then he said he would never do that. But the truth is he already has. And the Republican Party is fractured between those who are followers of Donald Trump, as this polling indicates, and those who are more traditional, lifelong Republicans. The challenge for leaders is how do they keep that base together for the 2022 elections where the opposition party tends to do well in American politics. And Donald Trump has been quiet for now, and I think he's going to remain quiet throughout this impeachment hearing, but he is going to try to mount some kind of comeback. What that looks like remains to be seen. The way Republicans respond to that is going to be critical with regards to whether or not this is a party that's going to be able to win national elections, win back a House majority, win a Senate majority. It will be very difficult as long as the Republican Party is divided into two, those who follow Donald Trump and those who are believers in the traditional small government, free enterprise agenda of the Republican Party.
And on that point, Dasha, based on your reporting, what do Republicans who still stand by President Trump, what do they have to say about his role in inciting the Capitol riots last month?
Yeah, what Carlos said there, I'm watching that play out just about everywhere I go. You go to some moderate Republican strongholds like Grand Rapids, Kent County, and Michigan, and I'm hearing Republican voters say they're leaving the party because they just don't recognize it as the party that they grew up with. But the camp that views Trump as the embodiment of the Republican Party, they say he had no role in what happened on January 6th. They're buying into some of those conspiracy theories that it was staged, that it was a purposeful attempt to undermine Trump, and that maybe Antifa had something to do with it. So they were buying into all of those sort of conspiracy theory talking points. And they want to see him run again in 2024. They think impeachment is an attempt to stop him from doing that. They want to see the Republican Party pick up where Trump left off. They want to see him come back again. And they're going to be looking for him to sort of direct them in how to respond to everything that they see unfold in the coming weeks. Jeff?
And taking a broader look at the GOP, Carlos Curbelo, Axios is reporting that the Republican Party is looking to possibly shift away from big business and then, sort of move toward working class voters. It strikes me that that's already happened. I've been to more Trump rallies than I can ever remember covering them. And that's all I ever saw, of course, in the crowds were, white working class voters. How does the Republican Party move forward, having that base of support sort of built around the cult of personality of President Trump, but still also reaching out to independent voters and to a broader coalition of folks so that they can win those, national elections like you're talking about earlier?
Well, Jeff, I agree with Republican leaders like Liz Cheney, like Mitch McConnell, that Trumpism is not the future of the Republican Party, that Republicans shouldn't follow Donald Trump. However, I do think Republicans should learn from Donald Trump. For a long time, the party was stale. It was not exactly a popular party. And Donald Trump, I think, taught a lot of Republicans and taught a lot of people in American politics that political parties not only need to have ideas and principles, but they also need to be popular. And Donald Trump certainly found a way to connect with people, to give them hope, false hope in many cases, because a lot of them are not better off today than they were before his presidency. But yes, I do think that the Republican Party will learn from Donald Trump, whatever it looks like in the future, and will understand that it cannot appeal only to narrow corporate interests, but it must appeal to a broader segment of the population, hopefully with good ideas that can actually lift people up, not just with resentment and a lot of the cultural issues that President Trump has introduced into our political discourse.
Some great insights and reporting there. Our thanks to former Congressman Carlos Curbelo and NBC's Dasha Burns. President Biden not letting his predecessor's impeachment trial distract from his agenda. His latest moves on fighting the pandemic when we come back, as we await the House manager's arguments set to start soon.
All
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now.
We've got some breaking news. Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Both sides will argue history is on their side, citing precedents why former President Donald Trump should and should not be convicted. There are two historical events they are expected to pick apart, and we're going to get into the weeds here because the first is the impeachment of Secretary of War William Belknap way back in 1876, and the second was the abandonment of impeachment after former President Richard Nixon's resignation. Here to weigh in is Professor of History at the University of Washington, Margaret O'Mara. It's great to have you with us. And before we get into both cases, I wonder what you make of the arguments we heard yesterday. Did both sides characterize history correctly in trying to frame their specific and unique arguments?
Yes, well, both sides were bringing history in on their side. I think that the House impeachment managers did a more meticulous job of really diving deep. Look, we spent a lot of time talking about British impeachments from 1787 and Belknap's impeachment in 1876. I mean, this isn't a common occurrence these days. But I think they had history on their side, on the House impeachment managers did. You know, even though we're looking at an impeachment, the vote to the trial to the vote to convict Donald Trump is considered to be a long shot, but certainly the historical data is pretty strong on the side of those who are pursuing that.
And the defense, the president's defense team, they're going to argue that former President Trump should not be convicted. They're citing the President Nixon situation where the House abandoned the impeachment process after he resigned. Does that present a strong case? Is there something there?
Yeah, well, I think it's a useful historical comp, and certainly the argument made at the time, and particularly by the Republicans and by Nixon's successor Gerald Ford, was that the country needed to move on. Ford pardoned Nixon for to keep him immune from any further criminal prosecution for his role in the Watergate affair about a month after Nixon's resignation and Ford's ascension to the presidency, saying, you know, it was time to heal. It was time to move on from this. And this has certainly been an argument that the Republican defenders of Trump have been proclaiming loudly, saying that this is a political, relentless political pursuit, and we should take a cue. But Watergate, it's funny, which was grave, high crimes and misdemeanors. Nixon was indeed impeached by the House Judiciary Committee. He resigned before the House could vote in full, sensing that it was not going to go his way in either chamber. And we look back now and it seems like relatively small potatoes, even though indeed it was a very grave dereliction of presidential duty as concluded by both Republicans and Democrats in both chambers of Congress at the time.
Yeah. And drawing on your expertise, let's go more than 140 years ago back in history and talk more about the impeached Secretary of War, William Belknap. He was impeached despite resigning moments before the vote occurred. He was ultimately acquitted. So how does that case affect the president's defense here?
Well, I think, these longer historical cases are being brought forth in part because they emphasize the historical gravity of what's going on now. Part of what the House managers are doing in this trial is speaking to those of us who are watching at home, as well as speaking to those in the chamber and creating a historical record of their own and really situating this in the long view. Belknap was a cabinet secretary. He was not a president. He was an undisputably corrupt one. There was very convincing evidence to convict him. He was not convicted, and I think that's an important takeaway for us. We talk now about how partisan and divided and set in everyone's on their own side and is not going to move. How things are right now, now we have like in 1876 was the same way. He was acquitted on party line vote mostly. People knew he was guilty but didn't want to convict a fellow Republican.
All right, thanks so much, Professor Margaret O'Meara. The White House is staying laser focused on its agenda. Amid the impeachment trial, President Biden is meeting with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin today, and they're going to highlight the military's role in the coronavirus response. He's also paying tribute to African-American service members, and that's, of course, in honor of Black History Month. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Washington, D.C. So, Mike, tell us more about the president's visit to the Pentagon, and what is he hoping to focus on with this visit?
Well, Jeff, of course, we saw President Biden visiting the State Department last week. A new president often tries to make the rounds, visiting government agencies to sort of show his support for the work of those there. The White House actually said something I didn't quite appreciate until yesterday, which was that Joe Biden is actually the first president of the United States who had a son serve in combat in more than 40 years. And so they said the military service is something that is certainly close to his heart and what he also wants to pay tribute to. But of course, Jeff, it's also Black History Month, and the White House highlighting the fact that there's a substantial percentage of the U.S. military that is African American, and that's part of what he wants to do as he visits the Pentagon after nominating and seeing the confirmation of the first African American to ever serve as the Defense Secretary. So we'll see him speak both to the staff there at the Pentagon, but then deliver some remarks as well. Not necessarily the kind of sweeping foreign policy speech that he delivered at the State Department last week, but something that he wants to do to highlight, especially, as you mentioned, the real logistical infrastructure of the military that's going to be put to use here as the White House continues to look for ways to ramp up the federal response to the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, and on that point, I mean, what's the latest right now? Of course, they're focused on the president's nearly $2 trillion COVID relief package. They're trying to get that through Congress. Has there been progress on that front while everyone's been focused on impeachment?
Well, certainly we're seeing on Capitol Hill today that some of the committees that have jurisdiction over the different components of that package, we saw the reconciliation votes last week, are now getting to work to fill in some of those details as well. And meanwhile, we just had another one of those COVID team briefings this morning, Jeff, and among the announcements there, as they're highlighting the progress in ramping up the distribution of vaccines, the announcement of some more mega sites, this time in the state of Texas, AT&T Stadium, sometimes called Jerry World, the home of the Dallas Cowboys. That's going to be another one of these new mass vaccination sites as they try to make it easier for Americans who want to get the vaccine to get that vaccine, Jeff.
Thanks so much, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. The House managers promising to present new evidence when the Trump impeachment trial resumes in a few minutes, and we'll take you to it coming up next.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We are moments away from gaveling in for day 2 of the Trump impeachment trial. And to no one's surprise, we've seen that Democrats and Republicans are very far apart here on strategy, optics, and of course, the desired outcome. Joining us now are Mark Murray, NBC News senior political editor, and Gabby Orr, national political correspondent for Politico. So Mark, obviously yesterday the focus was on whether it's constitutional to try a president after he's left office. Within that question lies the basic fact that we obviously have a new president. So here we are 3 weeks into the Biden administration. What else is happening, what else is on Congress's plate that isn't getting done because of this ongoing trial?
Yeah, Jeff, there's so much that's going on as a White House correspondent, you know very well. For one thing, President Joe Biden still doesn't have his full cabinet. Merrick Garland, his pick to be Attorney General, finally ended up getting slated for Senate Judiciary hearings, but still that cabinet's not complete, as well as a lot of the deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries you need to do to fill out your government. Then on top of that, you end up having the entire coronavirus, the more than 400,000 Americans who have been killed, how you end up administering the vaccines, and of course, what is the big legislative priority for the Biden administration? That is passing that COVID relief bill, the $1.9 trillion bill. And then on top of that, Jeff, are all the other things, be able to fix Obamacare, to fulfill other types of campaign promises that Joe Biden made during the 2020 campaign. And so there is so much. Impeachment is drawing our attention. There is so much else for us to report on and cover over the next several months.
Absolutely. And Gabby, a question about the approach here that we saw employed by both sides, the House managers and the Trump defense. And that's, we saw how the House managers used video. There was that 13-minute video where they stitched together the president's comments and then video of that heinous attack on the Capitol to kind of show a chronology. How effective was that, based on your reporting? What were you hearing from lawmakers who were in the chamber and watched that video?
Well, Jeff, it was an extremely effective tactic tactic yesterday for the House impeachment managers to come out of the gate with a very compelling video that showed, footage going back to January 6th of how the events unfolded on that day, and to preempt the president's defense attorneys, former president's defense attorneys, with such a compelling video, I think really caught Trump's team off guard. I spoke to several sources yesterday who were close to the former president, and he was not happy with the way that his attorneys responded to that video. He felt as though their arguments were meandering at times, that they were very muted compared to a video that really pulled on the heartstrings of so many lawmakers who were in the room, but also of the American people who were following along with this trial yesterday. And, Republican lawmakers had very similar complaints about the disorganization of the president's defense team yesterday. They didn't feel that there was a clear or concise argument to be made about the constitutionality of the process. And so one thing going forward is definitely going to be looking to see whether Trump's team changes their strategy in any way, whether they alter who's actually at the podium doing the speaking on behalf of the president's defense, and if they decide to deploy similar videos or graphics today, tomorrow, or later this week.
And as we reported earlier this hour, the House managers say they expect to show today new, never before seen security footage from the Capitol on that day. So Mark, set the scene for us. Day 2 is about to begin. What should we expect to hear and see from the impeachment managers as they argue their theory of the case?
Yeah, Jeff, the impeachment managers and the people close to them have briefed NBC News and other news outlets that they are going to actually provide even more compelling testimony, more compelling video than we saw yesterday. In fact, raising the expectations so much is saying that what you saw yesterday will be very dry by comparison. So they are setting that very high bar to see. We'll actually see if that actually ends up kind of convincing or at least making some Republican senators who've yet to kind of buy into the House impeachment managers' arguments, give them a second look at all. But Jeff, what's also important to note is that while House impeachment managers still trying to win over Republican senators to join them, and it's not likely that that's going to end up happening on a vote for conviction, there's the other audience is the American public, who might have actually forgotten a lot of the events from a month ago or have not seen them in their totality. And so that looking at the public, just not Republican senators, is also an objective for the House Democrats.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Mark, because you're right. There are two audiences. And of course, if President Trump is convicted, there's a high bar there. But if he is convicted, the punishment is that he wouldn't be able to seek public office again. But you could also make the argument that if House managers, are successful in proving their case, the potential punishment could be that in the court of public opinion, that Donald Trump isn't seen as being fit to run for public office again. I mean, is there something, am I onto something there?
Yeah, I think so. And of course, Donald Trump was someone who just ended up losing a presidential election. And in some states, it was close, and Republicans did better than expected in some of the House contests. But he still lost to Joe Biden by 7 million votes. But one way to actually kind of look at this impeachment trial and also the Democrats' effort to convict is they want to be able to disqualify the former president, almost kind of akin to if there was a sports team that ended up losing the championship, they tried to overturn the results. They actually allegedly incited mob violence to be able to do something like that. Then a sports league should be able to say, you know what, that team, they're not eligible to play in the championship game the next season or to compete at all. And so that disqualification, Jeff, given the events to overturn an election, also given what we're seeing out of Georgia, a criminal investigation into the president's efforts to potentially overturn that state's results. And there are a lot of people who say, we don't care if Donald Trump is a successful presidential candidate or not, that by his actions of overturning a race that he lost leads you to be disqualified for future contests.
And Gabby, in the minute or so that we have left, we're not expected to hear from President Trump's attorneys today. But how is their strategy shifting, do you think, based on your reporting?
Well, I think the big question that they're going to have to answer based on yesterday, or at least defend, is their claim that President Trump was horrified by the mob that attacked the Capitol on January 6th. They said that over and over again yesterday, and yet there's been substantial reporting both on January 6th and in the days following the Capitol riot that indicates that the president was actually fairly pleased to see what was happening at the Capitol, and that he didn't act swiftly to bring in additional forces to combat the violence, and also to release a video condemning it. So I do think that that's a big question that they will have to respond to, and one that the House impeachment managers are going to hammer away today.
Thanks so much, NBC's Mike Murray and Politico's Gabby Orr. And now to my colleague Lester Holt for more NBC News special coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump.
Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone, and welcome once again to NBC News live coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump, charged with inciting an insurrection, the violent, deadly assault on the Capitol on January 6, 5 weeks ago today. The House voted to impeach then-President Trump 1 week later, and yesterday, the Senate voted 56-44 that the now former president is in fact subject to trial and conviction under the Constitution after arguments by the defense and even many Republicans called rambling and lackluster. So today that trial begins in earnest with the House impeachment managers, essentially the prosecutors, laying out their case that Donald Trump, as president, was guilty of inciting the violence that left 5 people dead and many more injured. And we're told that their presentation will include previously unseen security video of the assault. You're looking at the prayer now underway as the a trial about to get underway. We do want to warn you, some of the video that we may see in evidence today will likely be very graphic. We will not be censoring it. Our team is in place. We begin once again with Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, preview the day for us, if you will.
Good afternoon to you, Lester, and we expect this to be another incredibly, if not more, emotional day than yesterday. Reliving that assault during the initial arguments yesterday, managers, their aides now say that that will seem dry compared to what we are about to see today. And as you referenced, some of the new information that we're going to be receiving, that we're going to see, is security footage from here inside the Capitol complex. It's footage that has not been available to the public. And we know from our reporting that even as managers were rehearsing some of these arguments, were putting them together, they had trouble keeping themselves together because they were so emotionally affected by what they were working with and what they were seeing. And that is, of course, how they are trying to make the case to the country and to the Republican senators that Donald Trump should be impeached.
All right, Casey, thank you very much. This trial about to get underway. Let's take you to the Senate chamber.
All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the article of impeachment against Donald John Trump, former president of the United States.
Mr. President.
The majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, for the information of all senators, no motions were filed this morning, so we'll proceed to the House manager's presentation. We anticipate 2 10-minute breaks and a 45-minute dinner break around 6 p.m.
In pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the managers for the House of Representatives have 16 hours to make the presentation of their case. The Senate will now hear you, and I recognize Mr. Manager Raskin to begin the presentation of the case for the House of Representatives. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Good morning. Good day. Some people think this trial is a contest of lawyers, or even worse, a competition between political parties. It's neither. It's a moment of truth for America. My late father, Marcus Raskin, once wrote, "Democracy needs a ground to stand upon, and that ground is the truth." America needs the truth about ex-President Trump's role in inciting the insurrection on January 6th because it threatened our government and it disrupted, it easily could have destroyed the peaceful transfer of power in the United States for the first time in 280 and 33 years. It was suggested yesterday by President Trump's counsel that this is really like a very bad accident or a natural disaster, where lots of people get injured or killed, and society is just out looking for someone to blame. And that's a natural and normal human reaction, according to President's counsel, but he says it's totally unfair in this case. President Trump, according to Mr. Castor, is essentially an innocent bystander who got swept up in this catastrophe but did nothing wrong. In this assertion, Mr. Castor unerringly echoes his client, ex-President Trump, who declared after the insurrection that his conduct in the affair was totally appropriate. And therefore, we can only assume he could do and would do the exact same thing again, because he said his conduct was totally appropriate. So now the factual inquiry of the trial is squarely posed for us. The jurisdictional constitutional issue is gone. Whether you were persuaded by the President's constitutional analysis yesterday or not, the Senate voted to reject it. And so the Senate is now properly exercising its jurisdiction and sitting as a court of impeachment, conducting a trial on the facts. We are having a trial on the facts. The House says ex-President Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection against Congress and the Constitution and the people. The President's lawyers and the President say his conduct was totally appropriate, and he's essentially an innocent victim of circumstances, like the other innocent victims that we'll see getting caught up in all of the violence and chaos over the next several days. The evidence will be for you to see and hear and digest. The evidence will show you that ex-President Trump was no innocent bystander. The evidence will show that he clearly incited the January 6th insurrection. It will show that Donald Trump surrendered his role as commander-in-chief and became the inciter-in-chief of a dangerous insurrection. And this was, as one of our colleagues put it so cogently on January 6th itself, the greatest betrayal of the presidential oath in the history of the United States. The evidence will show you that he saw it coming and was not remotely surprised by the violence. And when the violence inexorably and inevitably came as predicted and overran this body and the House of Representatives with chaos, we will show you that he completely abdicated his duty as commander-in-chief to stop the violence and protect the government and protect our officers and protect our people. He violated his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the government, and the people of the United States. The evidence will show you that he assembled, inflamed, and incited his followers to descend upon the Capitol to stop the steal, to block Vice President Pence and Congress from finalizing his opponent's election victory over him. It will show that he had been warned that these followers were prepared for a violent attack, targeting us at the Capitol through media reports, law enforcement reports, and even arrests. In short, we will prove that the impeached president was no innocent bystander, whose conduct was totally appropriate and should be a standard for future presidents, but that he incited this attack and he saw it coming. To us, it may have felt like chaos and madness, but there was method in the madness that day. This was an organized attack on the counting of the Electoral College votes in joint session of the United States Congress under the 12th Amendment and under the Electoral Count Act to prevent Vice President Mike Pence and to prevent us from counting sufficient Electoral College votes to certify Joe Biden's victory of 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, a margin that President Trump had declared a landslide in 2016. When my colleague, Mr. Neguse, speaks after me, he will set forth in detail the exact roadmap of all the evidence in the case. My fellow House managers and I will then take you through that evidence step by step so everyone can see exactly how these events unfolded. But I want to tell you a few key reasons right now that we know this case is not about blaming an innocent bystander for the horrific violence and harm that took place on January 6th. This is about holding accountable the person singularly responsible for inciting the attack. Let's start with December 12th. You will see during this trial a man who praised and encouraged and cultivated violence. We have just begun to fight, he says, more than a month after the election has taken place. And that's before the 2nd Million MAGA March, a rally that ended in serious violence and even the burning of a church. And as the president forecast, it was only the beginning. On December 19th, 18 days before January 6th, he told his base about where the battle would be that they would fight next. January 6th would be wild, he promised. Be there, will be wild, said the President of the United States of America. And that, too, turned out to be true. You'll see in the days that followed, Donald Trump continued to aggressively promote January 6th to his followers. The event was scheduled at the precise time that Congress would be meeting in joint session to count the Electoral College votes and to finalize the 2020 presidential election. In fact, in the days leading up to the attack, you'll learn that there were countless social media posts, news stories, and most importantly, credible reports from the FBI and Capitol Police that the thousands gathering for the President's Save America March were violent, organized with weapons, and were targeting the Capitol. This mob got organized so openly because, as they would later scream in these halls, and as they posted on forums before the attack, they were sent here by the President. They were invited here by the President of the United States of America. And when they showed up, knowing of these reports that the crowd was angry and it was armed, here's what Donald Trump told them. President Trump whipped the crowd into a frenzy, exhorting followers, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then he aimed straight at the Capitol, declaring, you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. He told them to fight like hell, and they brought us hell on that day. Incited by President Trump, his mob attacked the Capitol. This assault unfolded live on television before a horrified nation. According to those around him at the time, this is how President Trump reportedly responded to the attack that we saw him incite in public. Delight, enthusiasm, confusion as to why others around him weren't as happy as he was. Trump incited the January 6th attack, and when his mob overran and occupied the Senate and attacked the House and assaulted law enforcement, he watched it on TV like a reality show. He reveled in it. And he did nothing to help us as commander-in-chief. Instead, he served as the inciter-in-chief, sending tweets that only further incited the rampaging mob. He made statements lauding and sympathizing with the insurrectionists. Over at 4:17 p.m., over 3 hours after the beginning of the siege, for the very first time he spoke out loud, not on Twitter, spoke out loud to the American people. Here's what he said.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
So you might be saying, all right, the president is going to console us now. He's going to reassure America. He knows our pain. He knows we're hurt. We've just seen these horrific images of officers being impaled and smashed over the head. We've just been under attack for 3 hours. But here's what he actually goes on to say.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. and everyone knows it, especially the other side.
So you think he's about to decry the mayhem and violence, the unprecedented spectacle of this mob attack on the U.S. Capitol, but he's still promoting the big lie that was responsible for inflaming and inciting the mob in the first place. If anyone ever had a doubt as to his focus that day, it was not to defend us, it was not to console us, it was to praise and sympathize and commiserate with the rampaging mob. It was to continue to act as inciter-in-chief, not commander-in-chief, by telling the mob that their election had been stolen from them. Even then, after that vicious attack, he continued to spread the big lie. And as everyone here knows, Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes and 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. But Donald Trump refused to accept his loss even after this attack. And he celebrated the people who violently interfered with the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American history, and did that at his urging. And when he did, in this video, finally tell them to go home in peace, he added this message: "We love you. You're very special." Distinguished members of the Senate, this is a day that will live in disgrace in American history. That is, unless you ask Donald Trump, because this is what he tweeted before he went to bed that night at 6:01 p.m. Not consoling the nation, not reassuring everyone that the government was secure, not a single word that entire day condemning the violent insurrection. That's what he says. "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots. In other words, this was all perfectly natural and foreseeable to Donald Trump. At the beginning of the day, he told you it was coming. At the end of the day, he basically says, "I told you this would happen." And then he adds, "Remember this day forever." But not as a day of disgrace, a day of horror and trauma, as the rest of us remember it, but as a day of celebration, a day of commemoration. And if we let it be, it will be a day of continuation, a call to action, and a rallying cry for the next rounds of insurrectionary justice, because all of this was totally appropriate. Senators, the stakes of this trial could not be more serious. Every American, young and old and in between, is invited to participate with us in this essential journey to find the facts and share the truth. Trials are public events in a democracy, and no trial is more public or significant than an impeachment trial. Because the insurrection brought shocking violence, bloodshed, and pain in the nation's capital, and we will be showing relevant clips of the mob's attack on police officers and other innocent people, we do urge parents and teachers to exercise close review of what young people are watching here, and please watch along with them if you're allowing them to watch. The impeachment managers will try to give warnings before the most graphic and disturbing violence that took place is shown. We believe that the manager's comprehensive and meticulous presentation will lead to one powerful and irresistible conclusion: Donald Trump committed a massive crime against our Constitution and our people, and the worst violation of the presidential oath of office in the history of the United States of America. For this, he was impeached by the House of Representatives, and he must be convicted by the United States Senate. Before I close, I want to address a constitutional issue still lingering from yesterday's argument. The president obviously is still exploring ways to change the subject and talk about anything other than his responsibility for inciting the attack. We heard a lot yesterday about his claim that this incitement of the insurrection was perfectly appropriate because it's somehow protected by the First Amendment, And this little diversion caught my eye because I've been a professor of constitutional law and the First Amendment for decades. And as we'll demonstrate over the course of the trial, the factual premise and the legal underpinnings of that claim are all wrong. They present President Trump as merely like a guy at a rally expressing a political opinion that we disagree with, and now we're trying to put him in jail for it. That has nothing to do with the reality of these charges or his constitutional offense. The particular political opinions being expressed are not why we impeached the president and have nothing to do with it. It makes no difference what the ideological content of the mob was. And if we license and forgive incitement to violent insurrection by militant Trump followers this week, you can be sure there will be a whole bunch of new ideological flavors coming soon. As we'll demonstrate with overwhelming evidence, portraying Trump as a guy on the street being punished for his ideas is a false description of his actions, his intent, and the role that he played on January 6th when he willfully incited an insurrectionary mob to riot at the Capitol. Last week, 144 constitutional scholars, including Floyd Abrams, a ferocious defender of free speech, Charles Fried, President Reagan's Solicitor General, Stephen Calabresi, the co-founder of the Federalist Society, released a statement calling the president's First Amendment arguments legally frivolous, adding, "We all agree that the First Amendment does not prevent the Senate from convicting President Trump and disqualifying him from holding future office." They went on to say, "No reasonable scholar or jurist could conclude that President Trump had a First Amendment right to incite a violent attack on the seat of the legislative branch, or then to sit back and watch on television as Congress was terrorized and the Capitol sacked." Incitement to violence is, of course, not protected by the First Amendment. That's why most Americans have dismissed Donald Trump's First Amendment rhetoric simply by referring to Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes's handy phrase, "You can't shout fire in a crowded theater." But even that time-honored principle doesn't begin to capture how off-base the argument is. This case is much worse than someone who falsely shouts fire in a crowded theater. It's more like a case where the town fire chief, who's paid to put out fires, sends a mob not to yell fire in a crowded theater, but to actually set the theater on fire. And who then, when the fire alarms go off and the calls start flooding into the fire department, asking for help, does nothing but sit back, encourage the mob to continue its rampage, and watch the fire spread on TV with glee and delight. So then we say this fire chief should never be allowed to hold this public job again, and you're fired and you're permanently disqualified, and he objects. And he says, we're violating his free speech rights just because he's pro-mob or pro-fire or whatever it might be. Come on. I mean, you really don't need to go to law school to figure out what's wrong with that argument. Here's the key. Undoubtedly, a private person can run around on the street expressing his or her support for the enemies of the United States and advocating the overthrow of the United States government. You've got a right to do that under the First Amendment. But if the president spent all of his days doing that, uttering the exact same words, expressing support for the enemies of the United States and for overthrowing the government, is there anyone here who doubts that this would be a violation of his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that he or she could be impeached for doing that? Look, if you're president of the United States, you've chosen a side with your oath of office, and if you break it, we can impeach, convict, remove, and disqualify you permanently from holding any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. As Justice Scalia once said, memorably, you can't ride with the cops and root for the robbers. And if you become inciter-in-chief to the insurrection, you can't expect to be on the payroll as commander-in-chief for the Union. Trump was the president of the United States, and he had sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He had an affirmative, binding duty, one that set him apart from everyone else in the country, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. including all the laws against assaulting federal officers, destroying federal property, violently threatening members of Congress and the Vice President, interfering with federal elections, and dozens of other federal laws that are well known to all of you. When he incited insurrection on January 6th, he broke that oath. He violated that duty. And that's why we're here today. And that's why he has no credible constitutional defense. I'll tell you a final sad story in this kaleidoscope of sadness and terror and violence. One of our Capitol officers who defended us that day was a longtime veteran of our force, a brave and honorable public servant who spent several hours battling the mob as part of one of those blue lines defending the Capitol in our democracy. For several hours straight, as the marauders punched and kicked and mauled and spit upon and hit officers with baseball bats and fire extinguishers, cursed the cops, and stormed our Capitol, he defended us, and he lived every minute of his oath of office. And afterwards, overwhelmed by emotion, he broke down in the rotunda. And he cried for 15 minutes. And he shouted out, "I got called an N-word 15 times today." And then he recorded, "I sat down with one of my buddies, another black guy, and tears just started streaming down my face. And I said, 'What the F, man? Is this America?'" That's the question before all of you in this trial. Is this America? Can our country and our democracy ever be the same if we don't hold accountable the person responsible for inciting the violent attack against our country, our Capitol, and our democracy, and all of those who serve us so faithfully and honorably? Is this America? Mr. Neguse will now provide a roadmap of our evidentiary case.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, counsel, like several of you, I am a child of immigrants. And as a son of immigrants, I believe firmly in my heart that the United States is the greatest republic that this world has ever known. A hallmark of our republic since the days of George Washington has been the peaceful transfer of power. For centuries, we've accepted it as fact. Unfortunately, sadly, we know now that we can no longer take that for granted. Because as lead manager Raskin explained, on January 6th, the peaceful transition of power was violently interrupted when a mob stormed this Capitol and desecrated this chamber. As you'll see during the course of this trial, that mob was summoned, assembled, and incited by the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. And he did that because he wanted to stop the transfer of power so that he could retain power, even though he had lost the election. And when the violence erupted, when they were here in our building with weapons, he did nothing to stop it. If we are to protect our republic and prevent something like this from ever happening again, he must be convicted. Now, I want to be very clear about what we will show you during the course of this trial. As my fellow managers present our case to you today, tonight, tomorrow, it'll be helpful to think about President Trump's incitement of insurrection in three distinct parts: the attack, the provocation, the attack, and the harm. Let's start with the provocation. We will show during the course of this trial that this attack was provoked by the president, incited by the president. And as a result, it was predictable and it was foreseeable. And of course, that makes sense. And this mob was well orchestrated. Their conduct was intentional. They did it all in plain sight, proudly, openly, and loudly. Because they believed, they truly believed that they were doing this for him, that this was their patriotic duty. They even predicted that he would protect them. And for the most part, they were right. In his unique role as commander-in-chief of our country, and as the one person that the mob was listening to and following orders from, he had the power to stop it. And he didn't. Now, some have said that President Trump's remarks, his speech on January 6th, was just a speech. Well, let me ask you this. When in our history has a speech led thousands of people to storm our nation's capital with weapons, to scale the walls, break windows, kill a Capitol police officer? This was not just a speech. It didn't just happen. And as you evaluate the facts that we present to you, it will become clear exactly where that mob came from. Because here's the thing, President Trump's words, as you'll see on January 6th, in that speech, just like the mob's actions, were carefully chosen. Those words had a very specific meaning to that crowd. And how do we know this? Because in the weeks prior to, during, and after the election, he used the same words over and over and over again. You will hear over and over three things. You can see them on the screens. First, what lead manager Raskin referred to as the big lie, that the election was stolen, full of fraud, rigged. You will hear over and over him using that lie to urge his supporters to never concede and stop the steal. And finally, you will hear the call to arms, that it was his supporters' patriotic duty to fight like hell. To do what? To stop the steal, to stop the election from being stolen by showing up in this very chamber, to stop you, to stop us. I'd respectfully ask that you remember those three phrases as you consider the evidence today. Election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell, because they did not just appear on January 6th. Let me show you what I mean. Let's start with the big lie. You will see during this trial that the president realized really by last spring that he could lose, he might lose the election. So what did he do? He started planting the seeds to get some of his supporters ready by saying that he could only lose the election if it was stolen. I mean, in other words, really what he did is create a no-lose scenario. Either he won the election, or he would have some angry supporters, not all, but some, who believed that if he lost, the election had to be rigged. And they would be angry because he was telling Americans that their vote had been stolen. And in America, our vote is our voice. So his false claims about election fraud, that was the drumbeat being used to inspire, instigate, and ignite them, to anger them. Watch this clip.
Because we're not going to let this election be taken away from us. That's the only way they're going to win it. We're not going to let it happen. It's the only way we can be, it's the only way we can lose, in my opinion, is massive fraud.
We all know what happened after that. He lost. He lost the election. But remember, he had that no-lose scenario that I referenced earlier. He told his base that the election was stolen, as he had forecasted. And then he told them, your election has been stolen, but you cannot concede. You must stop the steal.
You can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, stop the steal. The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot let them. You just can't let them.
Now, while he's inciting his supporters, he's also simultaneously doing everything he possibly can to overturn the election. First, he begins with the courts, a legitimate avenue to challenge the election. But he ignores all of their adverse rulings when all of his claims are thrown out. Then he moves on to trying to pressure state election officials to block the election results for his opponent, even though he'd lost in their states. You'll hear my fellow managers discuss that in detail. Then he tries to threaten state election officials to actually change the votes, to make him the winner, even threatening criminal penalties if they refused. He had the Justice Department investigate his claims, and even they found no support for those claims. So he tried to persuade some members of his party in Congress to block the certification of his vote with attacks in public forums. When that failed, he tried to intimidate the Vice President of the United States of America to refuse to certify the vote and send it back to the states. None of it worked. So, what does he do? With his back against the wall, when all else has failed, he turns back to his supporters who he'd already spent months telling them that the election was stolen. And he amplified it further. He turned it up a notch. He told them that they had to be ready not just to stop the steal, but to fight like hell.
We're in a fight for the survival of our nation, and we are going to keep on fighting. We will never surrender. We will only win. Now is not the time to retreat. Now is the time to fight harder than ever before. We have to go all the way. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. We will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
You will see that in the months as the president made these statements, people listened. Armed supporters surrounded election officials' homes. The Secretary of State for Georgia got death threats. Officials warned the president that his rhetoric was dangerous and it was going to result in deadly violence. And that's what makes this so different, because when he saw firsthand the violence that his conduct was creating, he didn't stop it. He didn't condemn the violence. He incited it further. And he got more specific. He didn't just tell them to fight like hell. He told them how, where, and when. He made sure they had advance notice, 18 days advance notice. He sent his save the date for January 6th. He told them to march to the Capitol and fight like hell. On January 6th, as Lead Manager Raskin said, the exact same day that we were certifying the election results. And what time was that rally scheduled for? The exact same time that this chamber was certifying the election results in joint session. When did he conclude his speech? Literally moments before Speaker Pelosi had gavelled us into session. Many of us were in the House during that joint session of Congress. I was sitting 2 rows behind Leader Schumer and Leader McConnell. I remember it vividly. And as we were standing there, fulfilling our solemn oath to the Constitution, the President was finishing his speech just a couple of miles away. How did he conclude that infamous speech? With a final call to action. He told them to march down Pennsylvania Avenue, to come here, that it was their patriotic duty because the election had been stolen. And when they heard his speech, they understood his words and what they meant because they had heard it before. Let's take just a minute and really look at his words on January 6th as he spoke at the Save America rally. Now, remember, I told you you'd hear 3 phrases: the election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell. Let's start with that first phrase.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country.
Now, of course, each of you heard those words before. So had the crowd. The president had spent months telling his supporters that the election had been stolen, and he used this speech to incite them further, to inflame them, to stop the steal, to stop the certification of the election results.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. We must stop the steal.
Finally, the president used this speech as a call to arms. It was not rhetorical. Some of his supporters had been primed for this over many months. As you'll learn, days before this speech, as Lead Manager Raskin noted, there were vast reports across all major media outlets that thousands of people would be armed, that they'd be violent. You'll learn that Capitol Police and the FBI reported in the days leading up to the attack that thousands in the crowd would be targeting the Capitol specifically, that they had arrested people with guns the night before the attack on weapons charges. And this is what our commander-in-chief said to the crowd in the face of those warnings right before they came here.
We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen. Not going to let it happen. Thank you. to get your people to fight, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them. Senators, this clearly was not just one speech. It didn't just happen. It was part of a carefully planned, months-long effort with a very specific instruction. Show up on January 6th and get your people to fight the certification. He incited it. It was foreseeable. And again, you don't have to take my word for it. The president's former chief of staff, is a retired Marine, 4-star general, was confirmed by this body to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, overwhelming vote. That man was John Kelly. And on the day after the insurrection, he said this.
You know, the president knows who he's talking to when he tweets or when he makes statements. He knows who he's talking to, and he knows what he wants them to do. And the fact that he said the things he's been saying since the election, and encouraging people, no surprise again at what happened yesterday.
No surprise. Think about that. No surprise. The president had every reason to know that this would happen because he assembled the mob, he summoned the mob, and he incited the mob. He knew when he took that podium on that fateful morning that those in attendance had heeded his words and they were waiting for his orders to begin fighting. And that, of course, brings me, my fellow managers, to what happened here in this building. As lead manager Raskin stated, my colleagues are going to walk through the events of January 6th and the evidence in very great detail. They are painful to watch and to recount, and I'm not going to repeat the evidence now. But I do want to be clear about what also happened during that terrible attack, and that is this, that President Trump once again failed us. Because when the violence erupted, when we and the law enforcement officials protecting us, protecting you, were under attack, as each of you were being evacuated from this chamber, from a violent mob, as we were being evacuated from the House, he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. It was his duty as commander-in-chief to stop the violence, and he alone had that power. Not just because of his unique role as commander-in-chief, but because they believed that they were following his orders. They said so.
I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do.
President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th.
You heard it from them. They were doing what he wanted them to do. They wouldn't have listened to you, to me, to the Vice President of the United States, who they were attacking. They didn't stop in the face of law enforcement, police officers fighting for their lives to stop them. They were following the president. He alone, our commander-in-chief, had the power to stop it. And he didn't. You will hear evidence tonight, tomorrow, throughout the trial, about his refusal as commander-in-chief to respond to numerous desperate pleas on the phone, across social media, begging him to stop the attack. And you will see his relentless attack on Vice President Pence, who was at that very moment hiding with his family as armed extremists were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," calling him a traitor. You will see that even when he did finally, 3.5 hours into the attack, tell these people to go home in peace, he added, as lead manager Raskin said, I'll quote, "You're very special. We love you." Think for a moment, just a moment, of the lives lost that day, of the more than 140 wounded police officers, and ask yourself if as soon as this had started, President Trump had simply gone onto TV, just logged onto Twitter and said, "Stop the attack." If he had done so with even half as much force as he said, "Stop the steal," how many lives would we have saved? Sadly, he didn't do that. At the end of the day, the president was not successful in stopping the certification. That we know, thanks to the bravery of our law enforcement and to the bravery of the senators in this room. Each of you who still fulfilled your constitutional duty, even under the threat of mortal peril. But there can be no doubt of the grave harm that he caused. To our elected leaders, to us, our families, to all who work in the Capitol, our staff, your staff, to our brave Capitol Police who defend us tirelessly with little thanks, who believed that they had a commander-in-chief who would defend and protect them and instead put them in harm's way, to those killed for heeding his command, to our democracy and the system which ensures that we have a president elected by the people, to our national security and our standing in the world. The harm was real. The damage was real. 5 people lost their lives on that terrible, tragic day. A woman was shot dead 50 feet from where we later certified the election results. And for those who question just how bad it was, criminal complaints recently unsealed by the Department of Justice are more than revealing. You'll see one of these documents on the screen. In the charging affidavit of one of the leaders of the Proud Boys, we learned that members of this group said, I'm going to quote, "They would have killed Mike Pence if given the chance." In another, we learned of a tweet in real time while they were in the building stating, "We broke into the Capitol. We got inside. We did our part. We were looking for Nancy Pelosi to shoot her in the frickin' brain, but we didn't find her." And for anyone who suggests otherwise, these defendants themselves have told you exactly why they were here. You'll see this in the trial. That in the halls of the Capitol, on social media, in news interviews, and in charging documents, they confirm they were following the president's orders. You can see some of the statements on that screen. One who said, "Trump wants all able-bodied patriots." Another, that President Trump is calling us to fight. This isn't a joke. Another one, "I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do. Our president wants us here. We wait and take orders from the president." He made them believe over many weeks that the election was stolen and they were following his command to take back their country. As I prepared for today, yesterday, this trial, there's one memory that I couldn't shake, which was on the night of January 6th, and the feeling of walking back onto the House floor and seeing many of you there. I remember us finishing our task at 4 a.m. And as I walked off the floor, I was so grateful for the opportunity to thank the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, for his actions, for standing before us and asking us to follow our oath and our faith and our duty. We only got a couple of hours of sleep that morning. Early the next day, I called my dad, who came to this country, as I mentioned, as an immigrant 40 years ago. And I told him that the proudest moment by far of serving in Congress for me was going back onto the floor with each of you to finish the work that we had started. I'm humbled to be back with you today. And just as on January 6th, when we overcame that attack on our Capitol, on our country, I'm hopeful that at this trial, we can use our resolve and our resilience to again uphold our democracy by faithfully applying the law, vindicating the Constitution, and holding President Trump accountable for his actions.
Senators, Representatives Joaquin Castro and Eric Swalwell will now show the evidence of President Trump's long campaign to delegitimize his electoral defeat and to galvanize his supporters to help him retain his power at any cost. So we're going to go at this point step by step and explain the progression all the way up until the attack.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Joaquin Castro, and I represent San Antonio in the United States Congress. There's a saying that a lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put on its shoes. And that was before the internet. The point of that saying is that a lie can do incredible damage and destruction. And that's especially true when that lie is told by the most powerful person on earth, our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. This attack did not come from one speech, and it didn't happen by accident. The evidence shows clearly that this mob was provoked over many months by Donald J. Trump. And if you look at the evidence, his purposeful conduct, you'll see that the attack was foreseeable and preventable. I'll start by discussing President Trump's actions leading up to the election, when he set up his big lie. Beginning in the spring of 2020, President Trump began to fall behind in the polls. And by July, President Trump had reached a new low. He was running 15 points behind his opponent. And he was scared. He began to believe that he could legitimately lose the election. And so he did something entirely unprecedented in the history of our nation. He refused to commit to a peaceful transition of power. Here's what he said.
Can you give a direct answer? You will accept the election?
I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. I'm not going to say no. you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer of
We
power?
want to get rid of the ballots, and we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation.
Senators, the President of the United States said, quote, "There won't be a transition of power. There'll be a continuation." President Trump was given every opportunity to tell his supporters, yes, if I lose, I will peacefully transfer power to the next president. Instead, he told his supporters the only way he could lose the election is if it was stolen. In tweet after tweet, he made sweeping allegations about election fraud that couldn't possibly be true. But that was the point. He didn't care if the claims were true. He wanted to make sure that his supporters were angry, like the election was being ripped away from them. On May 24th, 6 months before the election, he tweeted, "It will be the greatest rigged election in history." How could he possibly know it would be the greatest rigged election in history 6 months before the election happened? And on June 22nd, more of the same. Rigged 2020 election. It will be the scandal of our times. Again, about an election that had not even happened. On July 30th, 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. Again, just big words with nothing to prove them. But he wanted to make his supporters believe that an election victory would be stolen from him and from them. And this was to rile up his base, to make them angry. Now, these were just a few of the many times President Trump tweeted about this. And he did it in speeches, in rallies, and in television, too.
This is going to be the greatest election disaster in history.
Because the only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that.
The only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election.
That's right. It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose.
But this will be one of the greatest fraudulent, most fraudulent elections ever.
This is clearly a man who refuses to accept the possibility or the reality in our democracy of losing an election. And there are dozens more tweets and speeches of Donald Trump spreading his lie, but you get the point. His supporters got the point as well. They firmly believe that if he lost, it was because the election was rigged.
Will you accept the result if Joe Biden wins?
No.
Under any circumstance?
No.
Why is that?
Because it's lies and deceit and corruption.
Do you think that if we get to election night or in the following days, if Biden winds up somehow becoming the winner, do you think it's rigged?
Oh, yes. Very much so.
Election night,
yes.
Days after. If it shows up that Joe Biden won,
yes.
In your opinion, would that be the only way that Trump could lose, that it'd be a rigged election? Is that the only way Joe Biden can win?
Absolutely. I agree with that, because there's no way in heck our president's going to lose. But yes, it would be a rigged election. There was some type of cheating went on, what have you. And I firmly believe that.
Now, all of us in this room have run for election, and it's no fun to lose. I'm a Texas Democrat. We've lost a few elections over the years. But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen from you? And ask yourself whether you've ever seen anyone at any level of government make the same claim about their own election. But that's exactly what President Trump did. He truly made his base believe that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. And senators, all of us know and all of us understand how dangerous that is for our country. Because the most combustible thing you can do in a democracy is convince people that an election doesn't count, that their voice and their vote don't count, and that it's all been stolen, especially if what you're saying are lies. Let us turn now to the election. As you know, the results were not fully reported on election night, which is not unusual in our nation's history. But by November 7th, major news networks, including Fox News, reported that once the remaining votes were counted, Joe Biden would be the likely victor. So President Trump began urging his supporters to stop the count. I would imagine that if we went around this room, there are folks sitting here that started down on election night and ended up coming back up and winning their races. Perhaps that's why some of you are seated in this room today. But imagine if you were behind and the results start coming in, and as you started pulling ahead, your opponent said, "That's not fair. Stop the count while I'm still ahead." That's what Donald Trump did. But that's not how America works. Here, every vote counts. You don't just stop counting when one person is ahead. We count every vote. And let's be clear. President Trump knew that you can't just stop counting votes, but he wanted to inflame his base. There was a purpose behind this, to truly make them believe that counting votes would result in a stolen, rigged election. He said at 12:49 a.m. on election night, quote, "They're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it." A little over an hour later, at roughly 2:30 in the morning, before all the votes were even close to being counted, he goes even further and actually declares victory. Take a look.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Frankly, we did win. Rather than calmly saying, "Let's count the votes. If there's legal issues, we'll go to court and we'll resolve them." Instead, he told his supporters that he actually won the election and the whole thing was a fraud. He said that on November 4th, and he has never recounted that statement since. Despite President Trump's pressure at the time, election officials around the country continued to carry out their duties. And as votes were counted and his loss became more certain, he riled up his base further. Take a look at these tweets. On November 5th, he tweeted in all capital letters, as if shouting commands, quote, "Stop the count. Stop the fraud." Senators, this is dangerous. I also want you to remember these tweets for another reason. Because that's what it looks like when Donald Trump wants people to stop doing something. And bear in mind, this is not the president saying to his supporters that somebody stole your cup of coffee. This is the commander-in-chief telling his supporters, your election is being stolen and you must stop the counting of American votes. And it worked. His words became their actions. His commands led to their actions. Take a look at this. The same day as those tweets, around 100 Trump supporters showed up in front of the Maricopa County Election Center in Phoenix, some of them carrying rifles, literally trying to intimidate officials to stop the count, just as President Trump had commanded. Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs said that protesters were, quote, causing delay and disruption, and preventing those employees from doing their job. Let's call this what it was. We're facing a global pandemic. Workers were risking their health to ensure the integrity of our elections. And President Trump's supporters were encircling them, trying to prevent them from doing their own jobs. This was dangerous, it was scary, and it was a blatant act of political intimidation. In Philadelphia, that same day, police investigated an alleged plot to attack the city's Pennsylvania Convention Center, where votes were being counted. Police took at least one man into custody who was carrying a weapon. And this happened all over, in Atlanta, in Detroit, and in Milwaukee. His supporters used armed force to try to disrupt lawful counting of votes because they bought into Trump's big lie that the election was stolen from them. President Trump's months of inflaming and inciting his supporters had worked. They believed it was their duty to quite literally fight to stop the count, so they showed up at election centers across the country to do just that.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
They ain't taking it from us.
We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret.
They will be hiding. They will pay. They will be destroyed because America is rising.
And there it is. They had bought into his big lie. President Trump told his supporters over and over again, nearly every day, in dozens of tweets, speeches, and rallies, that their most precious right in our democracy, their voice, their vote, was being stripped away, and they had to fight to stop that. And they believed him, and so they fought. And you may say, well, he didn't know that they'd take up arms. But when he did know, when it was all over the news, President Trump didn't stop. As Mr. Swalwell will show, after Donald Trump lost, he became even more desperate and incited his base even further. He urged them again and again, with increasingly forceful language, to fight to stop the steal. And even as the certification got closer and he grew even more desperate, he gave them specific instructions on how, where, and when to fight to stop the steal. He told them to show up on January 6th and march to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification of the election results. And he told them to come here and fight like hell. You will see clearly that this violent mob that showed up here on January 6th didn't come out of thin air. President Donald John Trump incited this violence. And that's the truth.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Eric Swalwell, and I represent California's 15th Congressional District. Manager Castro just told you about Donald Trump's lies and acts before the election. But, to paraphrase Winston Churchill, that wasn't the end of his efforts. That wasn't the beginning of the end. But perhaps it was the end of the beginning. Here's what I mean. You saw President Trump prime for months his supporters to believe that if the election was lost, it only could have been so because it was rigged. But that took time. Just like to build a fire, it doesn't just start with the flames. Donald Trump, for months and months, assembled the tinder, the kindling, threw on logs for fuel to have his supporters believe that the only way their victory would be lost was if it was stolen. So that way, President Trump was ready, if he lost the election, to light the match. And on November 7, after all the votes were counted, President Trump did lose by 7 million votes. But for Donald Trump, all was not lost. He had a backup plan. Instead of accepting the results or pursuing legitimate claims, he told his base more lies. He doused the flames with kerosene. And this wasn't just some random guy at the neighborhood bar blowing off steam. This was our commander-in-chief. Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish lies that the victory, that the election outcome was taken and it was rigged. And he had absolutely no support for his claims. But that wasn't the point. He wanted to make his base angrier and angrier. And to make them angry, he was willing to say anything. On November 15, he states, "I concede nothing. We have a long way to go. Rigged election." Doesn't say why the election is rigged. November 17, in a Twitter statement, "Dead people voted." That's it. No evidence, just dead people voted. November 28 Twitter statement, "We have found many illegal votes. Stay tuned." This just wasn't true. He never found illegal votes. He didn't even try to pretend that he had evidence for that. And stay tuned, well, that was all about inciting his base, not about bringing legitimate claims. It was about dramatizing the election to anger his supporters. December 5, you see here, he goes after the governors of Arizona and Georgia, governors from his own party, claiming that they weren't with him. You see, senators, he is casting this in combat terms, that either you are with him, making sure that he won the election, or you're fighting against him. These are just a few of the hundreds of Twitter statements that President Trump sent. And it wasn't just Twitter statements. As you'll see, he was dialing into meetings, holding rallies, appearing on television, continuing to spread the big lie that his election victory was stolen.
People that were dead were signing up for ballots. Not only were they coming in and putting in a ballot, but dead people were requesting ballots. And they were dead for years, and they were requesting ballots.
Dead people voting all over the place?
The alleged Biden margin of victory in several states is entirely accounted for by extraordinarily large midnight vote dumps. You saw them with going up to the sky.
Massive midnight vote dumps. Dead people voting all over the place. He said there were votes going up to the sky. This was never about pursuing legitimate claims. He was saying anything he could to trigger and anger his base so that they would fight like hell to overturn a legitimate election. And it worked. Just as Manager Castro showed you, President Trump's supporters were taking up arms to stop the count. His message to fight like hell was having real consequences. In Michigan, you'll recall that President Trump was attacking that state and its officials. He continued these attacks even after Michigan certified its votes.
Take a look at Michigan. Take a look at what they did with respect to counties. And then you get to Detroit, and it's like more votes than people? Dead people voting all over the place?
You know, I went almost every county in Michigan, almost every district. We should have won that state very easily. We have a similar type of governor, I think, but I'll let you know that in about a week.
He's literally telling them that there were more votes in Detroit than people. About 260,000 people voted in Detroit. There are roughly 500,000 registered voters in Detroit. There are approximately 670,000 people living in the city. So again, not true. But he needed to make these outlandish claims to truly make his supporters believe that their victory was stolen from them. And it was working. A few days after these clips, on December 5, his supporters surrounded the Michigan Secretary of State's home.
Secretary of State's house and the steal. Stop 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 the steal. You're a threat to democracy. You're a threat to free and honest elections.
9 o'clock at night, Secretary's family's inside. Protesters have surrounded her home, and they're chanting that she's a felon. And as we saw, when armed protesters showed up to follow President Trump's direction to stop the steal, this was not the first time that President Trump's supporters used threats and intimidation. President Trump cannot say, I didn't know what I was inciting. From what Manager Castro showed and what I just showed, there was plenty of evidence that his words had consequences. And if he wanted to stop it, he could stop it. You saw Mr. Castro read statement after statement from our commander-in-chief saying, stop the count, stop the steal. President Trump was never shy about using his platforms to try and stop something. He could have very easily told his supporters, stop threatening officials, stop going to their homes, stop it with the threats. But each time he didn't. Instead, in the face of escalating violence, he incited them further. The next phase in the certification of results was the certification on December 14 of the Electoral College votes. The night before, President Trump personally issued 14 Twitter statements with more false claims about the election being stolen and directing his supporters to make sure that, quote, they cannot be certified. He states here, the rhinos that run the state voting apparatus have caused us the problem of allowing the Democrats to so blatantly cheat in their attempt to steal the election, which we won overwhelmingly. We will never give up. In the face of threats to elected officials, this is his message. And he calls them rhinos, Republicans in name only, and tells them to never give up. President Trump, to him, it was his supporters against anyone who would not overturn the election results so that President Trump could win. But on December 14, despite all of President Trump's efforts to stop, the electors cast their votes according to the will of the American people, and Joe Biden was certified as having won 306 Electoral College votes. The day after this occurred, Leader McConnell recognized this, stating, "Many of us hoped that the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January 20. The Electoral College has spoken." As Manager Castro said, no one here, no one among us wants to lose an election. Sometimes there's a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount or we go to court. That's entirely appropriate. But what President Trump did was different. What President Trump did was the polar opposite of what any of us would do if we lost an election. Because once the outcome is clear and a judge rules, we concede. We recognize the will of the American people because we let the people decide. And that's what all of the courts, the Justice Department, and the 50 states that had counted the votes, they said it was time for a peaceful transition of power because that's what our Constitution and rule of law demands. Except President Trump. He directed all of the rage that he had incited to January 6th. That was his last chance to stop the peaceful transition of power. And that brings us to the attack. Manager Castro told you the power of the lie, especially when the lie comes from the most powerful person in the world, the Commander-in-Chief. It also helps if you spend millions of dollars to amplify that lie. You'll see here, in mid-December, President Trump announced the release of ads, including ones entitled, "The evidence is overwhelming," "Fraud," "Stop the steal." He spent $50 million from his legal defense fund on these ads to stop the steal and amplify his message. They were released nationally, played in video ads, online advertising, and targeted text messages. They used the same words and phrases that President Trump had been spreading for months, that the election was full of fraud, to stop the steal. But now they had a specific purpose. How do we know that purpose? These ads were designed to run all the way up to January 5, and then they stopped. This was purposeful and deliberate planning to target his base to rally around that day. And it wasn't just his ads. He continued to use his own platform. He told his supporters, who truly believed their victory had been stolen and who were ready to fight, when, where, and how to stop what he believed was a steal. Donald Trump would issue a deliberate call to action. And just like in his ads, that action centered around January 6th. On December 19, at 1:42 in the morning, our Commander-in-Chief tweeted, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. Will be wild. Will be wild." We know why he picked this day. It wasn't random. It was his last chance to stop a peaceful transition of power. And he gave his supporters plenty of time to plan. This was the save the date, sent out 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't a casual one-off reference or a single invitation. For the next 18 days, Donald Trump would make sure to remind them over and over and over to show up on January 6th. And he would tell them exactly what he wanted them to do. On December 26, he tweets, "If a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen, with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, the Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans do nothing, just want to let it pass. No fight." He's saying that the Republicans are doing nothing and have no fight because you are doing your job, taking on the constitutional process of certifying the Electoral College results. And he also suggests, President Trump, that if this was the reverse and the Democrats had lost, it would be an act of war. An act of war. That's how Donald Trump prepared his supporters for January 6th. He even stated again 14 minutes later to make sure his supporters understood, quote, "The Justice Department and the FBI have done nothing about the 2020 presidential election voter fraud, the biggest scam, all caps, in our nation's history, despite overwhelming evidence. They should be ashamed." And then he adds, "History will remember. Never give up. See everyone in D.C. on January 6th. That phrase, history will remember, was the first time Donald Trump had used it in his presidency. And he sent this to 70+ million Twitter followers the day they needed to show up and be ready to fight. On December 27, he reminds them again, don't miss it. Information to follow. A few days later, December 30, all caps, see you in D.C. This continues all the way up to January 6. On January 1, he states, the big protest rally in Washington will take place at 11 a.m. Locational details to follow. Stop the steal. You'll see that an hour later, President Trump retweeted one of his Twitter followers. That follower was Kylie Kremer, Executive Director of Women for America First, the group organizing the January 6 rally and the creator of the Facebook group Stop the Steal. Kremer tweeted, quote, "The cavalry is coming, Mr. President," referring to the cavalry showing up on January 6. She also added a website for supporters to RSVP and made clear what the message was. Hashtag Stop the Steal. And what did President Trump say in response to hearing that the cavalry was coming? A great honor, he wrote back. This wasn't just a single tweet. He and his organizers would do this over and over repeatedly. On January 3, another supporter tweets, "We have been marching all around the country for you, Mr. President. Now we will bring it to D.C. on January 6 and proudly stand beside you. Thank you for fighting for us." When President Trump reposted her tweet, she wrote back, "Best day ever. Thank you for the retweet. It has been an honor to stand up and fight for you and our nation. We will be standing strong on January 6th in D.C. with you. We are bringing the cavalry, Mr. President." We are bringing the cavalry. That was the consistent message. This was not just any old protest. President Trump was inciting something historic. The cavalry was coming. And he was organized. In her post, Ms. Lawrence tagged Kylie Kremer, the organizer of the event, whose post we just saw President Trump retweet. Again, you see, this is all connected. I won't show you all of the Twitter statements, and there are a lot, but here's one more. President Trump retweeted another of Ms. Kremer's posts, which had all the details of January 6 with the same hashtags. March for President Trump, do not certify, stop the steal. And in response, President Trump, he writes back, "I will be there. Historic day." Before Congress, I prosecuted violent crimes in California as an Alameda County Deputy District Attorney. And when you investigate and prosecute violent crimes, you have to distinguish. Was this a heat of passion crime, or was it something more deliberate, planned, premeditated? The evidence here on this count is overwhelming. President Trump's conduct leading up to January 6th was deliberate, planned, and premeditated. This was not one speech, not one tweet. It was dozens in rapid succession with the specific details. He was acting as part of the host committee. In fact, when he had assembled his inflamed mob in D.C., he warned us that he knew what was coming. This was President Trump's statement the night before the attack. I should say this was one of his dozens of statements on Twitter in the hours leading up to the attack. I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party, are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide victory to be stolen. At Senate Majority Leader, at John Cornyn, at Senator John Thune. Thousands of people pouring into D.C. who won't stand for the landslide election to be stolen. It's all right there. And he tags senators to pressure you to stop this. And he warns all of us that his thousands of supporters, whom you'll see that the FBI had warned were armed and targeting the Capitol, won't stand for us certifying the results of the election. This was never about one speech. He built this mob over many months with repeated messaging until they believed that they had been robbed of their vote and they would do anything to stop the certification. He made them believe that their victory was stolen and incited them so he could use them to steal the election for himself.
This election was rigged.
This is tyranny against the people of the United States, and we are not standing for it anymore.
If we don't root out the fraud, the tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore.
The left lies, they cheat and they steal. They are ruthless and they are hell-bent on getting power and control by any means necessary.
Take 3 steps back. Move back.
Can't let it happen. Can't let it happen. The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot let them.
Can't let it happen. Never concede. Fight, he told them in speech after speech. These crowds were ready to fight. This is what President Trump was inciting. He foresaw what was coming, and this is what he deliberately led to our doorstep on January 6th. I want to be clear. During this trial, when we talk about the violent mob during the attack, we do not mean every American who showed up at President Trump's rally. Certain Americans came to protest peacefully, as is their right. That is what makes our country so great, to debate freely, openly, and peacefully our differences, just like all of you were attempting to do in this very room on January 6th. But what President Trump did was different. He didn't tell his supporters to fight or be strong in a casual reference. He repeatedly, over months, told them to fight for a specific purpose. He told them their victory was stolen, the election was rigged, and their patriotic duty was to fight to stop the steal. And he repeated this messaging even after he saw the violence it was inciting. And when they were primed and angry and ready to fight, he escalated and channeled their rage with a call to arms. Show up on January 6th at the exact time the votes of the American people were being counted and certified, and then march to the Capitol and fight like hell. He told this to thousands of people who were armed to the teeth, targeting us and determined to stop the Electoral College count. What our commander-in-chief did was wildly different from what anyone here in this room did to raise election concerns. This was a deliberate, premeditated incitement to his base to attack our Capitol while the counting was going on. And it was foreseeable, especially to President Trump, who warned us he knew what was coming. This is what the evidence has overwhelmingly shown and will show in this trial. And it's also the truth.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for a 15-minute break.
Without objection, so ordered.
House impeachment managers about an hour and a half into their arguments, weaving a narrative that extends beyond January 6th, actually before January 6th, to enforce their case that President Trump, former President Trump, incited the insurrection at the Capitol. Let's bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, during this break. Chuck, let's talk about this presentation so far. One of the things that struck me is it's a much easier timeline and case to follow than what we saw in the first impeachment of President Trump.
Well, it's because, you know, there's a couple of things that I think do make it very sort of easy to present. It's very familiar, right? Even if you haven't seen the specific, the intent and the tone of what Donald Trump used during this run-up is very familiar. So I certainly think it does make it easy to follow. I'll tell you, I think the most powerful argument that Jamie Raskin made early on in today's presentation, because one of obviously what the defense is going to say, and he noted this, that Bruce Castor said the other day, which is simply that you can't, that this was, as Jamie Raskin described it, a natural disaster. And while we want to look for somebody to blame, you can't just blame an individual. But he noted that last tweet that the president sent, that you will remember this day forever, it was a reminder that the president knew there were consequences to the actions, and that he is sort of saying, see, I told you so, that it came through that way. I thought it was an interesting reminder at time, because I think this is in some ways, Lester, it's easy to connect these dots, particularly if you're already pretty convinced his words have mattered here. But it is also, I think, that is the next leap, that if you're trying to convince, let's say, Richard Burr, Mitch McConnell, right, two people that we think might be on the fence, Rob Portman, you got to get them to that leap. You've got to show them how you connect these dots. And I think intent, and the fact that this is what Donald Trump was thinking the whole time and driving home this intent is pretty important there. So the stronger they can make that tie, the better chance they're going to have to convince those convincible Republicans.
Yeah, using the president's, former president's words against him, not just what he said at that rally on January 6th, but what he said in tweets leading up to that, and his comments about the legitimacy of the election and whether he lost, it would be because of fraud. I want to go to Casey Hunt right now, who is on Capitol Hill for us. Casey, any sense of the color from inside the chamber itself during this presentation?
Sure, Lester. I spent about 20 minutes inside the chamber because of social distancing and the pandemic. There are far fewer of us allowed in, so we're doing a bit of a rotation. I was also in there yesterday, which was very, very emotional. This, as you and Chuck were just talking through, really clinical in a way in laying out explicitly what happened ahead of what then came to fruition here at the U.S. Capitol, trying to lay out all of the pieces of evidence and draw that timeline for people to try and begin to show this connection that impeachment managers are trying to draw between the president's words and actions and what happened here at the Capitol. So I will say, when I was in the chamber, there were, for the most part, people were paying attention. There were several Republican senators who seemed engaged in other tasks. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri is, of course, the person who you could argue set off a lot of this here at the Capitol when he announced that he was going to object to counting those electoral college votes. If he had not objected, the day may have gone a bit differently, and he's come under quite a bit of criticism for that after even Mitch McConnell, the leader of his own party, advised that he not do it. He was actually sitting up in the gallery. So above the Senate floor, there are rows of seats. We reporters sit behind the person who's at the dais, and typically you'd have visitors, spouses, friends of members of Congress sitting across the way to be able to see down onto the floor. Again, because of the pandemic, senators are allowed to sit up there. So Hawley was, for the most part, from what I could tell, reading through a couple of manila folders the entire time, not really paying attention. And there were some others, Rand Paul doodling what appeared to be a drawing of the Capitol from what I could see from my vantage point. There was one moment, though, Lester, when the entire chamber seemed to turn, and this included Senator Hawley as well as Marsha Blackburn, some others who were not paying attention at other points, when Joe Neguse, the impeachment manager, was walking through what people who were here at the Capitol said about why they were here. And this was a combination of videos and also slides, tweets, newspaper articles that show, that explained or let those people explain in their own words, I was here because President Trump said I should come here. So that was something that did seem to grab attention in the chamber, and I'm interested to see how that plays out as we start to hear from senators who are coming out of this chamber during their 15-minute break. But it's clear, Lester, we know from what we heard this morning from the manager's aides that there is going to be a portion of this day that is designed to play to the emotion of the day, that managers have said they believe will be perhaps even more emotional than the 13-minute video that we viewed yesterday that showed the attack. And it doesn't seem as though we are at that part of the presentation yet. We know that they're likely to take most of their total 8 hours today, although they're not going to necessarily use all of the 16 hours that they have over the course of today and tomorrow. So I think we're still in for quite a bit of the meat of the presentation here from the impeachment managers, Lester.
All right. Casey, thank you for that color from inside the room. I want to bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, there was emotion in this presentation as yesterday Congressman Joe Neguse got a little choked up when he was talking about returning that night to finish the business of this joint session, to finish counting the votes in the election. And it struck me about something you said. I heard you talking on MSNBC earlier today about re-traumatizing those who were there. And of course, in this case, the jurors were there. Many of the people working in that chamber have very vivid memories. This is going to be tough and tougher for a lot of those individuals.
Yes. For anybody who was at the Capitol on January 6th, and frankly, for a lot of Americans who know this building and who relate to it, Lester, you have to remember January 6th was only a month and 4 days ago, right? You said it at the top of our broadcast here 5 weeks ago today, and that trauma is still really fresh for the people who were in that building, not just lawmakers, but their staffers, journalists, for example, who were in there. And every time that video is played, right, every time perhaps this new evidence is played, and the evidence we've seen so far, it is resurfacing a lot of that. And so it is, I think, a difficult day and an emotional day. Even some of the video that we're seeing right now, when it's laid out like that, for a lot of people here in Washington, Lester, and that's a point to be made. It is the emotion that House impeachment managers are looking to put front and center. And frankly, Lester, that is not something that the former president's defense team has access to, right? Their argument is not packing an emotional punch necessarily. They are looking at the sort of procedural and, in their view, legal arguments here, much less this sort of visceral piece of it that you're seeing from the Democratic House managers. There's a couple of interesting things that we've seen here. First, on the strategy from those House impeachment managers, in addition to everything Casey talked about, I did think it was interesting the frequent name drops of former Vice President Mike Pence. 6 by our count here, not a ton over the course of about 90 minutes, but enough. And there is some strategy behind this. The reporting from our team is that House Democrat managers are specifically trying to put some daylight, right, between the Republican senators who are in that room and former President Trump. And they're using the former Vice President, Mike Pence, as a kind of wedge to be able to do that. Remember, he is considered by some of those Senate Republicans in the room as more of a kind of true conservative, somebody who perhaps is more relatable on the conservative spectrum to them. And I just actually, right before the break, got off the phone with a source sort of in that orbit who acknowledged that that is, in their view, a smart strategy for the House impeachment managers to be putting forward. As for the response that we're seeing so far from those who are supportive of former President Trump. Right now, it relates largely to the language that the Democrats have been pointing to from former President Trump. Watch for that to be part of the rebuttal. You've already seen it, for example, online and in the places where the rapid response is happening, that, well, Democrats, as we've been talking about, have said similar things. Obviously, the outcomes have been very different from those language, those kinds of comments, but that's something that the defense team will be trying to push. As for the former president himself, Lester, he is not happy with the way that his defense team started this whole trial yesterday. They don't get a chance to speak again until after these, 13 and a half hours are left for the House impeachment managers. But when they do, Donald Trump has told those around him, according to our reporting, that he expects it to be much more compelling. I was told by one source he was not at all happy with Bruce Castor, not really thrilled with David Schoen either. Castor, walking into the building today, told reporters that he did not hear about the displeasure when he spoke with former President Trump, but their strategy will not change. Lester.
Hallie, thanks very much. I want to bring in two people who know these legal issues extremely well. NBC News legal analyst Neil Katyal, who was acting Solicitor General under President Obama. Also, Dan Goldman, who assisted the Democrats during the first impeachment of Donald Trump. Dan, let me start with you. The order of how they're laying this out, what are your thoughts?
I thought it was very effective, and to Chuck's point earlier about trying to get into the intent, the president's knowledge, his state of mind, I thought that the evidence that they put up of the violence that arose right after the elections, when Donald Trump used very similar language to what he used on January 6th, that puts Donald Trump on notice of what effect his words have on his supporters. So when he does it throughout the next 2 months and ultimately on January 6th, he knows full well, the House managers will argue, what kind of effect that will have on his followers. The other aspect of his supporters, ultimately, where I think this case is going to hinge is a lot of the supporters are going to be powerful witnesses through their social media, through their video for the House managers. Because Donald Trump can say, oh, I said peacefully, I didn't intend to say this, I didn't actually say the words, go storm the Capitol, therefore you cannot convict me. Well, what we saw and what we will see more of is that his supporters understood what he meant. His supporters believed that he meant that they should go try to kill Nancy Pelosi or hang Mike Pence. And so his argument sort of falls flat when the people he's speaking to understand and believe that he is in trying to incite them to commit violence.
Yeah, let me bring Neil in here. Neil, I was a little curious of the strategy of talking about what the Democrats describe as the big lie, and it seemed to force Congressman Swalwell to have to litigate that issue. Was that necessary? Does it perhaps sidetrack their argument in any way?
I don't think it was a sidetrack. I think it's an important setup, basically, because I think they're trying to bait Trump's lawyers into saying the reverse. So I think I see that as the strategy. And I think most of the strategy today, though, Lester, was focused on a slow, methodical presentation of what Trump said. And that's what Chuck and Casey have focused on, but also what Trump didn't say. Here, I think Representative Neguse was so powerful in saying, look, if all of these, buildup was happening and all these threats of violence and the like, any normal person would have picked up the phone and tweeted to say, stop this, stop this. What did Trump do? He continued to do it over and over again. And then implicit in that is this statement, to use, our colleague Savannah Guthrie's comment, Trump, you're not some crazy uncle, out there. You are the president of the United States. You are the person to whom the nation looks to leadership and guidance. And for you not to have stopped this when you knew where things were going, that's Neguse's point, was unforgivable. May not be criminal all the time. Omissions aren't criminal acts, but they are certainly impeachable. And so I think we'll be hearing a lot more about that distinction in the days to come.
All right, Neil and Daniel, thanks to both of you. Joining us now is one of the 100 senators hearing this case today, Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota. Senator, good to see you. What are your thoughts so far on the presentation and how it's being received in that room on both sides of the aisle?
People are listening.
I don't think they could be doing a better job of laying out what is really the cold-blooded planning of this attack, with the president's language showing how he used it over and over again about the steal and the lie, and encouraged his people in big, big ways over and over again to go wild, to join me on January 6th, to march down the mall. It just never stopped. And I think this part of this is some good lawyering. Jamie Raskin and Congressman Neguse and the other House managers, they're literally putting it out there like a trial. Not a lot of political jargon, just the facts, which they promised us from the beginning. And I suppose the most touching thing for me was the story that Raskin told of the African-American police officer who'd spent hours defending us, was beaten, and was called the N-word 15 times, and then said to another officer, "Is this America? Is this America?"
I want to ask you about where this goes. We haven't seen it yet. We may see it later on from the other side. There's a video of President Trump during that rally talking about his supporters going peacefully to the Capitol. Does that negate anything, take any of the fire out of the House manager's case?
I don't believe it does in any way, because you know what he was asking them to do. And I think the way they've laid this out with the provocation, the attack, the harm, one of the things that they are showing that a lot of us weren't aware of because we were in a secured location, is just exactly the timing on how President Trump could have intervened. And as Neil just pointed out, that is impeachable. The fact that he didn't do anything about it, he didn't keep his oath of office, and he instead just let it keep happening.
The House managers, we're told, are going to show us some things we haven't seen before and perhaps some more graphic images. How is, I asked you what the mood in the room is, but you're all not just jurors. You lived through this, and you all have your own horrible stories. How do you think that will affect how this is ultimately adjudicated?
You know, I think everyone will never forget that day in their own stories. But in the end, for me, this wasn't about our own safety. Actually, we were fine. Why? Because police officers, over 100 of them, were injured protecting us, because 5 people died that day. 2 others later took their own lives because they couldn't deal with what happened. To me, it's about them. They're the victims.
All right. Senator Klobuchar, thank you for taking some time during, I know you have a short break here, and we thank you for it, your time.
Thank you.
Also joining us now is Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, let's talk about the suspects that have been arrested as a part of this. What do we know about a level of conspiracy in all this?
Well, there have been 210 criminal cases so far, Lester. The FBI has 500 total cases open. 200 are a part of that. And if you look at all those cases as we have, it's clear that some of the people who were in the Capitol that day were just kind of swept up in the moment and sort of treating it as a lark, sending goofy selfies of themselves. But repeatedly, over and over again, you heard a little flavor of this today in the House manager's presentation, but over and over they say, we went to the Capitol because the president told us to, or we went to the Capitol because we had to stop the vote count. The president invited us to come to the Capitol. You heard a little bit of that in video today, and that statement is over and over and over again in what either these people said on their social media at the time or what they told the FBI or other witnesses afterwards. So that is a repeated theme. And one of the things the House managers, I think, have tried to do today is anticipate an argument that the Trump people are going to make and that they lay out in their brief. They say, well, this can't be incitement because the president, as you just said in his speech, didn't say, let's go to the Capitol and break in. And it's also true that people started marching to the Capitol before the president's speech was even done. And so his lawyers have said, how can this be incitement? But that's a legal standard, and this is not a criminal case. That's the kind of argument you would make in a criminal trial. What the House managers are trying to say here is there is a long pattern that the president said. In essence, they're saying what he said before the speech is even more important than the speech that he made that day. And there's lots of evidence in these 210 criminal cases that say that's what fired people up.
All right, Pete, thank you. We're joined now by a veteran of the Justice Department and the Mueller investigation, NBC News legal analyst Andrew Weissmann, and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lam is a former U.S. attorney. Thanks to both of you for being with us. Carol, let me first begin with you. It was brought up early in the presentation, kind of a pre-buttal to the First Amendment argument. Are the president's lawyers going to find any traction there if and when they go there?
They're going to argue it clearly because they argued it yesterday. But if you talk to the vast majority of lawyers in the country, they will say, oh, by the way, including Floyd Abrams, who's a well-respected First Amendment lawyer, they will say the First Amendment defense just doesn't apply here because as with all statements, you have to take them in context. And as the House impeachment managers have argued today, if you're Carol Lam in her house saying something that's different from President Trump, then President Trump, on a podium in front of a rally saying the same thing. Words have to be taken in context. And I think what the managers have done very well is they have explained what the standard is. It's not what, it's not that this rally just got out of the president's control. It's but for the president and what he said that day, but for that, would this breach of the Capitol have happened? And I think the answer there is clearly no.
Andrew, as a non-legal person, I can tell you it seemed pretty easy to follow where they were going. From your legal view, were there some things that the managers might have done better or should have thought about?
Well, to follow up on what Carol said, I thought one of the highlights was Jamie Raskin really hitting it out of the park on the First Amendment issue, where he said this is not even like, crying fire in a crowded theater, which is not protected by the First Amendment. This is like having the fire chief set a fire and then saying that's protected First Amendment activity. So I just think the First Amendment issue is one that has no traction. I think the key, which I think we're going to hear a lot more about, is this difference between foreseeable versus unanticipated, which really gets at the president's intent. Was it foreseeable to him that there would be this kind of violence by the crowd, or was this unanticipated? And I think the former president's reaction on January 6th in terms of what he did not do is not only itself impeachable, but it also is an indication of his intent. If it was something that he really did not want to see happen, then he did not react in the way that an innocent person would react. And I think that sort of remains to be argued, and I suspect we're going to hear a lot more about it this afternoon.
Yeah, and I mentioned there is part of the president's remarks on the 6th in which he talked about his supporters peacefully going to the Capitol. Do you think that will loom large here?
Well, I think people will, on the defense side, will hang on that word. The issue is that if he really meant that to be an instruction, you would expect that to be repeated over and over again. And you would also expect, as soon as violence erupted, that the president would have taken to the airwaves to get his supporters to stand down, and he would have sent the National Guard in. So I think that you're going to hear a lot about his actions really belie the one word that he gave, which said, do this peacefully, given that it really wasn't consistent with everything else he was doing.
I want to bring Chuck Todd into the conversation. Chuck, notably, we have not heard from former President Trump. We know he's blocked from the major social media platforms. But how much do you think his team is impressing upon him the need to be silent at this moment?
Look, I had a little, I did a little session with my political team, and I said, here's a riddle for you. Jack Dorsey did more to help Donald Trump get off on this trial than anybody else. And my point was this: getting him, deplatforming him, probably, and muting him has probably saved him from himself. If he were sitting here live tweeting, doing what he does, keeping it, I have no doubt in my mind he would make it even harder for some of these Republicans who clearly have decided to whatever it is, put their hands over their eyes and, and just make a political decision here. So, yeah, I think the president's silence here and not having access to Twitter is oddly a benefit. I do have a question for Andrew, Lester,
Sure.
and it's this: where do you stop in making your case on intent when it comes to the former president? Because to me, there's a through line between his actions from the 2016 campaign that you investigated, his actions in Ukraine with Joe Biden in the 2020 campaign, and of course now. And I know that there's a point where it becomes redundant, but this perception that somehow there is this big lie. This big lie began in October, it began in July of 2016. When does it become over, would you keep going, I guess, if you were Jamie Raskin?
That's a great question. And I completely agree with you in terms of the big lie. But I think if I were Jamie Raskin, I would do what's happening here, which is keeping it relatively tight, because ultimately the charge here has to be tied to the violence in Congress.
Andrew and Chuck, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Congressman Raskin is back at the podium as the trial resumes.
Okay.
Mr. President, esteemed members of the Senate, it is my solemn honor to be before you today. I am Madeleine Dean, Congresswoman from the 4th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. I'm a lawyer. I'm a former professor of writing. I'm a sister. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother to 3 with 4th on her way. I'm a person of faith. And I'm an American. Along with Manager Lieu, I will present the actions of a desperate president. And we will present evidence today of a class of public servants who, standing up to enormous pressure from the President of the United States, did the right thing and upheld their oaths. My colleagues just presented evidence of a President Trump's months-long efforts to incite his base, leading them to believe the election was stolen, that they needed to fight like hell to stop the steal on January the 6th. These weren't President Trump's only efforts to overturn the results. Manager Lieu and I will present evidence of President Trump's relentless, escalating campaigns to fabricate an election victory by ignoring adverse court rulings, pressuring and threatening election officials, attacking senators and members of Congress, pressuring the Justice Department, and finally bullying his own vice president. President Trump and his allies filed 62 separate lawsuits in federal courts across more than half a dozen states and the District of Columbia, including Pennsylvania, my home state, as well as Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Wisconsin. Of the 62 post-election legal challenges, he lost 61. Only one was successful, and that case involved ballot curing in Pennsylvania and had no impact on President Biden's 80,555 vote victory in our Commonwealth. To be clear, not a single court, not a single judge agreed that the election results were invalid or should be invalidated. Instead, court after court reviewing these challenges said these cases were, quote, not credible, without merit, based on nothing but speculation, and flat out wrong. The judiciary resoundingly rejected Trump's fraud allegations and upheld the election results. But it was more than that. The courts said these cases were different. They were dangerous to our democracy. For an example, in an opinion by United States District Court Judge Matthew Brann from Pennsylvania. He said, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state. Our people and laws and institutions demand more. Because this court has no authority to take away the right to vote of even a single person, let alone millions of citizens, it cannot grant plaintiffs' requested relief." That decision by Judge Braun was affirmed on appeal by Judge Stephanos Bibas, a Trump appointee who agreed and wrote, and I quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit. The number of ballots it specifically challenges is far smaller than the roughly 81,000 vote margin of victory. And it never claims fraud or that any of the votes were cast by illegal voters. Plus, tossing out millions of mail-in ballots would be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate and upsetting all down-ballot races," end quote. Similarly, as Judge Linda Parker of the Eastern District of Michigan framed it, she said, "Stunning in its scope and breathtaking in its reach. If granted, the relief would disenfranchise the votes of more than 5.5 million Michigan citizens who, with dignity and hope and a promise of a vote, participated in the 2020 general election." Donald Trump told his supporters, "They are stealing the election. They took away your vote. It's rigged." That was not true. According to judge after judge, the truth was exactly the opposite. Trump was not suing to ensure election integrity. He was pursuing lawsuits that would, in effect, strip away American votes so that he could win. In other words, Donald Trump was asking the judiciary to take away votes from Americans so that he could steal the election for himself. Then, after losing in all the courts, Trump turned to another tactic, pressuring and threatening election officials. You saw what happened in Michigan after Trump attacked the state and its election officials. His supporters surrounded the Secretary of State's home, as you saw in the earlier slide, chanting, calling her a felon. On November 17th, the Board of Canvassers for Wayne County, Michigan, home to Detroit, unanimously certified the election results for Biden. That same night, after their vote to certify the results, Trump called the two Republican members of that board, pressuring them to change their minds. The call worked. The next day, both Monica Palmer and William Hartman, the Republican board members, attempted to rescind their vote to certify Michigan's election results, but they simply couldn't. President Trump didn't stop there. He then contacted Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate, Mike Shirkey, and the Speaker of the Michigan House, Lee Chatfield, to lobby them to overturn Michigan's results. Trump invited Mr. Chatfield and Mr. Shirkey to Washington to meet with him at the White House, where the president lobbied them further. Let's be clear. Donald Trump was calling officials, hosting them at the White House, urging them to defy the voters in their state and instead award votes to Trump. The officials held strong, and so Trump moved on to a different state, my home state of Pennsylvania. I am certain my senators, Casey and Senator Toomey, remember what happened there. In early December, as he did in Michigan, he began calling election officials, including my former colleagues in the Pennsylvania legislature, Republicans, Majority Leader Kim Ward and Speaker of the House Brian Cutler. Majority Leader Ward said the president called her to, quote, declare there was a fraud in the voting, end quote. Then on November 25th, President Trump phoned into a Republican state Senate policy hearing trying to convince the Republican legislators, senators, and House members there had been a fraud in the vote. He even had his lawyer hold a phone up to the microphone in that hearing room so the committee could hear him. Here is what he said.
We can't let that happen. We can't let it happen for our country. And this election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot.
This was a gathering. I've attended many, I have to tell you, as a former state legislator, a lot of policy hearings. I have to say with some confidence that was likely the first time a president of the United States of America called into a state legislative policy hearing. And remember, here is the president saying he won Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania had been certified that Biden had won by more than 80,000 votes. Less than a week after calling into that meeting, he invited multiple Republican members of the Pennsylvania legislature to the White House, the same scheme he had used on the Michigan legislators. It didn't work with those public servants either. Think about it. The President of the United States was calling public officials, calling from the White House, inviting them into the Oval Office, telling them to disenfranchise voters of their state, telling them to overturn the will of the American people. Also, he could take the election for himself. And then in Georgia, a state Trump had counted on for victory, his conduct was perhaps the most egregious. On November 11th, Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger confirmed that he believed ballots were accurately counted for Biden. Trump went on a relentless attack. Here are just a few examples. In all, Trump tweeted at Raffensperger 17 times in the coming week. I'll show you just a few. Calling him a disaster, obstinate, not having a clue, being played for a fool, and being a so-called Republican. All because Raffensperger was doing his job, ensuring the integrity of our elections. And these attacks had consequences. Mr. Raffensperger and his family received death threats. Quote, "Your husband deserves to face a firing squad. You better not botch this recount. Your life depends upon it." The Raffenspergers should be put on trial for treason and face execution. Just some of the threats they received. After these death threats, on November 25th, Mr. Raffensperger wrote an op-ed where he said, "My family voted for Trump, donated to him, and are now being thrown under the bus by him." But he also noted, elections are the bedrock of our democracy. They need to be run fairly and, perhaps more importantly, impartially. That's not partisan. That's just American. It's important to remember that this wasn't just a random attack. Trump wasn't just criticizing a politician over policy or saying he didn't agree. Donald Trump was savagely attacking a Secretary of State because the official did his job and certified the state according to how the people in that state voted. Donald Trump was trying to undermine our elections by taking votes away from the American people so that he could remain president. And he was willing to blame and betray anyone, even his own supporters, if they got in the way. Remember, senators, those threats were to Mr. Raffensperger's family. So some may say Trump didn't know his attacks against Mr. Raffensperger would result in death threats, except that all of this was very public. The secretary published his op-ed in USA Today, and major networks, including Fox, covered the threats against the Raffensperger. What did Trump do? Did he stop? Did he say, no, supporters, that isn't what I meant? No, he doubled down. Let's see the evidence.
This was a massive fraud. This should never take place in this country. We're like a third world country. Look at Georgia. But I understand the Secretary of State, who is really, he's an enemy of the people. The Secretary of State, and whether he's Republican or not, this man, what he's done.
Like this character in Georgia who's a disaster.
Let that sink in. A Republican public servant doing his job, whose family had just received death threats, and the President of the United States labeled him an enemy of the people. And that's why this is different, because this was not just one attack or one comment. This was attack after attack in the face of clear threats of violence. And on December 1st, another official, Gabriel Sterling, a Republican who voted for Trump, made this point and appealed directly to our president to stop his dangerous conduct.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. And you have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed.
Mr. Sterling put this perfectly. In this country, we can appropriately challenge a close count, or go to the courts, or disagree with others, or make bold statements. But what Trump was doing was different. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. Mr. Sterling saw what Trump's conduct was fomenting. He warned him on live TV that violence was already happening and that more violence was foreseeable and inevitable. Sterling's pleas were played over and over on every network. Rather than heed that warning, Trump escalated again. In early December, Trump called Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, and pressured him to hold a special session of the state legislature to overturn the election results and to appoint electors who would vote for Trump. A few weeks later, on December 23rd, Trump called the chief investigator for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, who was conducting an audit of the signature matching procedures for absentee ballots. Trump urged him, find the fraud, and claimed the official would be a national hero if he did. Let's call this what it is. He was asking the official to say there was evidence of fraud when there wasn't any. The official refused, and the investigation was completed. And on December 29th, Raffensperger announced that the audit found, quote, no fraudulent absentee ballots with a 99% confidence level. On January 3rd, Trump tweeted about a call he had with a Georgia election official the day before. He said, and I quote, I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. On January the 5th, the Washington Post released a recording of that call, which had occurred on January 2nd. Remember, just 4 days before the attack on the Capitol. Here is what President Trump said.
It's more illegal for you than it is for them, because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
Let's be clear. This is the President of the United States telling a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will face criminal penalties. And not just any number of votes. Donald Trump was asking the Secretary of State to somehow find the exact number of votes Donald Trump lost the state by. Remember, President Biden won Georgia by 11,779 votes. In his own words, Trump said, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes. He wanted the Secretary of State to somehow find the precise number plus one so that he could win. Here's what he said.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
He says it right there. The President of the United States telling a public official to manufacture the exact votes needed so he can win. Senators, we must not become numb to this. Trump did this across state after state, so often, so loudly, so publicly. Public officials like you and me receive death threats and calls threatening criminal penalties, all because Trump wanted to remain in power. These public officials exercised great political and personal courage in the face of unprecedented pressure from a president of the United States. Senators, ours is a dialogue with history, a conversation with the past, with a hope for the future. Senators, I thank you today for your kind attention.
Good afternoon. I'm Congressman Ted Lieu. My colleague, Congresswoman Dean, went through President Trump's efforts to overturn the election through the courts, and when that started failing, his deeply disturbing attacks on state and local officials. I'm going to walk through President Trump's extraordinary efforts remaining until January 6th, when he tried again to overturn the election. I first want to highlight Representative Raskin's question to all of you today. Is this America? Like all of you, I love this country. I am an immigrant. My parents came to Ohio, and we started off living in the basement of a person's home. We were poor, and they went to flea markets to sell gifts to make ends meet. Over many years, they built a small business, opened 6 gift stores, and achieved the American dream. It's one reason I joined the United States Air Force on active duty. I believe America is an exceptional country. I was trained as a prosecutor at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama, and I remain in the reserves because we're the greatest country in the world. But how did our exceptional country get to the point where a violent mob attacked our Capitol, murdering a police officer, assaulting over 140 other officers? How do we get to the point where rioters desecrated, defiled, and dishonored your Senate chamber, where the very place in which you sit became a crime scene, and where National Guard troops still patrol outside wearing body armor? I'll show you how we got here. President Donald J. Trump ran out of nonviolent options to maintain power. After his efforts in the courts and threatening officials failed, he turned to privately and publicly attacking members of his own party in the House and in the Senate. He would publicly bait senators, naming them in social media. For example, on December 18th, President Trump named at Senate Majority Leader and Republican senators, telling them they have to get tougher or they won't have a Republican Party anymore. We won the presidential election by a lot. Fight for it. Don't let them take it away. President Trump was suggesting to members of this Senate that if they didn't help him try to overturn the election, there would be consequences. On December 24th, President Trump wrote, "I saved at least 8 Republican senators, including Mitch, from losing in the last rigged for-president election. Now they almost all sit back and watch me fight against a crooked and vicious foe, the radical left Democrats. I will," and in all capital letters he wrote, "never forget!" exclamation point. President Trump was telling you that you owe him, that if you don't help him fight to overturn the results, he will never forget, and that there will be consequences. These are threats, just like the threats he made to state and local officials. And it continued. On December 29th, President Trump tweeted, "Can you imagine if the Republicans stole a presidential election from the Democrats? All hell would break out. Republican leadership only wants the path of least resistance. Our leaders, not me of course, are pathetic. They only know how to lose. P.S. I got many senators and congressmen and congresswomen elected. I do believe they forgot. President Trump targeted senators and members of Congress on social media, calling them pathetic for letting the election get, quote, stolen from them. On January 4th, 2 days before the attack, President Trump tweeted, "The surrender caucus within the Republican Party will go down in infamy as weak and ineffective guardians of our nation, who are willing to accept the certification of fraudulent presidential numbers." Now he's mocking some Republican members as the surrender caucus, calling them weak and ineffective guardians of our nation because they would not pretend that he had won when in fact he had not. And then the very day before the attack, President Trump's threats grew even more heated and specific towards Republicans that he considered to be part of that surrender caucus. Now, we've shown you this tweet before, but I want to draw your attention to how the president was not just inciting his base, but how he was also calling out specific Senate Republicans at the end of this tweet. This is a specific warning to anyone who won't help him overturn the results. Anyone who was against the president became an enemy. And let me be very clear. The president wasn't just coming for one or two people or Democrats like me. He was coming for you, for Democratic and Republican senators. He was coming for all of us, just as the mob did at his direction. In addition to going after senators and members of Congress, President Trump also pressured our Justice Department to investigate the false claims that the election was stolen. At the president's direction, Attorney General William Barr, a loyal member of the president's cabinet, authorized federal prosecutors to pursue substantial allegations of voting and vote tabulation irregularities. Bill Barr pursuing these allegations sparked an outcry. 16 assistant U.S. attorneys in the Trump administration urged the Attorney General to cease investigations because they had not seen evidence of any substantial anomalies. That means they did not find any evidence of real fraud. Attorney General Barr pursued the investigations anyways, and after his investigation, this is what he found, quote, "We have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." 2 weeks later, on December 14th, the electors voted to give Joe Biden 306 electoral votes and ensured his victory. The following day, Bill Barr resigned. Attorney General Barr had loyally served President Trump. He had never publicly come out against the president, but for Bill Barr, making up election fraud claims and saying the election was stolen was a bridge too far. Bill Barr made clear that attempting to overturn election results crossed a line. According to a news report, Bill Barr, the highest law enforcement official in the land, told President Donald Trump to his face that his theories of election fraud were, quote, bullshit, unquote. When Bill Barr resigned, his former deputy, Jeff Rosen, took his place. President Trump initially tweeted about Mr. Rosen that he was an outstanding person when he announced that he would become acting Attorney General. But when Rosen took over, President Trump put the same pressure on him that he had done with state officials, members of Congress, U.S. senators, and his former Attorney General. President Trump reportedly summoned acting Attorney General Rosen to the Oval Office the next day and pressured Rosen to appoint special counsels to keep investigating the election, including unfounded accusations of widespread voter fraud, and also to investigate Dominion, the voting machines firm. According to reports, Mr. Rosen refused. He maintained that he would make decisions based on the facts and the law, and reminded President Trump what he had already been told by Attorney General Bill Barr, that the department had already investigated and, quote, found no evidence of widespread fraud. But President Trump refused to follow the facts and the law, so the president turned to someone he knew would do his bidding. He turned to Jeffrey Clark, another Justice Department lawyer, who had allegedly expressed support for using the Department of Justice to investigate the election results. Shortly after, acting Attorney General Rosen followed his duty and the law to reopen to refuse to reopen investigations. President Trump intended to replace Mr. Rosen with Mr. Clark, who could then try to stop Congress from certifying the Electoral College results. According to reports, White House counsel Pat Cipollone advised President Trump not to fire Acting Attorney General Rosen. Department officials had also threatened to resign en masse if he had fired Rosen. President Trump's actions, time and time again, made clear that he would do anything and pressure anyone if it meant overturning the election results. We watched President Trump use any means necessary to pursue this aim, feverishly grasping for straws at retaining his hold on the presidency. But all his efforts prior to January 6 kept failing. And finally, in his desperation, he turned on his own vice president. He pressured Mike Pence to violate his constitutional oath and to refuse to certify the oath. President Trump had decided that Vice President Pence, who presided over the certification, could somehow stop it. As Pence will later confirm, the Vice President does not have that power in the Constitution. And President Trump never tried to explain why he thought the Vice President could block the certification of election results. He just began relentlessly attacking the Vice President. Publicly, President Trump attacked Pence on social media and at rallies, getting his supporters to believe that Mike Pence could stop this certification on January 6th. Here's what President Trump said in Georgia on January 4th.
And I hope Mike Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Behind closed doors, President Trump applied significant pressure to his second in command. Multiple reports confirmed that President Trump used his personal attorneys and other officials to pressure the vice president. Trump reportedly told almost anyone who called him to also call the vice president. According to reports, when Mike Pence was in the Oval Office, President Trump would call people to try to get them to convince the vice president to help him. And President Trump kept repeating the myth that Pence could stop the certification to his base to anger them, hoping to intimidate Mike Pence. On the morning of the rally on January 6th, President Trump tweeted, "All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states," and in all caps he wrote, "and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage." President Trump later went on to attack Pence nearly a dozen times in his speech at the Save America March. Privately, in person, before Pence headed to oversee the joint session on January 6, President Trump again threatened Pence. "You can either go down in history as a patriot," Mr. Trump told him, according to two people briefed on the conversation, "or you can go down in history as a pussy." As a veteran, I find it deeply dishonorable that our former president and commander-in-chief equated patriotism with violating the Constitution and overturning the election. You will see and hear the consequences of President Trump's repeated attacks on the vice president, the chance of traitor, and the chance of hanging Mike Pence. Thankfully, Vice President Pence stood his ground like our other brave officials stood their ground. He refused the president and fulfilled his duty on January 6th, even after the Capitol was attacked, even after he was personally targeted, even after his family was targeted. Vice President Pence stood strong and certified the election. Vice President Pence showed us what it means to be an American, what it means to show courage. He put his country, his oath, his values, and his morals above the will of one man. The president had tried everything in his power to seize everything in his attempt to seize power from the rightful victor of the election. President Trump's extraordinary actions grew increasingly more desperate. You saw him go from pursuing claims in the courts to threatening state and local election officials to then attacking members of Congress and the Senate, to compromising our Justice Department, and then to attacking the Republican vice president. These brave public servants were being pressured by our commander-in-chief to overturn the results. Some of them and their families got death threats. Thankfully, at every turn, our democratic processes prevailed and the rule of law prevailed. It is only because all of these people stayed strong and refused President Trump that our republic held fast and the will of the electorate was seen through. And at this point, President Donald J. Trump ran out of nonviolent options to maintain power. I began today by raising the question of how we got here. What you saw was a man so desperate to cling to power that he tried everything he could to keep it. And when he ran out of nonviolent measures, he turned to the violent mob that attacked your Senate chamber on January 6th. As you cast your vote after this trial, I hope each of you will think of the bravery of all these people who said no to President Trump because they knew that this was not right, that this was not America.
Next, Representative Stacey Plaskett of the Virgin Islands will show in quite chilling detail, I should say, how President Trump was well aware of the threat of violence on January 6th and how he welcomed and amplified his supporters' plans for insurrection against the Union. I should say, as lead manager, this is a moment of special pride for me because Representative Plaskett is not only the first delegate ever to be on a team of impeachment managers in American history, but she was also my law student at American University's Washington College of Law. And I hope I'm not violating any federal educational records laws when I say she was an A student then and she's an A+ student now. Stacey Plaskett.
Thank you so much. Height. Mr. President, distinguished senators, I'm Stacey Plaskett, and I represent the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Over this past weekend, my 11-year-old daughter, I overheard her telling one of my sons, "Mommy doesn't seem really nervous about the impeachment trial." To which that son, sounding like an older brother, said, "Talia, you'll learn that most of the time, Mommy really seems to have it under control." Now, we know as parents, that's not always the case. But I've learned throughout my life that preparation and truth can carry you far, can allow you to speak truth to power. I've learned that as a young black girl growing up in the projects in Brooklyn, housing community on St. Croix, sent to the most unlikeliest of settings, and now as an adult woman representing an island territory speaking to the U.S. Senate. And because of truth, I am confident today speaking before you, because truth and facts are overwhelming that our president, the President of the United States, incited a mob to storm the Capitol to attempt to stop the certification of a presidential election. My fellow managers have shown and will continue to show clear evidence that President Trump incited a violent mob to storm our Capitol when he ran out of nonviolent means to stop the election. Once assembled, that mob, at the president's direction, erupted into the bloodiest attack on this Capitol since 1814. Some of you have said there's no way the president could have known how violent the mob would be. That is false, because the violence, it was foreseeable. I want to show you why this violence was foreseeable and why Donald Trump was different than any other politician just telling their fighters, their supporters, to fight for something. The violence that occurred on January 6th, like the attack itself, did not just appear. You'll see that Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting. He saw the violence that they were capable of, and he had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging that violence, never, ever condemning it. And you'll see that this violent attack was not planned in secret. The insurgents believed that they were doing the duty of their president. They were following his orders. And so they publicized it openly, loudly, proudly, exact blueprints of how the attack would be made. Law enforcement saw these postings and reported that these insurgents would violently attack the Capitol itself. This was not just a comment by an official to fight for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence, that rage, straight at our door. The point is this: by the time he called the cavalry of his thousands of supporters on January 6th, and an event he had invited them to, he had every reason to know that they were armed, that they were violent, and that they would actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of. And he still gave that marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell and stop the steal. Make no mistake, the violence was not just foreseeable to President Trump. The violence was what he deliberately encouraged. As early as September, Trump set the precedent that when asked to denounce violence, he would do the opposite and encourage it. Now, if the president had only said something once about fighting to stop the steal and violence erupted, there would be no way to know he intended to incite it or saw it coming. But just as the president spent months spreading his big lie of the election, he also spent months cultivating groups of people who, following his command, repeatedly engaged in real, dangerous violence. And when they did, when the violence erupted as a response to his calls to fight against the stolen election, he did not walk it back. He did not tell them no. He did the opposite. The opposite. He praised and encouraged the violence so that it would continue. He fanned the flame of violence, and it worked. You'll see this over time. These very groups and individuals whose violence the president praised helped lead the attack on January 6th. And that's how we know clearly that President Trump deliberately incited this, and how we know he saw it coming. There are many examples where the president engaged in this pattern, and I'm just going to walk you through a few of them. Let's start with the President Trump's incitement of the Proud Boys. Many of you have heard of this group, which since 2018 has been classified by the FBI as an extremist organization. Since that classification, the group has repeatedly engaged in serious acts of violence, including at pro-Trump rallies. In one such act, on September 7th, the Proud Boys attacked a man with a baseball bat and then punched him while he was down on the ground. On September 29th, during a presidential debate, President Trump was asked specifically if he was willing to condemn white supremacy and militia groups, if he was willing to tell them to stand down and stop the violence. Let's watch.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm willing
prepared to
do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say,
sir.
Let's hear now the president's response.
Do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
white supremacists and white
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by.
When asked to condemn the Proud Boys and white supremacists, what did our president say? He said, stand back and stand by. His message was heard loud and clear. The group adopted that phrase, stand back and stand by, as their official slogan. They created merchandise with their new slogan, which they wore proudly across their backs at Trump's rallies, and they followed the president's orders. You'll see more about this later in the trial, but you'll see in these photos, to the left, Dominic Pezzola, and to the right, William Pepe, two of the leaders of the group heading to the Capitol on January 6th. They were later charged with working together to obstruct law enforcement. As we go through this evidence, I want you to keep in mind these words by President Trump when asked to condemn violence. Stand back and stand by, and see example after example of the kinds of people like the Proud Boys who he had standing by on January 6th. By October, as my colleagues Mr. Castro and Mr. Swalwell showed you, Donald Trump was escalating his big lie that the only way he could lose the election was if it was rigged. So, as Election Day neared, his supporters were frustrated and they were angry. They were prepared to ensure his victory by any means necessary. One of these violent acts was on October 30th, sometime after 12:30 p.m. A caravan of more than 50 trucks covered in pro-Trump campaign gear confronted and surrounded cars carrying Biden-Harris campaign workers and a Biden-Harris campaign bus as they were traveling down Interstate 35 from San Antonio to Austin. According to witnesses, this caravan repeatedly tried to force the bus you saw and you see in that video to slow down in the middle of the highway and then to run it off the road. What that video you just saw does not show is that the bus that they tried to run off the road was filled with young campaign staff, volunteers, supporters, surrogates, people. As the Trump supporters closed in on the bus, a large black pickup truck adorned with Trump flags suddenly and intentionally swerved and crashed into a car driven by a Biden-Harris volunteer. News of the event went viral on social media. The President of the United States, in a campaign, saw his own supporters trying to run a bus carrying his opponent's campaign workers off the highway, to physically intimidate people in this country campaigning. Here was his response the next day.
3, 2, 1, go! Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the Red
President of the United States tweeted a video of his supporters trying to drive a bus off the road. You'll recall in that first video that I showed you, there was no sound. Well, the one that he tweeted had a fight theme song placed to it that the president put that music to that video. And he added at the top, "I love Texas." By the next evening, that tweet that he did had been viewed 12.6 million times. And it wasn't just a tweet. On November 1st, at a Michigan rally with a sea of supporters, the president talked about that incident again. Here it is.
Something. Do you see the way our people, they were protecting his bus yesterday because they're nice. So his bus, they had hundreds of cars. Trump, and the American flag. That's it. You see Trump and American flag.
The president made a public joke of violence against campaigners in an American election. He made light of it. This was not a joke. In fact, it was so violent, it put so many people in harm's way that the FBI investigated the incident and the criminal responsibility of those who attacked these campaign workers. Now, our President Donald Trump could have said, okay, I didn't realize how bad that was. This was very violent. Please stop. But he didn't. He saw the investigation and made a statement in defense of his supporters' attack on the bus, writing, quote, "In my opinion, these patriots did nothing wrong. Engaging in violence for him made them patriots to Donald Trump. For anyone who says Donald Trump didn't know the violence he was inciting, I ask you to consider his supporters tried to drive a bus off the highway in the middle of the day to intimidate his opponent's campaign workers. And his response was to tweet the video of the incident that had fight music, joke about it, and call those individuals in that incident patriots." And once again, Donald Trump's praise worked to incite them further. Emboldened by that praise, they remained ready to fight, ready to stand back and stand by. This link is not hypothetical. Just like we saw with the Proud Boys showing up in full force on January 6th, Donald Trump's encouragement of this attack made sure his supporters were ready for the next one. The Caravan bus attack had been organized by a Trump supporter named Keith Lee. Leading up to the attack on our Capitol of January 6th, Mr. Lee teamed up with other supporters to fundraise to help to bring people to Washington, D.C. for that day. The morning of the attack, he filmed footage of the Capitol, pointed out the flimsiness of fencing, and then addressed his supporters before the attack saying, quote, "As soon as you all get done hearing the president, y'all get to the Capitol. We need to surround this place." During the attack, he used a bullhorn to call out for the mob to rush in. He later went to the rotunda himself and then back outside to urge the crowd to come inside. These are the people that President Trump cultivated, who were standing by. I'd like to look at another example. After the election on December 12th, Trump supporters gathered en masse to protest the stolen election in D.C. It was billed by his loyalists as the second Million MAGA March. The rally was organized by Women for America First. The same group that you'll see later secured the permit for the January 6th rally. And who else was there? The Proud Boys, standing by. Donald Trump did not attend that rally, but he made sure to make clear his supporters throughout the day how he felt about the event. At 8:47 a.m., he sent out a tweet. "We have just begun to fight." And then the rally began. And Donald Trump's allies, who spoke at the rally, carried on his message of the stolen election and the importance of fighting to stop the steal. Here's Nicholas Fuentes, a commentator who had organized a Stop the Steal rally in Michigan with Trump supporters.
In the first Million MAGA March, we promised that if the GOP would not do everything in their power to keep Trump in office, then we would destroy the GOP. And as we gather here in Washington, D.C. for a second Million MAGA March, we're done making promises. It has to happen now. We are going to destroy the GOP. Let's go! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP!
Those words, that was Trump's message. Destroy anyone who won't listen, who won't help them take the election for Trump. And as you will see, this was just the preview for Fuentes, who, like the Proud Boys and the Trump caravan organizers, would later heed the president's call and come to Washington and be there on January 6th. Later in the rally, a former Trump campaign spokeswoman, Katrina Pearson, also spoke. During her speech, she stated, quote, "This isn't over. This is just beginning," referring to the fight to stop the steal. And then she added, "We knew both Republican and Democrats were against we the people. We are the cavalry. No one's coming for us." It's clear that Trump and some of his supporters saw this as war, a fight against anyone who was unwilling to do whatever it took to keep Donald Trump in power. We are the cavalry. And President Trump continued to reinforce his support of these messages throughout the day. At 1:48 p.m., after both speeches, he retweeted his deputy chief of staff's tweet showing his crowd that he had flown over on Marine One, and he tweeted, quote, "Thank you, patriots." These people were, as you can see, gathered en masse and being told by the president's allies that their election had been stolen. And they were told they were the cavalry. No one else could do it. And after hearing these speeches and seeing the president's support, this is what Donald Trump's cavalry was capable of.
What's up? Tonight.
What you just saw was the violence that ensued after that rally. The Proud Boys, after that rally, engaged in serious acts of violence in downtown D.C. Some Trump supporters and self-identified Proud Boys vandalized churches after that rally. If we look at these events, it's clear how we got here. Because what did the president do after that? He turned right around, and a little over a week later, he began coordinating the January 6th Save America rally with the same people who had planned the second Million MAGA March. You'll recall that the Women for America First had organized that second Million MAGA March. They had originally planned rallies for January 22nd and January 23rd, after the inauguration. But Donald Trump had other plans. On December 19th, President Trump tweeted his save the date for January 6th. He told his supporters to come to D.C. for a big protest the day billing it as wild. Just days later, Women for America First amended their permit to hold their rally on January 6th, pursuant to the president's save the date, instead of after the inauguration. This was deliberate. Reports confirm that the president himself, President Trump, became directly involved with the planning of the event, including the speaking lineup, even the music to be played, just as he chose the music for his retreat of the caravan driving the Biden-Harris bus off the road with that fight song. And he brought the same people who spoke at the 2 Million MAGA rally to help as well. Trump's campaign advisor, Katrina Pearson, who you recall said on December 12th that this is only the beginning, we are the cavalry, also became directly involved in planning the event. They even sent out invitations together. This is Amy Kremer, one of the founders of Women for America First, tweeting the invitation, tagging Donald Trump and other organizers, inviting the same supporters who had just engaged in serious violence at the 2 Million MAGA rally to show up to the largest rally to stop the steal. And President Trump seemed to have other plans for what was going to happen at that rally, too. Women for America First had initially planned for the rally-goers to remain at the ellipse until the counting of the state electoral slates was completed, just like they had remained at Freedom Plaza after the 2 Million MAGA march. In fact, the permit stated in no uncertain terms that the march from the ellipse was not permitted. It was not until after President Trump and his team became involved in the planning that the march from the ellipse to the Capitol came about, in direct contravention of the original permit. This was not a coincidence. None of this was. Donald Trump, over many months, cultivated violence, praised it, and then when he saw the violence his supporters were capable of, he channeled it to his big, wild, historic event. He organized January 6th with the same people that had just organized a rally, resulting in substantial violence, and made absolutely sure this time these violent rally-goers wouldn't just remain in place. He made sure that those violent people would literally march right here to our steps, from the ellipse to the Capitol, to stop the steal. His cavalry. This was deliberate. And because the President of the United States incited this, because he was orchestrating this, because he was inviting them, the insurgents were not shy about their planning. They believed they were following the orders of the commander-in-chief. They were, as the tweet we just saw, quite literally his cavalry. So they posted exact blueprints of the attack openly, loudly, proudly. And they did this all over public forums. These were not just hidden posts in dark websites that Trump would not have seen, quite the opposite. We know that President Trump's team monitored these websites. We know this because his advisors confirm it. An ex-White House and campaign insider, as you'll read, who has known both Scavino and the president for years, said there was no way that Scavino and the Trump social media operation would not have been aware of the plan circulating online to storm the Capitol. Because, and I quote, "The Trump operation closely monitored the web's darkest corners, ranging from mainstream sites such as Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit, to fringe message boards like 4chan and XChan, now called XCon, to the Donald.win, an offshoot of a banned Reddit community dedicated to rabidly supporting all things Trump." They actively monitored the exact sites, like the Donald.win, on which these insurrectionists wrote their posts. And so what would Trump and his team have seen when they were monitoring these white sites? What would his supporters have said? They would have seen a clear roadmap of exactly what happened. This is an example of a post that was captured from one of the sites dedicated to Donald Trump that we just talked about, shortly before the site was taken down. And the meme reads, quote, "The Capitol is our goal. Everything else is a distraction. Every corrupt member of Congress locked in one room and surrounded by real Americans is an opportunity that will never present itself again." Let that sink in. Think about that. The exact thing that happened on January 6th, that was their goal. And they said it out loud on sites that the Trump administration was actively monitoring. A third-party site captured a post on the Donald.win where one user posted, quote, "This cannot simply be a protest. It has to be the establishment of the MAGA militia with the command offices set up, with all further militia tactical missions spreading from there." Another user said in response, quote, "We will have to achieve an actual tactical victory, like storming and occupying the Capitol, to have the intended effect." That's what they understood Donald Trump to want. There it is in black and white. And they explained why they felt justified in this. Another poster on the forum, the Donald.win, wrote on January 4th, quote, "If Congress illegally certifies Biden, Trump would have absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm Congress and kill/beat them up. Donald Trump will have no choice." That was what he made them believe, to the point his supporters felt justified even in carrying weapons and storming our Capitol. This was in post after post. Here's another. When discussing how to carry guns into D.C., one noted, quote, "Yes, it's illegal, but this is war, and we are clearly in a post-legal phase of our society." What? They treated it as a war, and they meant it. The morning of the attack, under the thread, "Today I told my kids goodbye," one poster wrote, "Today I had the very difficult conversation with my children that Daddy might not come home from D.C. Within a matter of hours, that post amassed 4,000 likes. President Trump had truly made them believe that their election had been stolen and that it was their patriotic duty to fight to steal it back. Patriotic, a term he gave those who use violence for him, and they were willing to say goodbye to their children for this fight. And their supporters didn't just rely on entering the Capitol with guns haphazardly. They had maps of this building. They talked through which tunnels to use and how to get to the Senate chamber. Some posted specific floor plans, layouts of the Capitol, alongside hopes of overwhelming law enforcement to, quote, "find the tunnels, arrest the worst traitors." Posters also fixated on what they saw as their ability to easily overwhelm the Capitol Police, as, quote, "there are only around 2,000 of them." And again, they urge, quote, "the Capitol is our goal. Everything else is a distraction." There were hundreds of these posts, hundreds, monitored by the Trump administration. And these posts, they were chillingly accurate, right down to communication devices. A new affidavit filed by the FBI described preparations by the right-wing group, the Proud Boys, to storm the Capitol. including using earpieces and walkie-talkies to direct movements throughout the building. This happened. That's the level of planning in advance that occurred. They had earpieces. On the slide, you'll see Proud Boy member Dominic Pizzola has an earpiece in his right ear, consistent with the affidavit. And in addition to these detailed posts, they made clear why they thought they should do this, why they thought they could do this. It wasn't just that they were doing it following the president's orders. They thought he would help them. A third-party site captured a post on the Donald.win again, the site monitored by Trump's team, and he wrote, quote, he, meaning Donald Trump in this instance, can order the Nat Guard to stand down if needed. Unfortunately, he has no control over the Capitol Police, but there are only around 2,000 of them, and a lot are useless fat asses or girls. It's all right there. The overall goal, maps of the Capitol, the weapons, communication devices. They even said publicly, openly, proudly, that President Trump will help them to commandeer the National Guard, so all they have to do is overwhelm the 2,000 Capitol Police officers. This was reported in the NBC News and the Washington Post with headlines like, violent threats ripple through far-right internet forums ahead of protests. Pro-Trump forums erupt with violent threats ahead of Wednesday's rally against the 2020 election. Fox News also reported that the Proud Boys would come to the January 6th rally prepared for violent action, even quoting a Proud Boy member who said they would, quote, incognito and spread across downtown DC in smaller numbers. City officials, seeing these same warnings, also publicly warned about the violence and unlawful weapons at the event. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser cautioned residents of the District of Columbia to avoid the downtown area while the rally attendees were in town. Federal law enforcement warned of these threats also. On January 3rd, a Capitol Police intelligence report warned of a violent scenario in which Congress itself could be the target of the angry supporters of President Trump on January 6th. According to that report, obtained by the Washington Post, supporters of the current president see January 6, 2021, as the last opportunity to overturn the results of the presidential election. This sense of desperation and disappointment may lead to more incentive to become violent. Unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target for January 6th. The day before the rioters stormed the Congress, an FBI office in Virginia also issued an explicit warning that extremists were preparing to travel to Washington to commit violence and, quote, war, according to internal reports. The FBI report cited to an online post where the user declared that Trump supporters should go to Washington and get violent. The supporter said, quote, stop calling this a march or a rally or a protest. Go there ready for war. We get our president or we die. These threat warnings were not just hypothetical. Actual arrests occurred in the days leading to the attack. On January 4th, 2 days before the rally, one extremely well-publicized arrest was of a Proud Boy leader who destroyed a church's Black Lives Matter banner a month earlier during the December 12th Second Million MAGA March. Report emphasized that when he was arrested, he was carrying high-capacity firearm magazines, which he claimed were meant to be supplied to another rally attendee for January 6th. By the night of January 6th attack, DC police had already made 6 arrests in connection with the planned protests on charges of carrying weapons, ammunitions, assaulting police. This is all in public view. All of it. The truth is usually seen and rarely heard. Truth is truth, whether denied or not. And the truth is, President Trump had spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific day, at a specific time, in specific places to stop the certification. And leading up to the event, there were hundreds of posts online showing that his supporters took this as a call to arms to attack the Capitol. There were detailed posts of plans to attack online. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests days leading up to the attack. And yet, in the face of all this, these credible warnings of serious, dangerous threats to our Capitol, when those thousands of people were standing in front of President Trump, ready to take orders and attack, this is what he said: "We're going to the Capitol, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." And that's why this is different. And that's why he must be convicted and disqualified.
Representative Dean will now return to the events of January 6th itself. She will demonstrate President Trump's repeated incitement of the crowd that morning as he directed them to the Capitol in his last-ditch effort to retain his hold on power.
For me and for many Americans, January 6th is forever etched in our memories. I went to work with a sense of excitement, the start of my second term in Congress and the first time I would participate in the certification of a presidential election. And then we all know what happened. I know many of us have similar experiences from that day, but I'll briefly share mine. I stood with colleagues in the gallery above the House floor to observe the Arizona challenge. Moments later, police radios reported a breach of the Capitol grounds. Someone shouted up to us, "Duck, then lie down, then ready your gas masks." Shortly after, there was a terrifying banging on the chamber doors. I will never forget that sound. Shouts and panicked calls to my husband and to my sons, instructions to flee, and then the constant whirring of the gas masks filtering the air. The chamber of the United States House of Representatives turned to chaos. For Donald Trump, it was a very different day. Earlier, I showed you Donald Trump's desperate attempts to maintain power, ignoring adverse court rulings, attacking elected officials, pressuring his Justice Department, even attacking his own vice president. You saw a man who refused to lose, who was desperate to retain power by any means necessary. You saw a man willing to attack anyone and everyone who got in his way. And you saw a man who thought he could play by different rules. He told his supporters, as my colleague Ms. Plaskett just showed you, exactly what he thought those different rules were. Combat, fight, violence. This was not just one speech. This was weeks and weeks of deliberate effort by Donald Trump to overturn the election results so that he didn't have to give up the presidency. The speech on January 6th builds on, refers to, and amplifies that same pattern the pattern Trump had used and broadcasted for months. He refused to lose, his attacks on others, and his different rules. The only thing different about his speech on January 6th from all these other times that we went through was that he was no longer telling his base just that they had to fight to stop the steal. He was finally telling them, now is the time to do it. Here's the place, and here's how. For weeks, he urged his supporters to show up at a specific time and place, and when they got there, he told them exactly what he wanted. Let's start with his desperation. You saw how much planning went into January the 6th, and when the day arrived, Donald Trump's desperation was in full force. Between the time he woke up on January the 5th and the start of the Save America March, that next day, he had tweeted 34 times. When Donald Trump wants to get his message across, he is not shy, as you all know. These tweets were relentless, and these tweets all centered on his singular focus, his drumbeat to motivate, anger, and incite his supporters, his big lie. The presidential election had been rigged, it had been stolen from him, and they had to fight to stop it. And the timing was no coincidence. He sent 34 tweets because this was his last chance to rile up his supporters before the big, historic, wild event he had planned. Now, I won't go through all of these tweets, but let me just highlight a few. At 1 a.m, he tweeted, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Mike can send it back." This will look familiar to you because Mr. Lieu just showed you how Trump had privately, he was pressuring and publicly attacking his vice president to stop the certification. And when Vice President Pence refused, when he explained that the Constitution simply does not allow him to stop certification, Donald Trump provoked his base to attack him. The late in the evening tweet was no different. It just got more forceful. Let's be clear, what Donald Trump was saying, that Vice President Pence could send back the certification, was not true. For one thing, all 50 states had ratified this election. And for another, Vice President Pence explained to him that he does not have the power to unilaterally overturn states' votes and just send the certification back. And Donald Trump knew this, but this was his last chance to get his vice president to stop the certification, and so he was willing to say or do just about anything. These tweets attacking the election as fraudulent, attacking his vice president, and urging his supporters to fight continued throughout the morning. Here's another example. At 8:17 a.m., he tweeted, "All Mike Pence has to do is send it back to them and back to the states, and we win." And we win. That's what he said, even though by then he had clearly lost. As Trump continued tweeting, the Save America March at the White House was now in full swing. The speakers who warmed up the crowd for Trump were members of his inner circle, family members, his personal attorney, people President Trump had deputized to speak on his behalf. Some of the speakers also spoke at the Second Million MAGA March, which resulted in serious violence. The warm-up acts on January 6th focused on promoting Donald Trump's big lie. They stoked the same fears, a stolen election, of fraud, of ripping victory away from them. And the speakers told them what to do about it. As the crowd erupted in "Fight for Trump," chants throughout that morning, Donald Trump Jr. urged, "That's the message. These guys better fight for Trump." The speakers lasted 3 hours, repeating President Trump's message, and finally, at about noon, Donald Trump took the stage with the seal of the presidency on his podium and the White House as his backdrop. President Trump spoke for more than 70 minutes. His narrative was familiar. It was the same message he had spent months spreading to his supporters. The big lie. The election was stolen. that they should never concede, and that his supporters should be patriots and fight much harder to stop the steal, to take back our country. The same phrases he'd spread for weeks, but now the message was immediate. Now it was just no longer just fight, it was fight right now.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
That set the tone. Our country has had enough and we will not take it anymore. He told them and us right at the beginning that the only way to take back the country was to fight. Let's look at what he said next.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights.
Ms. Plaskett showed you example after example of Donald Trump, when confronted with violence, praising it. We saw him instruct the Proud Boys, a violent extremist group, to stand back and stand by. That group was there on January the 6th. We saw him praise a caravan of his supporters after they tried to drive a bus belonging to the Biden campaign off the road. The organizer of that attack was there on January the 6th. And we saw him team up with the organizers of the violent Second MAGA Million March to plan his rally on January the 6th. And what does he do at that rally? He tells Giuliani he's doing a great job addressing the crowd, saying he has guts to call for fighting. And to be clear, this is what he was praising.
So, let's have trial by combat.
Trial by combat. Donald Trump praised Rudy, said he did a good job, had guts for telling the crowd that we need trial by combat. Next, more attacks.
All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people.
This attack, like the tweets he sent that morning, had a purpose, convincing his supporters that the future of our country, of our democracy, hinged on whether Vice President Pence would overturn the election, something he knew Pence could not and would not do. He called out Vice President Pence 9 times that day, and each time he got more forceful. Here's what he said at 12:15.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
We're going to have to fight much harder, and Mike Pence will have to come through for us. That's what he said. And he told the crowd what he meant and exactly what to do, literally commanding them to confront us at the Capitol. He even told them he'd walk there with them, which of course was not true. And then he told them exactly what to do when they got to the Capitol. You'll never take your country back with weakness. You have to show strength. And don't forget who is standing there. The same people Ms. Plaskett described to you. Many people violent. Violent people law enforcement had warned would be armed and would be targeting us. One of President Trump's key defenses focus on what he said for a few seconds, 15 minutes into the speech.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
In a speech spanning almost 11,000 words, yes, we did check, that was the one time, the only time President Trump used the word peaceful or any suggestion of nonviolence. The implication of the president's tweets, the rally, and the speeches were clear. President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times, including telling the crowd they needed to fight like hell to save our democracy. We know how the crowd responded to Donald Trump's words, and he knew how they responded to his speech. Here is the evidence of how the crowd reacted.
Here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. Yeah! And probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Yes.
Right.
Invade the Capitol building.
Let's take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol right now. We'll be marching over to the Capitol building.
Yes.
Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Storm the Capitol. Invade the Capitol. Fight, 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 fight. Take the Capitol right now. These were the words of the crowd. Trump was telling them to fight, and he would keep telling them to fight throughout the rest of his speech. These are not only words of aggression, they are words of insurrection. And if you have any doubt, listen to what he says next.
Today we see a very important event, though, because right over there, right there, we see the event going to take place, and I'm going to be watching because history is going to be made. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves. Throughout history, throughout eternity, they'll be ashamed. And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never, ever forget that they did. Never forget. We should never, ever forget.
The Commander-in-Chief points to Congress and tells those assembled, I'm going to be watching. History is going to be made. This was clearly not just some rally or march or protest. This was about Donald Trump trying to steal the election for himself, claiming that the election was fraudulent, illegitimate, so that his supporters would fight to take it back. In fact, after stoking the crowd's anger for nearly 40 minutes, after repeating false election conspiracy after false election conspiracy, he said this in no uncertain terms.
You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you'll have.
Any outcome besides him keeping the presidency would be illegitimate. This was building on the big lie of a rigged and stolen election. And here's what he said a little later in the speech.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. We told you that context matters. Here's the context. This was not just one reference or a message to supporters by a politician to fight for a cause. He'd assembled thousands of violent people, people he knew were capable of violence, people he had seen be violent. They were standing now in front of him. And then he pointed to us, lit the fuse, and sent an angry mob to fight the perceived enemy, his own vice president and the members of Congress, as we certified an election.
But I said, something's wrong here, something's really wrong, can't have happened, and we fight. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Fight for Trump! 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 What are we here for? Trump! What are we here for? Trump! Fight for 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 Trump!
If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And there was only one fight left, and it was a mile up the road. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, ordered the crowd to march on Congress, and so the crowd marched. "This is incredible," you heard him say. That's how President Trump ended his speech. I'd like to close with a very brief timeline of what was happening in parallel alongside the President as he spoke on the 6th of January. A little after noon, President Trump began his speech with a fiery refusal to concede. He commanded the crowd to fight and march down Pennsylvania Avenue. And around 12:20, some rally-goers, some attendees began marching. By 12:30, as President Trump continued to incite his supporters, large segments of the rally crowd had amassed at the Capitol. At 12:53, as the president's speech was playing on cell phone broadcasts, the outermost barricade of the northwest side of the Capitol was breached. And Capitol Police were forced back to the steps of the Capitol. At 1:10, the president ended his speech with a final call to fight and a final order to march to the Capitol. At 1:45, the president's followers surged past Capitol Police, shouting, "This is a revolution!" Just after 2:10, an hour after President Trump ended his speech, the insurrectionist mob overwhelmed Capitol security and made it inside the halls of Congress. Because the truth is, this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. And so they came, draped in Trump's flag, and used our flag, the American flag, to batter and to bludgeon. And at 2:30, I heard that terrifying banging on House chamber doors. For the first time in more than 200 years, the seat of our government was ransacked on our watch.
Mr. President, I think this would be a good time for a break, if that's okay.
I ask unanimous consent we recess till 4 p.m.
Objection, hearing none, we're recessed.
4 p.m. 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Lester Holt here in New York as our continuing coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump continues there. Listening to Congresswoman Madeleine Dean becoming emotional near the end of her presentation, a presentation in which she seems to be drawing a sharper line between the words of President Trump on that day, January 6th, and what would occur at the Capitol itself. Let's bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Chuck, to you first, your thoughts on where we are right now.
Well, look, I mean, I'm actually struck, every once in a while, as closely as we follow everything here, I learned something new in one of the presentations, and that was the timeline of the January 6th rally, and the idea that when Donald Trump tweeted about that rally that first time in December, it will be wild, that the permit then hadn't been secured yet. It's one of those hard pieces of timeline evidence that get it away from the circumstantial, right? So in many ways, a lot of these videos, they're trying to make this case of intent, and I think they're doing a pretty good job, but they're still having to paste together the president's words going back to before the election. That fact, boy, anytime you can get a fact like that they have the permit, doesn't get for January 6th, doesn't happen until after he sends out that tweet about a January 6th rally, it will be wild. I think it's a pretty damning piece of evidence.
And Andrea, the thing that kept striking me at one point is some of the things that have been written leading up to this, important pieces of intelligence that seem to be missed leading up to this.
Missed leading up to this, as well as the coordination with the Proud Boys, the coordination between the Million MAGA rally on December 12th, which was violent in D.C. In fact, one of the Proud Boys founders, who had been at the White House that day on a tour, taking selfies of himself, was arrested that night and actually was in court, and then was denied the ability to come back on January 6th, but was apparently also organizing and still communicating. The fact that they had communications, we've seen some evidence of that, but the identification by Madeleine Dean, by Stacey Plaskett before her, of the communications gear in their ears, the fact that they were actually well organized, well planned, and this whole day seems to be building to the fact that this was not just a standalone event, that his tweets, 34 tweets that day, the threats against Mike Pence, which should be very persuasive to Republican senators, the threats while Mike Pence and his family were in lockdown and were under threat for their lives, that he was still threatening Mike Pence and still saying, as of course earlier at the rally, that Mike Pence has to come through for us, and if he doesn't, they'll be able to steal this election, that the whole future of our country is at stake. So putting it all on his own very loyal vice president, that certainly should be compelling to the Mitch McConnells and certainly to any wavering senators who might consider loyalty and the way Mike Pence has been, if anything, too loyal to his president, both publicly and privately, and also the private demonstrations against Mike Pence, pressuring him over and over again, leading up to that certification of the Electoral College ballots to do something to overturn the election, which he and Mike Pence knew he could not legally do.
And Chuck, so often we see hearings and impeachments where the audience is that audience at home, the public. In this case, does it matter as much how this is resonating in living rooms and kitchens across America?
Well, I think it does, because look, I think that if you were to say that the Democratic impeachment managers, right, they have a goal. They're hoping to win this case and get him barred from ever holding federal office again. Well, they may successfully argue their case, but lose the technical verdict if they've convinced a majority of the American people the former president is very guilty and doesn't deserve the opportunity for office again. So in some ways, I would argue that's sort of plan B for the impeachment managers, which if you can't win the 2/3 you need in the Senate chamber, maybe you can win 60% of the public on your side. So I do think I do think how the public reacts to this does matter.
Let me bring in Casey Hunt, who's on Capitol Hill. Casey, a little bit of housekeeping. So they started at noon today. My understanding is the House managers have 8 hours today. Do we know if they'll fill that or how the arc of this is going so far?
Lester, we do expect that they'll take most of their 8 hours today. So by that metric, we're about halfway through for the arguments today, perhaps a little less than that. But I think what we're going to see this afternoon underscores exactly what you and Chuck and Andrea have just been talking about. And the flip side of what Chuck was saying in terms of how this may impact the public and why this matters is actually how Republicans may respond to Donald Trump. And I know that some Republicans here in Congress are considering what it would mean to make President Trump a martyr were they to vote to convict him. And they think in some ways that perhaps letting this case stand the way it does will have just the effect that Chuck was outlining, and that may be the most effective way to get former President Trump permanently off the stage. But Lester, let's talk a little bit more about what else may contribute to that, because we learned this morning that the House managers are going to present new evidence, things that we've not seen before. And we have not yet seen any of that information. Everything we've gotten so far has been kind of laying out public information that we have already had. There has been one theme that has emerged every time we've seen new video out of the events of January 6th, and that is it has always seemed to underscore that we very narrowly avoided a much worse disaster, potentially even a mass casualty event. And in the week after the riot, that was the sense that permeated every new day, every new round of tape was, wow, look how much worse this could have been. And I would look to that phenomenon as something to watch for this afternoon, because demonstrating to members of Congress, members of the Senate, just how much danger they were in ways that they themselves perhaps have not even seen or are not even aware of from Capitol security cameras or other footage that we simply don't know about or aren't aware of. That is something that potentially changes minds here and also contributes to the country's broader understanding of just how close we may have come to a much worse disaster for our democracy on that day. So I think that's something to keep in mind here as we start to move from the preamble, so to speak, the lead up to the actual riot, to the president's speech, and start to talk about what actually unfolded in these halls that day, because there's still a lot that we don't know, and we do know that we are about to learn something from the manager's presentation today, Lester.
Yeah, and it is all so fresh. When we see those pieces of video, we're reminded how recently this all was. Let's bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, I know you want to pick up this point, and I was thinking about it as well. The managers seem to be avoiding the elephant in the room, and that is the idea that some of the people in that room, some of those senators, even on that night after the Capitol had been secured, continued to contest the results of the election.
And Lester, I'm struck by that as part of the House impeachment manager's strategy here. In essence, trying to create some space to effectively let some of those Republican senators off the hook, so to speak. And I thought that was really highlighted by what you heard from impeachment manager Congressman Eric Swalwell, who was very explicit, trying to basically tell these Republican senators what you did. And he said it almost like this, and I'm paraphrasing, what you did in order to, for those senators in the room who may have, for example, objected to the electoral vote count, was very different from what President Trump did. He basically, as you see Congressman Swalwell there, he basically was trying to say there is daylight between you two. You are not the same, because the risk, of course, for the impeachment managers is, had Democrats started painting with a broad brush in that section, it risks alienating the very de facto jurors, not that this is a criminal trial, but the very senators that they're looking to persuade over to their side. So that was an interesting strategic move by the House impeachment Democrats there, the managers. There's also something, as we have talked about this timeline here, and Chuck brought this up, it is the building of the case against Donald Trump from the perspective of the Democrats that started, before January 6th. There's been focus, obviously, on the timeline of the day, but also on the events that led up to that day, including that call from the former president, who was president at the time, to the Georgia Secretary of State. And we now know, based on some documents that our team has gotten their hands on, that there is a criminal investigation that has been opened into what exactly went down surrounding that phone call, an investigation that is including but not limiting to, and I'm reading from this here, a law that prohibits the solicitation of election fraud, basically. Remember, this is a call, as has been reported and was discussed on the floor of the Senate here, in which President Trump, who was in office at the time, called up the Georgia Secretary of State and said, I want you to find the votes. Remember this one, find one more vote than what I lost by in Georgia, a state that, of course, President Biden won by roughly 11,000 some votes. There is now fallout that is going to extend beyond this impeachment trial related to that phone call, Lester.
Hallie, thank you. Former U.S. Attorney and senior FBI official and NBC News contributor Chuck Rosenberg joins us. Also, NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. Carol, let me start with here. We heard Congresswoman Dean a moment ago, and as I mentioned, seemed to be drawing a sharper line between the words of Donald Trump that day and what occurred at the Capitol. My question to you, is the line sharp enough? Nowhere do we ever hear the president say, hey, leave here, go to the Capitol and attack it. He doesn't say that.
Yeah, when you're getting ready to try a case, or even when you're in the middle of a trial as a prosecutor, you often wonder, are the juries really believing what they're hearing from the defense's mouth here? Are they naive, or are they sophisticated? Are they understanding what's going on here? And when I hear that tape played with Donald Trump saying the word peaceful, pointed out that it was used once in that 70-minute long speech, I almost could hear an aide, or perhaps Rudy Giuliani, or somebody saying to him, or even the president himself thinking, I better stick the word peaceful in there, even though that's not what I want, that's not what I hope, because I'll be able to trot that out later as a defense. And this is not an unsophisticated audience that is hearing this case, and I think they understand what was going on there. I thought that what was new for me here was hearing the feedback from the rally, people saying, take the Capitol, get to the Capitol, breach the Capitol. That I had not heard before. And it shows us what was happening in the crowd at that time, what perhaps the president was hearing at the time. And that is very significant to me. So to me, it's enough. I don't know if it'll be enough for people who have already made up their minds otherwise.
Yeah, Chuck, we heard a lot of the broad strokes here of the attack and what led up to it. And frankly, most of them, I think these senators and most of us had heard before. But taken in its collective nature as it's been processed, do you feel like you've heard something new, something that could tilt the needle one way or the other?
Well, I think that's an excellent point, Lester. What we're hearing, or better said, what we're seeing is a tapestry. And the best prosecutors in the most difficult cases, people like Carol Lamb, weave a tapestry for the jury. Let me give you a simple example, but I don't think it's oversimple. A bank robbery. It takes place on a particular day. And so when you charge a bank robbery, you charge that a bank has been robbed, let's say, on January 6th. But there's a whole bunch of things that happen before and after. Maybe two people conspire to rob the bank. Maybe they buy a getaway car. Maybe they surveil or case the bank. That happens before. After the bank robbery, maybe they intimidate a witness so as not to speak to the FBI. Maybe they hide the money. Maybe they burn the ski mask that they wore in the bank. And so that tapestry, in a simple case, a bank robbery, or in a very complex case like this one, helps illustrate for your jury all of the things that happened. And what the prosecution team is doing here is weaving an extraordinary tapestry. People who have followed it closely, like me, like Carol Lamb, like your reporters, are all hearing new things. We've thought we kept up with each piece of it, but in fact, until you see it spread out on a table and put in a timeline, you don't realize just how dangerous the president's words were and how closely people were following them. I agree completely with Carol. This is a strong, strong case. Whether or not it results in a conviction or an acquittal, well, that's up to 100 people. It's not up to us. And there are probably some purely political reasons why that jury would acquit. But I will tell you, it cannot be for a lack of evidence. The evidence is overwhelming.
But in this case, the defense yesterday was very quick to stipulate, yeah, we know it happened. We know he said those things. We know the people attacked. They're going to look at a very, very narrow question. That is, did he say the right combination of words that would prove that he incited this riot and this attack?
Yes, that's right, Lester. I think there are probably two defenses that they will offer, and they are related. One, to your point, did he actually incite a riot? Did his words demonstrate his intent for that thing at the Capitol to happen? But again, that's why the prosecutors are going through all of this. They're weaving that tapestry. Second, I think the defense will argue that his speech was First Amendment protected. Maybe it is and maybe it's not. It doesn't matter. This is not a criminal trial, and he's not charged with violating or with, frankly, adhering to the First Amendment. He's charged with inciting a riot. By the way, words that incite riots that lead to imminent threats of violence or a clear and present danger are not First Amendment protected. But this is an impeachment trial, not a criminal trial. And so I think your question is an important one. I think the defense will try and poke at it in those two ways. But in the end, again, Lester, the evidence here is absolutely overwhelming. They will do what good defense attorneys do. They will try to poke holes. They will hope that some of those pokes bring some senators along. That's all they need. They need 17 or 18 senators from the Republican side, and they win.
And Carol, we also heard in there this idea that the president had some involvement in the planning of this event. Might there be surprises there? Might we hear more on that?
Well, what we've heard already is surprising enough to me. They've got a lot of time left, and I think this prosecution team has actually planned this all very well. They understand not to overstep grounds. They understand not to say the same things over and over and over again that is going to be wearying to the audience. So I suspect that they have more surprises in hand. And but what Chuck was saying is very important. This tapestry and the Orwellian nature of all of this. Watching these crowds reaching our center of democracy while wrapped in the American flag and the name of the president creates such an Orwellian situation, nightmarish, really. And if the senators don't appreciate that, it will be very disappointing because it's really quite shocking.
Carol and Chuck, thanks. We're going to pause for a brief moment as some stations leave us for local coverage. Then we will continue our conversation. All right, we're back with continuing NBC News coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump. I want to turn now to NBC News political analyst and former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill. Claire, how do you think this is going, and do you anticipate we're going to hear some things we haven't heard before?
Well, they have built a wall of evidence brick by brick. And I want to say, Lester, one important brick that was brought out today, and this is really going to be on the minds of senators particularly, is the failure of the president to condemn violence. His wink, wink, nod, nod to the Proud Boys, to stand back and stand by. His failure to ever speak out against violent behavior by any of the people who were threatening people around the country, including those who were arrested for trying to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And why is that important? It's important because of his conduct after the attack began. After those senators were afraid for their lives, after those members of Congress were afraid for their lives and notifying their families to tell them they loved them, the president did nothing. And reports are, and I think we're going to hear a lot more evidence on this, about his conduct between the time the riot began and when he finally, 5 hours later, said something close to stop. That is really what I think is going to be hardest for the president's lawyers to explain away, how he behaved after the attack was underway.
And how do we continue to look at emotion as part of this equation? We saw that rough 13 minutes yesterday in that video, and we're told there may be more, even more compelling and graphic video. At the end of the day, virtually everybody in those chambers was in those chambers on the 6th and has their own awful story to tell. So do you think that will ultimately drive where this trial goes?
Every trial has a lot of emotion in it. This one has particularly a lot of emotion in it. When you see police officers beaten with people using American flags as bayonets against police officers who are trying to protect our Capitol, it's going to get emotional. And you can see the managers try to hold it together when they recall how they felt that day. And I can assure you, having talked to many of the senators, those feelings are shared by those senators listening to that evidence today.
All right, Senator, thanks very much. I want to bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson again. Hallie's been working the phones. What are you hearing from the former president's team as they watch this unfold?
Well, it's something that relates to the conversation that you were just having, Lester, with Chuck Rosenberg, when you asked about that line, right? That sort of connection between what the former president said, the language that he used, the combination of words that he was using. What I think you will see from the defense team, based on what we are seeing so far from Donald Trump's defenders, is an attempt to link similar language to some of the very Democrats who are making the case on the House impeachment management team. So people like, for example, Congressman Ted Lieu, who you heard from, Congressman Eric Swalwell, lead impeachment manager Congressman Jamie Raskin, using words in the sort of political universe like fight, like tackle, like fight like hell, trying to make the case that it's a rather semantic case, but that this is metaphorical language. That's an argument that we saw laid out in the former president's defense team's legal brief earlier this week, and that it was not intentional or literal. Now, there is I think, an open question on how the senators receiving this information will take it, given that obviously there was no siege on the Capitol in the moments after those other politicians made comments like those, and the context was obviously very different. But it does give you some insight into perhaps some video that we may see when the defense team gets their opportunity to argue their up to 16 hours. There have been some heavy hints that is on the radar, Lester.
All right, let me bring Chuck back into the conversation and a political question here. Chuck, how does this weigh on the Democrats and Republicans right now? Will this be a defining moment for either party, depending on how this goes?
Look, I think this is a defining moment for the Republican Party, because even though in some ways we've already learned that Donald Trump has won this battle, this first battle in the post-Trump era, who's going to run the party? Trump or somebody else? Well, right now it's Trump's in charge. And the only way that changes is if there is a verdict of guilty and he is convicted. And that would then change the conversation and maybe even raise the stakes more. But even if he's acquitted, there is still going to be a raging debate about what to do about Donald Trump. You're still going to have. So I do think that in this sense, what happens here, I mean, if they don't deal with Donald Trump now, he'll be harder to deal with in the GOP in 6 months. And if they don't deal with it in 6 months, he'll be harder to deal with it in 2 years. And so if they don't want Donald Trump leading their party in 2022 and 2024, this may be their last chance to stop that. But I don't know if all those Republicans in that Senate chamber believe Donald Trump is universally not an asset. I think there's quite a few folks that think there's still something to be gained about associating with Donald Trump and the GOP. But maybe there are 17 or 18 who disagree. We'll
right. And Andrea Mitchell recalled not too long ago, one of the arguments against having an impeachment was that it would ruin any chance at unity as we watch a new administration take off. What about that?
Well, I think that is an issue, but the counter argument is that there had to be accountability, that this was too egregious, especially the web of facts that have been presented by these impeachment managers, which was known to a lot of people on the Hill, all of the organization, the backstory, the denial of the election returns, that you just could not ignore it, that once they impeached, you had to proceed to a trial. So that just was an automatic fact. And they'll get some business done. They've already scheduled the hearing for Merrick Garland, who, of course, has gone 6 years without ever getting a hearing, without even having a meeting with any of the Republicans on the Hill when he was nominated for the Supreme Court. So that's going to be on January 22nd, now that Dick Durbin is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, not Lindsey Graham. So things are going to get done. It's going to get done, barely with a majority, but there is support for some of the COVID relief. You've seen that already. So there's going to be some Republicans who will vote for the Biden packages, and otherwise they're going to just have to do it with 51 votes, try to hold Joe Manchin and have the vice president really tied down in the Senate rather than traveling the world, which he would not be doing now during pandemic anyway. I think that there are real fissures, though, to your question, that will not be healed easily. The Josh Crawleys, the Ted Cruzes, and they clearly have ambitions to run for president, and they are carving out a territory which is tied to the Trump legacy. And Josh Hawley, by the way, according to our team, during much of today's procedure was not in his seat, was not attentive, was up in the gallery, the Senate gallery, so in the chamber, but up above, across from where the press sits. And according to our press team that was there, was very much doing other paperwork and not paying attention to the proceedings. And apparently said when he came down at one point during a break, there was no point in paying attention because it's all over, that the verdict is decided. Overheard saying that to one of his colleagues.
Yeah, the gavel has fallen. I don't know if they're quite ready. So let me try to sneak in one more question. I was talking to Hallie a while ago. There's been no shaming, active shaming by the managers of Republicans who continued to support not counting the ballots. Oops, I'm sorry. I was trying to get. I was putting that question to Andrea, but go ahead, Hallie.
I thought so. No, Andrea can certainly pick it up there because I think that you're right. Yeah, that's a point that I think you and I discussed, and it is notable. I'm curious as to Andrea's thoughts.
Yeah, I think that it clearly did not work at the last impeachment, Hallie and Lester, because that backfired. That caused a lot of anger against some of the impeachment managers last time. So I think that they are being very careful, very diplomatic. You saw going in today, Jamie Raskin saying that there are a lot of open minds, that they're not yet decided, which sort of flies in the face of the 45 votes against even declaring it constitutional yesterday.
So it's almost 4:10 here in the East. They're going to go a little while. We know they're planning on taking a dinner break around 6 o'clock before proceeding into at least the early evening. The House managers working with an 8-hour window here today to begin making their case again. Yesterday was the day that they voted on the question of constitutionality. Without that out of the way, we are in the heart of this trial. House managers again trying to make the point and convince these senators that the president incited the riot and the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. To that end, we're hearing the gavel fall.
Please. Thank you, Mr.
Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate. At this point, Representatives Plaskett and Swalwell will take you through the actual day of the attack. They will recreate the attack as it unfolded, focusing on the threats to Vice President Pelosi, Vice President Pence, Speaker Pelosi, the joint session, and law enforcement. I do want to alert everyone that there is some very graphic, violent footage coming, just so people are aware. And I'm going to call again on Ms. Plaskett, who I should also tell you went to work at the Department of Justice and was the senior counsel for Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson under Attorney General Ashcroft. So she's a very well-trained and experienced prosecutor, as you can tell.
Mr. President, Senators, almost all of us were here on January 6th, and we all have our individual experiences, what we felt, what we saw, what we heard. We've seen clips and reports in the media, but I have to tell you, it was not until preparing for this trial that I understood the full scope and learned the information that you're going to see, that I understood the effort to attack our seat of government in order to carry out President Trump's mission to prevent the certification of a presidential election. It was an attack to our republic, to our democratic process. My colleagues, Manager Swalwell and I, are going to walk you through the attack on the Capitol that day and the danger that it posed to the Vice President, to the Speaker of the House, to you all as senators, my colleagues in the House, Capitol Police, and everyone who works in and around this Capitol. As you have heard, President Trump had been telling his supporters and his millions of Twitter followers that Pence had the ability to secure the presidency for Trump, that Mike Pence alone had the power to overturn the election results if he would just do it. But at 12:55 p.m. on January 6, Vice President Pence formally refused the president's demand. He wrote, and I quote, "It is my considered judgment that my oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." Pence ended his letter with a passage including the words, "I will do my duty." Even though the count resulted in the defeat of his party and his own candidacy, Vice President Pence had the courage to stand against the president, tell the American public the truth, and uphold our Constitution. That is patriotism. That patriotism is also what put Vice President in so much danger on January 6 by the mob sent by our president. To the president and the mob he incited, that duty to our Constitution was an all-out betrayal, and the vice president was the direct target of that rage. At 12:53 p.m., senators, members of Congress, Vice President Pence were in their respective chambers. Outside, rioters, including some linked to the Proud Boys, broke through the outer barricade surrounding the lawn of the Capitol. 12 minutes later, Vice President Pence began presiding over the joint session of Congress to certify the results of the presidential election. You can see Vice President Pence gaveling in the joint session here.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
While Vice President Pence presided over the joint session, Trump supporters began their assault on our Capitol. Radio communications from the Metropolitan Police Department highlight how during and following President Trump's speech, Trump supporters descended on the Capitol and became increasingly violent. What you are about to hear has not been made public before.
Multiple capital entries! Multiple capital entries!
1318.
812 to 5th, and we're coming around from the south side.
To be advised, the speed and vision.
Intel 1, be advised, you got a group of about 50 charging up the hill on the west front, just north of the stairs. They're approaching the wall now.
They're starting to dismantle their reviewing stands and throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, give me DSO up here now! DSO! Multiple law enforcement entries! DSO, get up here! Alright, we're 30 seconds out. We need some reinforcements up here now. They're starting to pull the gates down. They're throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, DSO, get up here! Okay, we're here. 12 to 50, we're here.
Just had an explosion go on up here. I know the fireworks or what, but they're starting to explode explosives. Fireworks material.
After attempting to dismantle the outermost perimeter, the rioters did everything in their power to storm past the police and into the Capitol. They coordinated moving metal barricades the police were using to maintain distance. Listen to the yelling of "pull them this way" as they grabbed the barriers and attacked officers trying to hold the line.
Pull them this way! Pull them!
At about 1:10 and 1:23 p.m., respectively, Capitol Police sent out the first evacuation alerts of the day, telling people to evacuate the Madison Building and the Cannon Building, respectively. Shortly after, at 1:45 p.m., Trump supporters surged past Capitol Police, protecting the Capitol's west steps, the side that is facing the White House. In another radio communication between Metropolitan Police officers, you can hear an officer declare that there is a riot at the Capitol at 1:49 p.m.
Cruiser 50, we're going to give riot warnings. As soon as the apparatus here, we're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
The next video, as well as several videos that follow, have a model of the Capitol complex. The video is from the west front of the Capitol on the Senate side, the side facing the White House. Watch the red dot, which moves up the lower steps of the Capitol, indicating the approximate location of the rioters as they surge past the police. While the mob that Donald Trump sent to stop the certification came closer and closer to breaching the Capitol just one floor below where we are now, Vice President Pence continued to preside over the session in the Senate chamber above. At about 2:12 p.m., Secret Service quickly and suddenly evacuated Vice President Pence from the Senate floor. Here's the immediate reaction to that evacuation.
No audio. They just cut out. It looks like they and sometimes the Senate
like they just ushered Mike Pence out really quickly.
Yes, they did. That's exactly what just happened there. They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions too.
While the Vice President Pence was being evacuated from the Senate chamber, rioters were at that time breaking into the Capitol. This next video shows their approach and the initial breach of the Capitol complex. Remember to watch the red dot, which Broke is being tracking throughout this incident. Now we're going to show you, through security footage that has not been made public before, what that same breach looked like from the inside. Now, because this is security footage, there's no sound. Note, as the video begins, we are seeing the inside view as the mob approaches from outside and beats the windows and doors. You can see that the rioter first break the window with the wooden beam that you saw previously, and a lone police officer inside responds and begins to spray the first man who enters, but is quickly overwhelmed. I want you to pay attention to the first group of assailants as they break into the building. The second man through the window is wearing full tactical body armor and is carrying a baseball bat. Others are carrying riot shields. Among this group are members of the Proud Boys, some of whom, like Dominic Pizzola, who was recently indicted on federal conspiracy charges we will discuss later. Can watch where they're coming on our model as well. When I first saw this model that was created for this, I thought back to September 11th. I know a lot of you senators were here. Some of you might have been members on the House side. I was also here on September 11th. I was a staffer at that time. My office was on the west front of the Capitol. I worked in the Capitol, and I was on the House side. This year is 20 years since the attacks of September 11th. And almost every day, I remember that 44 Americans gave their lives to stop the plane that was headed to this Capitol building. I thank them every day for saving my life and the life of so many others. Those Americans sacrificed their lives for love of country, honor, duty, all the things that America means. The Capitol stands because of people like that. This Capitol that was conceived by our founding fathers, that was built by slaves, that remains through the sacrifice of service men and women around the world. And when I think of that, and I think of these insurgents, these images, incited by our own President of the United States, attacking this Capitol to stop the certification of a presidential election, our democracy, our republic. At the same time that that breach on this Capitol building occurred, at approximately 2:13 p.m., just one floor up, while Senator Lankford was speaking on the Senate floor, Senator Grassley, who had taken over for Vice President Pence, called an unscheduled immediate recess of the Senate. A Senate aide approached Senator Lankford and informed him that the Capitol had been breached. Senator Grassley is immediately escorted out of the Senate chamber.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
Now, while this was going on, Officer Eugene Goodman responded to the initial breach. You all may have seen footage of Officer Goodman previously But there's more to his heroic story. In this security footage, you can see Officer Goodman running to respond to the initial breach. Officer Goodman passes Senator Mitt Romney and directs him to turn around in order to get to safety. On the first floor, just beneath them, the mob had already started to search for the Senate chamber. Officer Goodman made his way down to the first floor where he encountered the same insurrectionists we just saw watch breach the Capitol. In this video, we can see the rioters surge toward Officer Goodman. Recall that the rioters are in red and Officer Goodman in this model is in blue. Watch Officer Goodman, who backs up the stairs. Although they were shouting that they did not have any weapons, we know from the earlier video that that's not true. The second assailant through that breach was the one carrying a metal baseball bat. We know there were other weapons there that day. Did you hear the other shouts? We're here for you. He's one person, we're thousands. And where do they count the votes? They were coming at the urging of Donald Trump to keep Congress, a separate branch of government, from certifying the results of a presidential election. As the rioters reached the top of the stairs, they were within 100 feet of where the vice president was sheltering with his family. And they were just a feet away from one of the doors to this chamber, where many of you remained at that time. I also want to show you a different angle from the security footage of Officer Goodman's acts. This video is on the second floor of the Senate wing of the Capitol. The red dot, as you recall, represents the insurrectionists. The blue dot is Officer Goodman, who led the mob away from the chamber just minutes earlier. On the left-hand side of the video, just inside the hallway, is the door to the Senate chamber. And watch how Officer Goodman provokes the rioters and purposefully draws them away from the door to the Senate chamber and towards the other officers waiting down the hall. The rioter seen carrying a baseball bat in this video is the same one we saw moments ago breaching the window on the first floor. While all of this was going on, Vice President Pence was still in the room near the Senate chamber. It was not until 2:26 that he was evacuated to a secure location. This next security video shows that evacuation. His movements are depicted by the orange dot in our model. The red and blue dots represents the location where the mob and Officer Goodman were, and where Officer Goodman led the mob away from the chamber just moments ago. You can see Vice President Pence and his family quickly move down the stairs. The Vice President turns around briefly as he's headed down. As Pence was being evacuated, rioters started to spread throughout the Capitol. Those inside helped other rioters break in through doors in several locations around this entire building. And the mob was looking for Vice President Pence because of his patriotism, because the Vice President had refused to do what the President demanded and overturn the election results. During the assault on the Capitol, extremists reportedly coordinated online and discussed how they could hunt down the Vice President. Journalists in the Capitol reported they heard rioters say they were looking for Pence in order to execute him. Trump's supporters had erected a gallows on the lawn in front of the Capitol building. Another group of rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," as they stood in the open door of the Capitol building. You can hear the security alarm from the door in the background, and you can hear the mob calling for the death of the Vice President of the United States. This wasn't an isolated area or incident where that was being told, where that was being said. It was going on everywhere. Here's another example of the crowd outside yelling, "Bring out Pence! Bring him out!"
Bring him out! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out!
After President Trump had primed his followers for months and inflamed the rally-goers that morning, it is no wonder that the Vice President of the United States was the target of their wrath after Pence refused to overturn the election results. Listen to this man explain.
Well, Congress, cowards hid in their inside and were emergency escorted away because of fear of the people. Of course, they're cowards, can't face the people, can't do the right thing. Pence lied to us. He's a total treasonous pig, and his name will be mud forever. Now the real battle begins, and it looks like the American people are very pissed. So, good luck with that. Peace out.
Peace out. Several insurrectionists described what they had planned to do if they encountered the Vice President or other lawmakers. One of them, Dominic Pezzola, also known as Spaz, is a member of the Proud Boys, as we discussed. Pezzola came to the Capitol on January 6 with deadly intentions. He commandeered a Capitol Police shield, used it to smash a glass window, entered the Capitol, and paved the way for dozens of insurrectionists. As you recall from an earlier video, Pezzola was one of the first wave of rioters to breach the building. On the left, you can see a screenshot from the video of the break-in we showed earlier. And on the right, you can see Pezzola in the mob chase Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman through the building. Pezzola is the man in the center of the photo with the gray beard. Pezzola has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct related to January 6. According to an FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group that was with him during the sack of the Capitol confirmed that they were out to murder, quote, anyone they got their hands on. Here's what the FBI said, and I quote, other members of the group talked about things they had done that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi, and that, quote, they would have killed Vice President Mike Pence if given the chance. They were talking about assassinating the Vice President of the United States. During the course of the attack, the Vice President never left the Capitol, remained locked down with his family inside the building. Remember that as you think about these images and the sounds of the attack. The Vice President, our second in command, was always at the center of it. Vice President Pence was threatened with death by the president's supporters because he rejected President Trump's demand that he overturn the election. The mob also went after Speaker of the House, who alongside the Vice President was presiding over the joint session of the certification in the House chamber. The chilling evidence shows that on January 6th, armed and organized insurrectionists trained their sights on Speaker Pelosi. They sought out the Speaker on the floor and in her office, publicly declared their intent to harm or kill her, ransacked her office, and terrorized her staff. And they did it because Donald Trump sent them on this mission. As the insurrectionists got closer, Capitol Police rushed the Speaker from the House floor at 2:15 p.m., mere minutes after the Capitol was first breached. They recognized immediately that she was in danger. The Speaker was not just rushed from the floor. The Capitol Police deemed the threat so dangerous that they evacuated her entirely from the Capitol complex, rushing her to a secure off-site location. The insurrectionist intent to murder the Speaker of the House is well documented in charging documents that are now available. We know from the rioters themselves that if they had found Speaker Pelosi, they would have killed her. I have already discussed Proud Boys member Dominic Pezzola, who has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct on January 6. As you will recall, according to the FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group he attacked the Capitol with confirmed that, quote, anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. William Calhoun, a lawyer from Georgia, also participated in the insurrection that day, and he too has been charged for his actions. This insurrectionist detailed his criminal activity at the Capitol online. Calhoun wrote about his involvement on his own Facebook page. Here's the post. Calhoun stated, quote, and get this, the first of us who got upstairs kicked in Nancy Pelosi's office door and pushed down the halls towards her inner sanctum. The mob howling with rage. Crazy Nancy probably would have been torn into little pieces, but she was nowhere to be seen. Crazy Nancy. That's Trump's nickname for the Speaker of the House. Then he explains that he and his group only abandoned their claim to the Speaker's office when, quote, a SWAT team showed up. He writes, quote, then a SWAT team showed and we retreated back to the rotunda and continued our hostile takeover of the Capitol building. Retreated, hostile takeover. He's using military terms for this attack. The mob continued to look for Speaker Pelosi throughout the time they occupied the Capitol, including invading her offices. Watch now how the mob searches for Speaker Pelosi's office, which is marked in red, and the House chamber itself.
Where are you, Nancy? We're looking for you. She's in jail. Nancy. Oh, Nancy. Nancy. Where are you, Nancy?
During the siege, the Speaker's staff took cover in her office, hiding in fear for their lives for hours as rioters broke in and ransacked her office. As the rioters were breaking into the Capitol, her staff retreated into an interior room. 8 of them gathered in a conference room. About the same time, Capitol Police announced that Capitol had been breached. Speaker Pelosi's staff heeded the call to shelter in place. On our model, you can see the rioters in the rotunda in red and the Speaker's office again in orange. So this is a security video, so there is no sound. As you can see here, the staff moves from their offices through the halls and then enters a door on the right-hand side. That's the outer door of a conference room, which also has an inner door that they barricaded with furniture. The staff then hid under a conference room table in that inner room. This is the last staffer going in and then barricading themselves inside of the inner office. After just 7 minutes of them barricading themselves and the last staffer entering the door on the right, a group of rioters entered the hallway outside. And once inside, the rioters have free reign in the Speaker of the House's offices. In this security video, pay attention to the door that we saw those staffers leading into and going into. One of the rioters you can see is throwing his body against the door 3 times until he breaks open that outer door. Luckily, when faced with the inner door, he moves on. Another rioter later tried, unsuccessfully, to break through that inner door. At this point, the mob had already broken into the Speaker's formal conference room that is in the back of the hall at the top of the video. I want to play some audio we have of the Speaker's staff with the rioters at the door that day. You can hear the terror in their voice as they describe what's happening to them as they are barricaded in that conference room. Please listen carefully, because the staffer is whispering into a phone as he hides from the rioters that are outside the door.
Texting Mike that they're within our hallway. We need Capitol Police, I think. Come into the hallway. They're pounding on doors trying to find her. Yeah.
You can hear the pounding in the background as that staffer is speaking. One of those staffers explained later that they could hear the mob going through her offices, breaking down the door and yelling, "Where are you, Nancy?" The mob also pillaged and vandalized the Speaker's office and documented their crimes on social media. They stole objects, desecrated the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States. As you can see in these photos, rioters broke down a door. They also shattered a mirror. At 2:50 p.m., several rioters, including Richard Big O Barnett, entered Speaker Pelosi's office. The world is all now too familiar with the images from these slides. If you look closely, however, at the now infamous pictures of Barnett with his feet on the desk, you might see something that you didn't notice previously. Here's a better look. As this photo highlights, he's carrying a stun gun tucked into his waistband. The FBI identified the device as a 950,000-volt stun gun walking stick. The weapon could have caused serious pain and incapacitated anyone Barnett had used it against. Richard Barnett bragged about his actions. He was proud of the way he desecrated the Speaker of the House's office. He left a note. "We will not back down." Here's Barnett in his own words.
Office? How'd you get it? I didn't steal it. I bled on it because they were fucking macing me and I couldn't fucking see. And so I figured, well, I'm in her office. I got blood in her office. I'll put a quarter on her desk, even though she ain't fucking worth it. And I left her a note on her desk that says, "Nancy Big O is here, you bitch."
Trump's mob ransacked the Speaker of the House's office. They terrorized her staff. Again, that is a mob that was sent by the President of the United States to stop the certification of an election. The Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the first and second in line to the presidency, were performing their constitutional duties, presiding over the election certification, and they were put in danger because President Trump put his own desires, his own need for power over his duty to the Constitution and our democratic process. President Trump put a target on their backs, and his mob broke into the Capitol to hunt them down.
We need you to work hard. Our kids, ASAP. We need you. We're surrounded. Susan Thursday, they breached the scaffold. Like nothing, no, they have breached the scaffold. They're behind our lines.
Shortly after 2 p.m., the Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police were overwhelmed by President Trump's mob. Perimeters were broken. The Capitol had been breached. Those officers kept fighting back for hours and hours to hold the line. They fought to defend the Capitol building and all of us within it. But they weren't there just to protect us, and they did, and our staff, and the custodial staff, and all the people who work so hard in this building. They were there to protect the votes of the American people that were being counted that day. I will show you more later about what that day was like for those brave officers. But first, let's go back to what was happening where Manager Plaskett left off in the House chamber. Rioters who had entered the building through the Senate quickly spread out through the Capitol. Many headed towards the House and Senate chambers. After Speaker Pelosi was ushered out, Chairman McGovern was presiding in the House, attempting to keep the counting process going. On our phones, members were receiving security updates and watching social media to see the horror that was going on outside. We never thought it would make its way in. By 2:25 p.m., rioters who were already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. At the same time, just one floor below, the mob violently pushed through a line of Capitol police officers and overtook the area. We all know that area in the Capitol is the crypt. This is directly beneath the rotunda, at the very center of the Capitol. Inside the House chamber, a security officer suspended the floor debate to update members.
We had a disbursement of tear gas in the rotunda. Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
We were told there were tear gas masks underneath our seats and be prepared to grab them. Determined to keep the count going, Chairman McGovern called the House back into session. But only 4 minutes later, at 2:30 p.m., the House abruptly recessed. A new security announcement was made.
Get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way. So we'll update you as soon as we can, but just be prepared. Stay calm.
As I heard that announcement on the floor, I saw the new House chaplain, on just her 4th day on the job, walk to the front podium. Unannounced and amidst the chaos, she started to recite a prayer for peace. Uncertain what would happen next, I sent a text message to my wife. I love you and the babies. Please hug them for me. I imagine many of you sent a similar message. What we could not see from inside the chamber was that outside the mob was growing larger and larger and approaching our doors. But we could hear them. This security footage, which does not have sound, shows a close-up of Trump's mob as they move toward the 2nd floor of the House chamber to stop the counting of votes. In the back of the group, you see one individual carrying a Stop the Steal sign. They get within footsteps of the House door. The next video is the viewpoint of the insurrectionists. It begins with the mob amassing and then cuts ahead to show you their surge to the House door.
We want Trump! 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 are going to get me hurt and other people. Epstein! Hey, it's Epstein! It's the faggot Epstein! No violence! It's too late for that. They don't listen without that shit.
Those doors, to orient you at home, are the doors that the President of the United States walks through when he or she gives a State of the Union address. You may have heard one man yelled, "No violence," and another responded, "It's too late for that." They don't listen without that. They were there to stop the certification of the election.
We're going to interrupt just for a few seconds so some of our
point,
stations
inside the
can
House
leave us
chamber,
for
we can now
local coverage.
hear
For everyone else, we'll
pounding
return you
on the
back
doors.
to the trial.
At 2:35 p.m., members on the House floor were told an evacuation route was secured and it was time to leave. This video shows members of Congress exiting to the side of the podium where we would go through the House lobby and downstairs. Because of coronavirus restrictions, congressional members had been waiting in the gallery for their time to speak, just one level above the House floor. Representatives, staff, journalists all took cover under their chairs, helped each other put on their gas masks, and held hands as rioters gathered outside. Here in this slide, you see Representative Jason Crow comforting our colleague, Representative Susan Wild. The rioters continued to surround the House chamber, flooding the halls and kicking on the doors as they passed them. This security video shows Ashley Babbitt, followed by others in the mob, turning the corner toward the House lobby doors where the members were leaving. Chairman McGovern was one of the last members to leave the floor. As he left through the House lobby just after 2:40 p.m., he was spotted by the mob. Minutes later, at 2:44 p.m., Ashley Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered window into the House lobby. To protect the members in the lobby, an officer discharged his weapon, and she was killed. I want to warn everyone that the next video, which shows her death, is graphic. Inside the chamber, representatives, staff, and journalists remained trapped in the gallery, one floor above the House floor, and heard the gunshot. My colleague, Representative Dan Kildee, produced this recording.
Take your pens off!
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pens off!
Pens off!
Out of fear that they'd be seen or taken by the mob, my colleagues were telling each other to take off their congressional pins. That buzzing sound that you hear in the background of these videos was the sound of the gas masks. It was not until approximately 2:50 p.m., about 6 minutes after the shooting, downstairs, remaining members, staff, and journalists in the gallery were finally able to flee. In this security footage video, you can see them exiting. Many members are still wearing their gas masks. They walk just feet away from where Capitol Police are holding an insurrectionist at gunpoint. Just minutes earlier, that insurrectionist had tried to open the gallery door and thankfully was stopped by a tactical team. Although members were now being moved to another location, the mob continued to fight, to stop the count, to find the members, to engage with the police. The building was not yet secure. This security video from 2:56 p.m. shows the mob in the House of Representatives wing on the second floor of the Capitol. Insurrectionists who are still inside the building are fighting with the police, who are overwhelmed and trying to get them out. Throughout this presentation, we have been very careful to not share where members of Congress were taken on the paths they followed to get out and off the floors. But that very issue was under discussion by the insurrectionists themselves. One example comes from an FBI affidavit, which stated that a leader of a militia group known as the Oath Keepers received messages while he was at the Capitol. The leader was given directions to where representatives were thought to be sheltering and instructions to, quote, turn on gas, seal them in. And as you know, the threat to the Senate was no less than that of the members of the House. The mob approached the Senate with the same purpose, fulfilling President Trump's goal of stopping the count, delaying the certification of the Electoral College votes of the American people. As you heard from Manager Plaskett, Vice President Pence was moved away from the area near the Senate chamber around 2:25 p.m. By that time, rioters had breached several areas close to this chamber, and they were flooding the hallways just outside and nearby. The Senate chamber was not evacuated until 2:30 p.m. The mob had been in the building for more than 15 minutes. This new security footage of the senators and staff leaving the chamber will be displayed on the screens. It is silent. You cannot see it in this footage, but quick-thinking Senate floor staff grabbed and protected the electoral ballots that the mob was after. Those of you who were here that day will recall that once you left the Senate floor, you moved through a hallway to get to safety. That hallway was near where Officer Goodman had encountered a mob and led them upstairs and away from the Senate chamber. You know how close you came to the mob. Some of you, I understand, could hear them, but most of the public does not know how close these rioters came to you. As you were moving through that hallway, I paced it off. You were just 58 steps away from where the mob was amassing and where police were rushing to stop them. They were yelling. In this security video, you can see how the Capitol Police created a line and blocked the hallway with their bodies to prevent rioters at the end of the hall from reaching you and your staff. Because this is security footage that you have not seen before, I want to play it again. At the top of the screen is the other end of that hallway where the mob has amassed and the officers are rushing to protect you. Additional security footage shows how Leader Schumer and the members of his protective detail had a near miss with the mob. They came within just yards of rioters and had to turn around. Here in this new video, you see Leader Schumer walking up a ramp. Going up the ramp with his detail, he'll soon go out of view. Seconds later, they return and run back down the hallway, and officers immediately shut the door and use their bodies to keep them safe. At 2:45 p.m., shortly after senators were ushered to safety from the Senate floor, insurrectionists reached this Senate gallery. The following video was filmed by a New Yorker reporter. Minutes later, the insurrectionists invaded and desecrated the Senate floor. These vandals shouted and rifled through the desks in this room. They took pictures of documents and of themselves, celebrating that they had taken over the floor and stopped the counting of Electoral College votes.
I want to just get a snap of that.
Yeah, I took a picture.
Hey, how did I get down there? We're down the stairs.
And look here, look.
Ted Cruz's objection to the Arizona.
His objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Really? Look, objection to counting electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Can I get a photo of that?
Wait, no, that's
okay. All right.
He's with us. There's got to be something here we can fucking use against these scumbags.
Quit acting a fool, man!
America's a republic. Oh no, this is good stuff.
Hey! Quit acting a fool!
Larry Brock, who was arrested for his role in the insurrection, was photographed on the Senate floor wearing a helmet, tactical gear, and carrying flex cuffs. This man, also in the Senate gallery, is Eric Munchell. Like Brock, he was dressed in what appears to be tactical gear, also holding up flex cuffs. If the doors to this chamber had been breached just minutes earlier, imagine what they could have done with those cuffs. After insurrectionists occupied the Capitol and stopped the joint session from counting the votes, the Capitol was in lockdown for 5 hours. As long as it took to get back to the Capitol, to get back to the certification of the election, it could have been so much longer. Or we might not been able to have resumed at all. As horrific as it was, 140 officers injured, 3 officers who ultimately lost their lives. We all know that awful day could have been so much worse. The only reason it was not was because of the extraordinary bravery of the men and women of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Departments. For hours and hours, these insurrectionists were in hand-to-hand combat with these brave men and women. Like some of you, I come from a law enforcement family. My dad was a cop. My 2 brothers, my little brothers, are cops who walk the beat today. I'm proud of them. And like in every law enforcement family, when we hang up the phone, we don't only say, "I love you," we say, "Be safe." So let's focus now on the attack and what it was like for the officers defending the Capitol that day. And again, I want to warn you that the following audio and videos are graphic and are unsettling. But it's important that we understand the extent of what occurred. Here's an audio recording from the radio traffic of the DC Metropolitan Police Department describing the violence.
Cruiser 50 and County were still taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd. DSO, I need a re-up up here.
You hear the officer describe they're using munitions. The rioters, are using munitions against us. This video shows how the sprays that were described were used against the officers. In a separate Metropolitan Police Department radio traffic recording, you can hear an officer when he realizes that the insurrectionists had overtaken the police line.
Cruiser 50, we lost the line. We've lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back up to the upper deck. All MPD, pull back to the upper deck. ASAP. All MPD, come back to the upper deck. Upper deck. Cruiser 50 was blanked. 1033. I repeat, 1033 was part of the Capitol. We've been blanked and we've lost the line.
The MPD officer calls out 1033. That's the code for emergency. Officer in need of assistance. His words, "We've lost the line." Hours after members of the House and Senate had left this area, on the west front of the building, the mob continued to grow, continued to beat the officers as they tried to get in. In this new security video, you can see the mob attacking officers with a crutch, a hockey stick, a bullhorn, and a Trump flag. I want to show you that same attack from the officer's perspective from his body camera footage. This body camera footage is from 4:27 p.m., over 2 hours from when the Capitol was first breached. The attack on police that afternoon was constant. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, a 20-year police veteran with 4 daughters, was part of a line of officers protecting the Capitol. He was one of 3 officers that the mob dragged down the stairs. When they dragged him, they stole his badge, his radio, his ammunition magazine, and they tased him, triggering a heart attack. Here he describes his experience.
Looked like a medieval battle scene. It's some of the most brutal combat I've ever encountered. At one point I got tased. People were yelling out, we got one, we got one.
Officer Christina Lowry, who regularly serves in MPD's Narcotics and Specialized Investigation Division, also protected the front Capitol entrance. Here's her experience.
I mean, I can't say enough about the officers that were there, the officers that were on the front line. And when I say the front line, I mean literally officers that were in a line, stopping these people that were beating them with metal poles. They were spraying them with bear mace. I mean, they did everything in their power to not let those people in. And this was going on for hours.
Around 4:30 p.m., hours into the Capitol riots, Officer Daniel Hodges was protecting a West Side Capitol entrance when rioters who were trying to stop the certification trapped him between 2 doors. When Officer Hodges was interviewed later, this is how he described what was happening.
They threw down a huge metal object that hit me in the head. I was also knocked down. The medical mask I was wearing at the time got pulled up over my eyes, so I was on the ground and blinded, and they started just attacking me from all sides.
Rioters crushed Officer Hodges. He was wedged in the doorway, blood dripping from his mouth. He was struggling to breathe, all while the insurrectionists hit him. Officer Hodges' experience reminds you of what he and many other officers experienced that day, what they went through. We're also reminded of the 3 officers who lost their lives. Capitol Hill police officers Sicknick, Liebengood, and Metropolitan Police Officer Smith. In many law enforcement families, we pray for our loved ones, and we know the scripture of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. I'm sorry I have to show you the next video, but in it you will see how blessed we were that on that hellish day we had a peacemaker like Officer Hodges, protecting our lives, our staff's lives, this Capitol, and the certification process. May we do all we can in this chamber to make sure that never happens again.
Mr. President, we'll now have a recess for dinner and we'll resume at 6:15.
The Senate will stand in recess.
Natural time to take a break. It's been a really rough last hour of all this. I think most people would agree. Whether you think that Donald Trump incited this attack, what we saw the last hour, it never gets easier. And in fact, we saw a lot of video there, heard a lot of sound that we have not heard before the events of January 6th. Let me bring in Casey Hunt right now on Capitol Hill. Casey, you and a number of our colleagues were at the Capitol complex that day, and I'm thinking about you guys. It can't be easy to watch this again.
Yeah, Lester, I'm not going to lie to you or to our viewers. It was extraordinarily difficult to watch all of this, and I'm sitting here with our producer, Haley Talbot, who saw herself in one of those security camera videos being evacuated from the House floor. And I give you that window for those of us who were there and the personal effect the dramatic effect it has had on all of us, to underscore that presentation was aimed at a group of people who also went through that, who in fact were the targets, the explicit targets of the mob that invaded the Capitol. Senators were sitting at their desks on the Senate floor watching video of their own desks and seeing pictures of their own desks being ransacked by this mob, and they were showed diagrams that show just how very close they all potentially came to a disaster that was so much worse. And you're seeing actually on the right side of your screen right now, that is Senator Mitt Romney and Officer Eugene Goodman, who is an even more significant hero in this tale than we even knew. Romney was walking down the hallway, that's the second floor, it's right off of the Senate floor. He didn't know it, but he was walking toward the mob. And Eugene Goodman ran, got him, turned him around, sent him to safety. We've already seen, in fact, one of Romney's sons on Twitter praising Officer Goodman and saying, God bless him, because it's very clear that the Romney family was profoundly impacted by Eugene Goodman's actions that day. I want to also highlight, one other piece of video, and they played it twice, the Democratic impeachment managers did, to underscore just how significant it was. And it's video that shows a hallway. It's right in front of the camera. It seems empty, but you can see in the background police officers running. And behind that camera, what you can't see, is the way that senators would escape from the United States Capitol. And they played that video twice to show that, A, those police officers were doing incredibly heroic work in defending them, that those officers who were all so brutally attacked that day were defending the members of the Senate, and also to show the members of the Senate just how close this call really was. They underscored it with the photo of one of the rioters in tactical gear. He's someone who's already been indicted with zip ties in the Senate chamber, reminding them all, this is how close you came to an experience that none of us can even imagine. I mean, we could barely imagine what has already happened and what has transpired. And they concluded that presentation, Lester, with really difficult video of a police officer trapped in that mob, and talking about those police officers that put their lives on the line every day for all of us. I was on my way into the Capitol today. I passed a table covered with a dark tablecloth, a bouquet of flowers, and a pair of boots from Howie Liebengood, who was a police officer who died by suicide in the wake of this attack. And of course, Brian Sicknick was laid to rest. Officer Sicknick was laid to rest just a few days ago here, a civilian to lie in honor at the U.S. Capitol because he was killed in the course of the events of this day. So I think that for the members of the Senate, I mean, we talk about this so often in political terms, and it's natural, it's a political event in the history of our country. But it is important to realize that those senators were just as riveted as the American public was. They were seeing this video for the first time as well. The pool reports from inside the chamber say they were almost all at their desks watching, absolutely riveted, glued to this. And they really, at the end of the day, are going to have to make a decision about how they vote. And even if not a single political calculation changes for any of them, that vote just got a lot harder to take from a personal perspective and also potentially from a historical perspective. And we have not yet obviously had a chance to start to talk one-on-one with the senators as they come out of this presentation. But it's clear that this is going to be a moment that is going to live with all of us for a very, very long time. Lester.
Yeah, you make an excellent point about the decision and that vote. I want to bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Chuck, first to you. Emotionally wrenching, emotionally exhausting, what we just saw, and it almost dares members of the Senate to not vote for impeachment.
I tell you, Lester, and we talked about this yesterday, which is one of the things that I wanted to caution a lot of folks, and Casey just brought it up too. These are human beings, first and foremost, and they know what they went through, but they didn't. Nobody knew. None of us knew what everybody went through. We all had a piece of this in this, and today put it all together and put the siege together for them to see everything. And I'm sitting there, and I'll tell you what was going through my mind is, forget any of the other senators right now. I was thinking about Mitch McConnell. And when Stacey Plaskett, the congresswoman from the Virgin Islands, was going through in excruciating detail the movements of Mike Pence and the hang Mike Pence moment, then the movements of Speaker Pelosi, and the threat against her life in multiple ways by multiple people as well. I gotta think that he is an institutionalist. He has been in the United States Senate since '86. He's been a leader in the Republican Party in the side of the aisle for over 20 years. He's been in leadership. He cares about these institutions. This I have to think, and I think about him. And look, I don't know if he's a linchpin or not in this, but we know we've been told he's keeping an open mind. If you have an open mind and you have experienced everything today, as Casey put it, that vote just got a lot harder if you're trying to find a political way out of voting to acquit, because history is not going to look kindly on this acquittal vote after experiencing everything we're all experiencing together right now.
Andrea, there's obviously huge shock potential with this video, more than potential. It is shocking. But preceding this part of the presentation by the House managers, they really tried to create this narrative of the president's actions in the weeks and days leading up to this and his words themselves that day. How are they doing on that level in terms of an entire narrative that comes back to his doorstep?
Well, I think they did bring it to his doorstep, and I think in showing the connections, in showing all of those tweets, in all the things he said about Mike Pence as the rally was progressing, but also going back again to the Million MAGA march on December 12th, and the connections and the organization. And when you see them getting through that video, the security video of them getting through that window, it's a building I worked in for years and years and love, and I think of Casey and Haley Talbot and all of our people who were there that day, and all the members and the senators whom I know so well and the staffs. And when they got through, and let me just bring you back to what Chuck was summarizing, the words of Stacey Plaskett. Let me read this to you just for a moment. She concluded by saying Trump's mob, and I think she did make the point that it was Trump's mob with the banners and with what they were saying and with what he said and the timeline. Trump's mob ransacked the Speaker of the House's office. They terrorized her staff. Again, that is a mob that was sent by the President of the United States to stop the certification of an election. The Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the first and second in line to the presidency, were performing their constitutional duties, presiding over the election certification. They were put in danger because President Trump put his own desires, his own need for power over his duty to the Constitution and our democratic process. President Trump put a target on their backs, and his mob broke into the Capitol to hunt them down. Now, when you hear the audio that we hadn't heard fully, get Nancy and all the curse words, the way they wanted to get Nancy Pelosi, and hunt down Mike Pence and the gallows that was erected outside, it is very difficult to say that they were not Trump's mob, because he demonized Mike Pence for doing his job.
And we're seeing just how close members of Congress came to these crowds. Some of the video we've been showing on the other side of the screen, we see Vice President Pence being led to a secure location somewhere in the building. We see Mitt Romney at one point, Senator Schumer being led, by security one direction and then the other, because they were all trying to get a handle of what was happening. Let's go to Casey Hunt right now on Capitol Hill. Casey, you're hearing from some of the senators?
That's right, Lester. Our producer, who's over in the halls of the Capitol, caught up with Senator Romney, who tells us that he didn't know how close it was. He didn't know how close he came to being in contact with that mob. He called it overwhelmingly distressing and emotional to watch it. He said it tears your heart and brings tears to your eyes. And I've actually covered Mitt Romney for almost a decade now. I covered his campaign in 2012. He's a pretty level-headed, straightforward kind of person who is not prone to emotional overstatement or dramatics. And I think it's pretty remarkable. He said he didn't know about Officer Goodman and his actions, and he looks forward to thanking him at some point. He also was asked whether he thinks what we've learned today is going to change any minds among other Republicans who, of course, had to watch how close he came, and now are going to have to decide whether or not to vote to impeach President Trump, or to convict President Trump over this. And, a reminder, of course, Senator Romney was the only Republican senator to break ranks in the first impeachment and vote to convict former President Trump on the first article of impeachment in that trial. And he, of course, that made him a target for people who supported President Trump. So, again, just underscoring the emotional impact of what's going on here. I think all of us up here who watched that, who went through it, are really struggling right now to keep it together, Lester.
Yeah, Casey, how much more case do the managers have? They've not even used their entire 8 hours for today. They get another 8 tomorrow. Do we know that they will need them? This felt like it was a crescendo, what we just saw over the past hour.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, Lester, and like they really laid out a lot of what we didn't know about what happened on that day. I think, part of what's been going on here is they are telling us as the days go on what additional information we're going to learn on each day. We know that they're not going to use their entire 16 hours of time. Today was the first up to 8 hours. We still have a couple more hours to go later on this evening. I think it's probably safe to say that there are still things that we don't know. And while this was clearly designed to be perhaps the biggest punch in the gut, we still don't know what's left. We heard a little bit of the audio from the police scanners that day. We saw the security footage. But we've also learned a lot more about who those people were in the chamber, and they made some references to who they were. But there's still a lot of information, I think, that could potentially be laid out about who those people were, why they came to be at the Capitol. We saw a little bit of video earlier today setting up some people coming out and saying, I'm here because President Trump sent me here. I think now the question is, with this emotional information and these feelings that have come up, how do you tie that directly to President Trump's actions or lack of action? Because the piece of this that we haven't gotten to is, as all of this was unfolding, I mean, we just went through the dramatics of the initial hours, right? It was many minutes and then hours after that before the building was fully secured. Members were hiding in their offices. Our producer Haley was trying to find shelter nearby where the members were taken to their secure location. Members were trying to figure out what to do, how to reconvene, after things calmed down a little bit. But that time that it took the National Guard to get here, to clear the building, to put a stop to what was happening, it felt endless on that day. And I mean endless. I was sitting one floor above where I'm sitting right now, and you and I were talking on the air at the time, and we just kept going and going, and I just kept wondering, when are they going to get here? When am I going to stop being afraid that they're going to come down the hallway that's in front of me at me and overwhelm this building too? It's, there were people that wrote, of course, murder the media, and we're in an area where a lot of media are. So I think everyone was having that feeling. Certainly members that were evacuated to the office buildings were wondering, are they coming to get us here in those office buildings? So there are a lot of questions still about what then President Trump did in that time. We already saw one of the tweets that he sent that seemed to cheer on the people that were here, that was sent very late, really, in the day, in the siege. That really, frankly, flabbergasted a lot of members that I spoke to at the time. There are questions about how it was coordinated or not, why the troops took as long as they did to get here. Did President Trump play a role in that delay? What was Vice President Pence saying to the White House? What was he asking for? What were leaders asking for? We know some things about what the congressional leadership were doing at this time and trying to talk to the Defense Department and others to try and figure out how to safely resume the counting and certifying of the Electoral College votes. But the reality is there's still a lot of information that we don't have. And frankly, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy know a lot more than we do. And some of those Democrats are obviously very involved in the presentations here. So I think there's still potentially a lot of unanswered questions and things that they can walk through that takes that emotional gut punch that we just all endured and ties it together with the case that's being made, which is that former President Trump incited all of the violence that we just saw right there.
All right, Casey, thank you. Let me go to Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, one of the things we noted is that for the first time we heard police traffic audio, a lot of it, and we heard a lot of desperate police officers pleading for help. How does that help us fill in, what was happening there, how they were able to respond, what the initial reaction was?
Well, it says a couple of things, Lester, and you're right. We've never heard any of this. We've seen some video, but we've never heard any of this audio. It shows a couple of things, I think. First of all, the urgency in their voices, the fact that they're sort of caught off guard by this, that they weren't prepared for this, which is what many Capitol Police officers have been saying, that despite all the intelligence that was out there, they never thought this would happen, and they were really overwhelmed. And you'll get a sense of that as you hear this Capitol Police officer talking to his dispatcher as the siege first starts to move in toward the Capitol.
Multiple capital injuries! Multiple capital injuries!
1318.
812 to 50, we're coming around from the south side.
To be advised, the speed and vision.
Intel 1, be advised, you got a group of about 50 charging up the hill on the west front, just north of the stairs. They're approaching the wall now.
They're starting to dismantle their reviewing stand and throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, give me DSO up here now! DSO! Multiple law enforcement entries! DSO, get up here! Alright, we're 30 seconds out. We need some reinforcements up here now. They're starting to pull the gates down. They're throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, DSO, get up here! Okay, we're here. 12 to 50, we're here. We just had an explosion go on up here. I know there's fireworks or what, but they're starting to explode explosives. Fireworks material. Cruiser 50, we're going to give riot warnings as soon as the apparatus is here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours, declaring it a riot.
So that's 1:49. The speech had just ended at the rally, and the police are already declaring it a riot. Now, both the Capitol Police and the FBI say the total number of officers injured during the Capitol siege was 139, and of course, one person was killed, Officer Brian Sicknick. Lester.
All right, Pete, thanks. Let's bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, I don't know if you've been able to get any indication from the defense team about, this presentation and how they may respond.
It's going to be tough for them, Lester, because this is such an emotional gut punch, I think, as we've been talking about. And all of us, everybody who was there, people who have to report on it, the members in the room are still processing at this point. Keep in mind that there will be, I think you called it, or somebody here on the air, maybe Casey called it a bit of a crescendo, it seemed. There will be a bit of a sort of break before we hear, of course, from the Trump defense team. So that might help potentially, in the eyes of the defense team, blunt the impact of this emotion, although the House impeachment managers will undoubtedly try to keep that going because it is, in the eyes of so many, an incredibly powerful tool, an incredibly powerful message for those Senate Republicans in the room and for others who are acting as de facto jurors in this instance. I can tell you, though, that there's an attorney, you probably know his name, our viewers might, named Jonathan Turley, very well-known legal scholar who has spoken with, for example, Senate Republicans even just a couple of weeks ago at the end of January over on Capitol Hill, providing a bit of a hint as to how the Trump defense might respond, saying that while this is emotional, he described it as more emotive than probative, comparing it to showing the remnants of a fire, but not connecting that to the person accused of arson, showing how they may have set that, right? So that may be one of the avenues that you see the Trump defense team try to exploit. I'd be interested to know what our legal analysts make of that sort of more procedural legal argument from Turley. There's a couple of other pieces to this too, Lester, to the point that's being made about what former President Trump was doing when this was all going down. We know a couple of things that he was doing. He was, for example, tweeting about his vice president, who with his family was in the Capitol as this was happening, as we have so memorably seen. We also know, though, that even from some of his top allies, Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, publicly saying that the president at the time was still the president, took a while to grasp the gravity of the situation. And it is a gravity that is so vivid watching these images. You're looking at it right now, actually, the vice president at the time coming out of where he had been with, by the way, his family members were there. His wife was there. He had staffers with him. You see him just heading down the stairs there. This is so striking for a couple of reasons, Lester, not just because it happened at all, that the second most powerful person in the United States government had to be physically evacuated from a safe space in the United States Capitol for his own safety, but that we are even seeing the footage, Lester, from my years covering the White House, from reporting on Capitol Hill and elsewhere. The security apparatus around these individuals is so intense, so layered, and importantly, so secretive. We almost never see images like this. So for people to get a glimpse at what that was like, to see the detail, to see the sort of apparatus around Mike Pence be traveling with him is absolutely extraordinary. I can tell you that we have reached out to the former vice president's sort of formal office or informal office about any reaction, any response. We will obviously update you as soon as we hear anything on that, Lester.
Hallie, thank you. And among the senators hearing the House manager's case today is Senator Chris Coons, Democrat of Delaware. Senator Coons, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Lester. It's good to be on with you after what has been a very, very difficult afternoon.
Yeah, it's. I think that's the understatement of the day. But in the larger picture, we knew how horrible this was. Each image, of course, reinforces that. But the larger picture of linking that to Donald Trump, how do you think the prosecutors, the managers, are doing so far?
Lester, I think they've done an outstanding job. I think from the very start, they have laid out a compelling case, well-grounded in cold, hard facts, with clear and strong legal argument. I frankly find it hard to understand how any of my colleagues can listen to the argumentation presented yesterday, watch the facts presented today, and not reach the conclusion that President Trump should be held accountable and convicted.
Well, can you tell us what the mood in the room is and how it appears to be received so far?
You could hear a pin drop at several points this afternoon. We were there for hours, and I don't think I've ever seen the Senate of the United States so still and calm, so focused, and frankly, so heavy, so grim. We're watching incidents that unfolded just feet away from us. For many of the members of the Senate, this is the first time they really grasped how close Vice President Pence came, how close members of the House and Senate came to a chaotic and violent encounter with the rioters. And I think for some of my colleagues, it may be the first time they've really confronted just how violent this assault was on police officers. The 140 badly injured, battered, bruised, beaten, the one officer, Sicknick, who died in the line of duty, two others who lost their lives soon afterwards, took their own lives. The amount of mayhem and the melee that unfolded on the Capitol steps and then within the Capitol building itself for hours led to a hushed and serious atmosphere in the Capitol, in the Senate this afternoon.
Did you come away, having now heard these police radio traffic, these new security images, did you come away thinking this was worse than you had even imagined up to this point?
Yes, we are very lucky that this incident occurred without significant loss of life. Obviously, losing one police officer who was bludgeoned to death, 2 others who took their own lives after these incidents, that is several lives too many to lose. But it is clear that there was a large, angry, armed, and murderous crowd that was storming through the Capitol looking for Vice President Pence, and they came within feet of him, looking for Speaker Pelosi, and they came within feet of her and their families. If we don't take action now to hold President Trump accountable for the ways in which he summoned, stirred up, and then directed at the Capitol this crowd, then we won't be this lucky next time.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thank you for making time for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Lester.
Let me bring in NBC News legal analyst Neil Katyal, who was acting Solicitor General under President Obama, also former U.S. Attorney, and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. Carol, let me start with you. I think we all agree it was an upsetting and disturbing last part of that session. But tell me how the pieces are fitting together now from a legal point of view.
Yeah, you know, as I was listening to to the chanting that was going on and some of the things that individual rioters were saying, it struck me that a number of them are being prosecuted, well over 100, maybe 200, and some of them may go to trial. Some of them may decide not to plead guilty. And I would expect to see a defense that is offered. The president told me to do it. I was just following my commander in chief. And I think that alone tells you what kind of story this is. The fact that all of those tweets over the last few months, all of the things that the House managers brought out this afternoon and this evening really go to that, go to showing that he built a following, he ignited the following, and he was pleased to see the result, which was the breach of the Capitol. And let me add that it is completely appropriate to tell this whole story and also to focus on the worst elements of what happened in the Capitol that day. I think initially there were some reports that the rioters were, some of them were, enjoying the artwork in the Capitol. That may even be true. There may have been some people who were just followers and, just got sort of, swept along with the crowd. But the worst of the crowd was in there as well with the weapons. And that is the appropriate focus of this inquiry.
Neil, let me pick this up with you. For someone to say, well, he told me to. I don't know if that's a defense for them, but is it something that sticks against the person that allegedly was issuing the orders?
Well, I think it's one piece of evidence, but I think, Lester, what the presentation today was largely about is telling the bigger story. And as you and I have talked about, the one thing I've learned as a lawyer is that trials can change minds. And, we saw the legal objections to the impeachment fall apart yesterday. And just now, I think we saw a lot of Trump's factual arguments fall apart. And people like Liz Cheney, I think, are looking very wise right now for casting the votes that they have. I think one thing that came out just now was just how much worse this could have been, but for just some luck and from some hard work by the Capitol Police. And I thought Representative Swalwell did that so vividly. He shows the plastic cuffs that were on the Senate floor. And then he asks the question, imagine if the insurrectionists just got here a couple minutes before. And that was so vivid because he had just spent 5 minutes replaying the video after video of the Capitol Police evacuating those very senators. And so, I think right now you see Trump's defenders, such as they are, people like Jonathan Turley saying, well, nothing goes to the president's intent, and they haven't proven their case, which is, of course, not the standard for an impeachable offense, something like being willful or something like that. To me, what comes out at the end of this presentation so far is two things. Number one, after these events on January 6th, Trump proclaimed his love for these special people after all this stuff that we just witnessed. How? That is fundamentally incompatible with being the president of the United States. And number two, the Democrats' argument here was so simple, the House managers, which was just simply, if there is no Trump, there is no insurrection. That Trump is 100% a but-for cause of it. Trump can try and obfuscate that, but the central truth is if we had any of the other 44 presidents in office at that time, this would have never happened. If we picked someone out of the phone book to be president, this wouldn't have happened. It took Donald Trump to light the match.
All right, Neil and Carol, thank you. Let me turn to NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson, columnist and associate editor for The Washington Post. Eugene, notably, the House managers are being very careful on the issue of politics. They're talking a lot about Vice President Pence as a patriot, as a hero for essentially doing his job. A person who, at times, you could argue was supporting some of the president's reluctance to accept his loss. But how are they doing on that standpoint? Noting that the president's lawyers yesterday were talking about the weaponization of impeachment. Are they navigating around that the way they need to?
Right. Well, to the extent that they can, Lester, they're just taking the politics out of it. The old saying, there are no atheists in foxholes, right? Well, there are no Republicans or Democrats when the Capitol is under siege and they're equally being hunted, and Mike Pence is being hunted, and Nancy Pelosi is being hunted, and it doesn't matter whether they're from different parties. I think that's the strategy they're pursuing there. I think it was an incredible day so far, because it's not quite over, I don't think. But I kept thinking back to Congressman Raskin as he began the day's session, telling that story of the African-American police officer who, at the end of the day, after the Capitol was secured, just went into the rotunda and cried for 15 minutes, he had been called the N-word. He fought the crowd for hours. He was exhausted, and he just said, is this America? And now, for the last hour, we've seen why. We've seen why he had that reaction. We've seen the fury of the crowd, the rage, just how the near misses. It's harrowing, frankly, to see Leader Schumer walking up that ramp and then running back because the crowd was apparently approaching and nearby, and there were near misses like that all over the place. And so in between those two those really emotive and powerful moments, what the House managers did, I think, was lay the predicate for the next phase of their proffer of proof, which is they're going to have to talk about what President Trump did or did not do during the riot. Why did he continue to send out tweets that were sympathetic to the rioters? Why did he not immediately say, stop this now, and use all his influence and his power and his Twitter feed to try to halt this awful thing? And so what they did for most of the day really was show us how, over a period of weeks and a couple of months, President Trump sort of laid the groundwork for making this baseless claim of a rigged election. And it shows it does show intent to me. I'm not a lawyer, but so then in that context, while all this is going on, this chaos at the Capitol, the president's inaction doesn't look like the fog of war. It looks intentional.
Yeah, Eugene Robinson, thank you for being with us. And we have seen so much of this attack, but today we have seen so much more. The surveillance video, absent sound, certainly helping us to piece together how the crowds moved through the Capitol, how the police were able to react, or in some cases found themselves in jeopardy and calling for help. Part of the House managers' effort now to build this larger narrative of the days and weeks prior, and then, of course, what occurred at the Capitol on January 6th. We're going to pause here for just a few seconds while some stations leave us for local coverage. My colleague Chuck Todd will pick up the coverage then. I'll have much more shortly on NBC Nightly News.
And we are back. Thank you, Lester. I'm going to go over to Casey Hunt now on Capitol Hill because, Casey, you had told us what Mitt Romney said in his initial reaction to now seeing something he didn't realize, just how close he was. But we now have some of the video footage of what he said. So take it away.
Right, Chuck. So I think that this is actually audio from our Hill team who was in the hallways outside the Senate chamber as this was all unfolding. And of course, we're much more limited in how we can move around here because of the pandemic. Everything's very social distanced and pooled. But Romney's reaction to seeing that video, I think, is really telling because he didn't know just how close he came to danger. Let's listen to how his voice sounded as he told reporters what it was like.
Obviously very troubling to see the great violence that our Capitol Police and others were subjected to. It tears at your heart and brings tears to your eyes. That was overwhelmingly distressing and emotional.
Did you know that was Officer Goodman?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you know
you were that close to those folks when you came down this hall?
No, I did not.
Did you know that was Officer Goodman?
Pardon? I'm sorry?
Did you know that was Officer Goodman who...
No, I did not know that was Officer Goodman. I look forward to thanking him when I next see him.
Had you seen that video before?
Yes, it was, yeah.
What did you feel like watching that?
That I was very fortunate indeed that Officer Goodman was there to get me in the right direction.
Do you think this will change the minds of some of your fellow Republicans?
I can't predict how other people will react. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
So, Chuck, you've covered Romney for a long time. I was a reporter flying on his plane when he was the Republican nominee in 2012, so I've covered him for a decade. He's not someone who's prone to drama, and it can be sometimes hard to tell when he feels really strongly about something. Having listened to him many, many times over many years, you could tell that he was affected by what happened, that he was answering those questions honestly, directly, and explaining what happened to him and how he felt about what he learned about his own experience today. And, I think it also shows all the other members of the body just how close things could have been even for them. And I also think it's worth underscoring that because he was the presidential nominee and is well-known opponent of former President Trump's, it's likely that crowd would have recognized him. And I think everyone, is feeling the weight of that because something terrible could have happened to him. And so I think the other thing that was telling to me is that very last comment. He was asked whether what happened is going to change any minds. And we're pretty well aware of where Romney is on this question, as well as likely at least 4 other of his Republican colleagues. But it's still not clear that this is actually going to change any minds in terms of conviction or acquittal. The person I'm watching, and I know you and I have talked about this quite a bit, is Senator McConnell, the now minority leader, once majority leader, who has signaled that he's open to convicting former President Trump on these charges. And it'd be hard not to after that, Chuck.
Casey, I want you to interpret something for me. I'm going to read you a quote from John Thune. I'm going to read you a quote from Roy Blunt, because it may help us in trying to decipher where Mitch McConnell is. So John Thune, according to Leanne Caldwell, our colleague, they've done a good job connecting the dots. And the president's Twitter feed is a matter of public record, and I think, an effective job at going back several months. And then Roy Blunt. You have a summer where people all over the country were doing similar kinds of things. I don't know what the other side will show from Seattle and Portland and other places. You see where I'm going here. And we're seeing those. Mike Braun said, well, if you don't think the process was fair, it's hard to vote to convict. So Ron Johnson saying, yes, he was moved by it, but he blames the rioters, not Trump. Are we starting to, what are we seeing on the Republican side in your mind when you hear these various reactions so far?
It sounds like a lot of people have already made up their minds, and they're insisting that what they heard today won't change them. The quote that you read from John Thune strikes me as being the one that's most potentially open to a change of heart or mind. Now, he is up for re-election, as is Roy Blunt in Missouri, and obviously the other senator from Missouri is Josh Hawley, who has made a business of trying to, take take the mantle from former President Trump. There is one other quote I would note too, Chuck. We heard from Senator Lisa Murkowski as well. She said that after that she doesn't think President Trump could be reelected. So perhaps that's the thinking behind the scenes too. I mean, that is one line we have heard from Republicans who we know to be very uncomfortable with Trump, but unwilling to say so in public. They have worried that convicting him would make him a martyr and energize his supporters even further. Now, I mean, you and I both know, and this is a dynamic we've been covering for 4 years, Republicans have basically dealt with this force in their party, and you can put the starting gun kind of, I shouldn't use that metaphor under these circumstances. You can start it wherever you like. Sarah Palin, you can go back further. They have essentially ignored or kind of looked the other way, said, you know what, we'll just hope it goes away. We're not going to confront it. We're going to use it to our advantage when we can, and we're going to try to put it in a box where we can't. And clearly that strategy has completely failed. But it's not clear to me that they're going to deviate from that strategy in how they're handling what happens in the next week. Chuck.
Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, thank you. Let me bring in our chief Washington correspondent and my pal Andrea Mitchell. You know, Andrea, I wanted to talk with you about, so Jonathan Turley made his sort of what a lot of people are interpreting as what could be the argument that the Trump team makes, which is saying, hey, you've shown the remnants of the fire, but you haven't essentially proved that he's the arsonist. And actually, I'm wondering about that. You know, Stacey Plaskett's, remember, she's done 2 presentations today. And obviously the more emotional one that we all experienced is, I think, what everybody's reacting to. But before the second break, she's the one that laid out what was a new piece of evidence to me in the timeline, which is they had never really planned on January 6 rallies, some of these MAGA March people, until the president said, then President Trump, said January 6th, it'll be wild. Then they go and change their permits from the 22nd and the 23rd to January 6th. That isn't circumstantial.
Exactly. And, you know, Jonathan Turley, with all due respect, was a witness for the Republicans during the last impeachment. He testified to the impeachment committee. And so his position has been very clear that, you know, his legal interpretation seems to be very much in that camp. That's where he is positioned. That's who he represents. So, yes, he's a good clue to what the defense is going to argue, but I don't think that that means you have to credit his legal interpretation of what we saw today, because I think that Plaskett's presentations, some of the others as well, but her timeline and the way she presented that video, her past experience at the Justice Department, clearly led her to the position she held today, which was a very prominent position in this tying together the threads that placed Donald Trump in a position where she could say at the end of that was his mob. He sent them there. He targeted Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi. And when she points out that they are first and second in line to the presidency, and that they were going through the halls hunting for them, calling them horrible names, threatening their lives, I mean, Nancy Pelosi's life was threatened. And what we also learned for the first time is that she was not just taken to another part of the Capitol and hidden in one of the basement offices off those tunnels. Right. She was taken off campus. That's only happened once before that I know of, which was 9/11, when everyone was taken off campus and brought over to the Library of Congress and elsewhere. So, you know, Mike Pence remained there, as far as we know, somewhere in the warren of rooms with the Secret Service. But she was taken off campus. That really tells you so much.
I was just going to say, Andrea, I was thinking about that, and I'm hearing these presentations from Stacey Plaskett about Pence and Pelosi in particular. And I said, we talked about this before, but there's another person who was in the chain of who was in the line of secession at that time, and it's Chuck Grassley, the Senate President pro tem. Right. Then, of course, there's Mitch McConnell. When you hear that point-by-point recitation of the vicious threat and attack on the Speaker of the House, it's one of those, will they really vote to acquit on this?
And, you know, 7 minutes after they had barricaded, her staff had barricaded themselves inside her office space there, they were banging on the doors, got through the first door, and she shows that security video. So those young staff members were hiding under the desk. We heard that before, But when you see the security video and see how close they came, when you see Mike Pence's white hair going down those steps from the second floor of the Senate, we all know those corridors. And that's when, in that very short period of time, after Officer Goodman had distracted them, first saving Mitt Romney, getting him out of the way, then directing them in the wrong direction so that the Pence and his guards and his SWAT team was around him. And I'm not suggesting that he wasn't going to get away, but and he had his family there. Think of Mike Pence in Indiana tonight watching this video. I don't know if he's seen it before, but you know Mike Pence, you know Karen Pence, you probably know their children as well, a son in the military. You know that he's thinking about his family. And obviously very emotionally, Jamie Raskin was yesterday as well. This is personal. It's personal for our team. It's personal for Casey and Haley Talbot.
Mike Pence's brother's in Congress. He did not vote to impeach. Just something to think about. Anyway.
Well, yes. This is the Thune-Blunt dichotomy. Right. This is the dilemma.
Party Trump's morals and ethics.
But I've got to tell you, Chuck Schumer said just tonight, this is the dinner break, but nobody feels much like eating. I'm shaken, you're shaken, and we are removed from it. You were sitting next to me when the riot was taking place. Your voice was heard as part of the video that was shown today. When Pence was taken off the podium, they showed part of our coverage.
Yeah, well, I tell you, the dinner break, I think that's right. I don't know if anybody's eating well there. Andrea, thank you. Let's go with someone who has a unique perspective of what may be happening during a dinner break in particular right now. It's Dan Goldman, who, of course, assisted the Democrats during the first impeachment of Donald Trump. So, Dan, this has been actually a very methodical, it's an emotional day, but there's been a very methodical way that they've laid out the case, right? And so, they began the day basically proving intent, and now we have the action itself. So I assume, we're not giving away the ending here, I assume the next 2 hours are going to be focused on what former President Trump did or did not do in the aftermath.
Yeah, there's a very very smart line that they drew. They started today by inextricably intertwining, as we like to say in the legal profession, Donald Trump with that mob. And we had a lot of evidence about how he planned the march, the protest, how he orchestrated it, how he built the big lie, how he incited his followers to commit violence, how he knew they committed violence based on his words in the past. And so once we then see this powerful testimony, we are watching it, as Stacey Plaskett said, as Trump's mob. And it was very well done to link Donald Trump to that mob, because that's the defense. The defense is going to be, and we're going to hear it, Donald Trump's lawyers are going to throw the protesters, all of his supporters, under the bus as fast and as hard as they can. And they're going to say that what they did was terrible, that was awful.
Dan, let me read you this Ted Cruz quote. Just real quick, this is tonight. I mean, I think he basically said the rioters deserve, I apologize here, I thought I had it. Here he goes. He called the footage horrific and that the rioters should go to jail for a very, very long time, but they have not proven that Trump is culpable.
That's right, and it's a function of, that's the defense. But what they did so well was link Trump to the buildup. And now what we're going to see afterwards is, now that we've seen all that emotional testimony, we're going to see how Donald Trump did nothing when he was watching it, when he saw what was going on, when Mike Pence was whisked away, when they were 58 steps from the Senate chamber where the senators were. What did Donald Trump do? He did nothing. And there were pleas from McCarthy and Lindsey Graham and all sorts of other people to please send in the National Guard. I expect to see Larry Hogan, the governor of Maryland, who had a press conference soon after the riots, who said that they had to wait for 2 hours before they got the okay to send in the Maryland National Guard. You're going to see a dereliction of duty and Donald Trump's pleasure and delight at what these senators were so emotionally impacted with. That is going to be, I think, a very, good ending to a very strong day. And one other thing, Chuck, which I think you will appreciate a lot as we're trying to sort of piece this together, they're setting up a dichotomy between Mike Pence and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They are praising Mike Pence. They are talking about him as a patriot. And they're trying to make the Republicans, in effect, choose between the Mike Pence wing of the party and the Donald Trump wing of the party. And it is a very nonpartisan, bipartisan presentation. They are trying to take all of the partisanship out of it. And they are trying to set this up as, you know, Mike Pence, the patriot, and Donald Trump, the miscreant. And I think they've been quite effective at doing that.
Well, I mean, you got to know who your jury is, right? I mean, when you're arguing a case, who you're talking to, and they know they have to convince some Republicans to come over. So that's probably their best avenue. If you were their jury, if you hired a jury consultant, right?
Yeah, but I would also add, and I don't think we're going to see a 62 to 38 vote.
No.
I think what's going to happen is we know there are 5, maybe 6 now with Cassidy, who are gonna vote to convict, and Mitch McConnell is going to figure out where the pulse of the rest of them are. And if there are another 11 of them who will want to vote to convict, they will convict Donald Trump. And if there aren't, they'll all vote to acquit. It's going to be an all or nothing type of thing from here on out.
I totally agree with you, Dan. I think you're right. It's either 6 or 20. They may get to, it may not get over 6, but if it gets to 7, it's going to get to 20. It won't be any in between. Dan Goldman, thank you. Joining me now to look at this from the left-right perspective, perhaps, NBC political contributor and host of The Sunday Show, Jonathan Capehart, also NBC News political analyst and host of the Hugh Hewitt radio show, Hugh Hewitt. Mr. Capehart, let me start with you. In Watergate, we had what did the president know and when did he know it? I feel like that potentially the most important question that everybody's going to be asking themselves is, would this have happened without Donald Trump?
And I think we know the answer to that question. No, we wouldn't be here were it not for Donald Trump. We've never had a president in the history of the United States like Donald Trump. And I think that the House impeachment managers have done a good job so far in outlining all of the things that the former president did to lead up to all of those videos and security camera footages and audio from police dispatches, why that was necessary. The crowds surging on the Capitol because of what then President Donald Trump had fomented, not just during his speech on the ellipse on January 6th, but in the months and weeks leading up to that. And I would to piggyback on something Dan Goldman was talking about, what you and Dan Goldman were talking about in terms of the jury and whether the House impeachment managers are going to be able to convince enough Republicans to come over to effectively convict Donald Trump. And I would argue, given the way these presentations are going, I think the House impeachment managers would love it if they were convincing enough to get 67 votes that are needed to convict Donald Trump. But I also think that they are making a presentation for history. The impeachment process is a political process. This trial is part of the political process. It is not a trial that people are used to seeing on, say, Law and Order. It is, the Republicans will be saying that this whole thing is a partisan exercise. In fact, yesterday, a resolution to call this trial unconstitutional, or trying to declare it unconstitutional, yesterday failed, saying that effectively this is a partisan exercise. And what I'm getting from the House impeachment managers' presentation is that this is neither political nor partisan. There's a bigger thing at stake here, and that is the very foundation of our democracy. The Vice President of the United States was being hunted in the halls of the Capitol by people incited by the President of the United States. The Speaker of the House of Representatives was being hunted in the halls of Congress because by people who were incited by the President of the United States. As you mentioned, the President pro tem of the Senate, Senator Grassley, was ushered off the rostrum there in the well of the Senate to get him to safety. American democracy was teetering on the brink at an incredible moment in the presidential process, the certification of the Electoral College votes.
Yeah.
The vote is sacred, or at least it should be, in the United States. And so I think that's why everything that we're seeing, everything that we're hearing right now is more than just putting Donald Trump on trial for high crimes and misdemeanors against the American people and the Constitution. It is about laying a marker for history that we saw what happened, we know what happened, it should not happen again.
Hugh Hewitt, would this have happened without Donald Trump? Is that a question that will be extraordinarily difficult for those senators to answer?
I don't think so, Chuck. I think that they will be answering the question of whether or not to convict on the basis of their vote yesterday. That which was unconstitutional on Tuesday cannot become unconstitutional, can become constitutional on Wednesday. But I have been watching this unbroken.
I mean, they didn't decree it unconstitutional, though, as Jamie Raskin pointed out.
They would have to change their mind that those 44 Republicans would have to go from viewing it as unconstitutional yesterday to viewing it constitutional today if they were to vote to convict. This was very harrowing, Chuck, and I believe all of our professionalism is tested by that. I don't take a second seat to anyone in admiration and friendship with Mitt Romney. You'll see over my shoulder in my studio, I've got my Mitt 12 license plate. I edited his book, No Apology, when he ran for president in 2012. I urged him to run in 2016. I wrote a biography about him in 2006, so that was harrowing. He's a friend, his family is friends. Mike Pence is a friend. Chris Coons is a friend. So it's very harrowing. But the professionalism has to kick in at some point where a lawyer has to remind people this is why we do not allow victims to be jurors. This is why we do not allow participants to be analysts in trials. And it's why in every other trial, Jonathan is right, this is not a legal trial, it's a political proceeding, but it's governed by the Constitution. It's why in every other trial you do not get evidence presented without cross-examination and objection. Now, the legal question you lay out, would this have happened, intimates the coming question about a case called Brandenburg, which holds you can only be convicted for incitement if you have the present intention and the present ability of calling it. And if Donald Trump intended for 15,000 people to go to the Hill, he did a very bad job of it as only 800 people broke in. Those 800 people are convicted, in my mind, beyond a reasonable doubt tonight on the basis of the evidence I've seen. But it will not be due process to them if when they are tried, their lawyer does not get to object, stand up, and talk to each witness that presents, as we are presenting right now, about their bias, their fear, their emotional connection, like mine is to Governor Romney, or Casey's is to Governor Romney. This is very difficult for people to step back from, but what Jonathan Turley has been trying to do, what Judge Luttig did, what I think all of the best arguments that have been made have persuaded and ought to persuade, it is an unconstitutional proceeding. So no matter how emotional people are tonight and how upset they are that indeed it came, Chris Coons is a pretty good friend of mine. And I see he is very, very upset tonight. And Governor Romney...
But Hugh, you keep calling this an unconstitutional process. It is not. I mean, it is not an unconstitutional process. Look, the Senate made that decision. It is not an unconstitutional process. Maybe it'll end up, if you want to take it to the Supreme Court, perhaps they could make that decision as well. But right now, in the way the Constitution governs this, the Senate has all the power to try, and they have made the decision to call it constitutional. I don't mean to pick on you here, but it is not unconstitutional. You may believe that's true. The fact of the matter is it's constitutional.
And many unconstitutional proceedings go forward and are only seen in retrospect to being constitutional. So for 25 years, I've been teaching the impeachment cases. And when Richard Nixon resigned, there was no attempt to impeach and try him afterwards, because until very recently, it was widely understood that the impeachment conviction trial, as Judge Luttig who was runner-up to Chief Justice Roberts to become the Chief Justice, wrote in the Washington Post, it's unconstitutional. Now, there's a difference of opinion, but that they are proceeding does not in any way, shape, or form change the underlying nature of the debate. And that's a legal debate that will go on for centuries. But I'm saying the 44 who said yesterday it's unconstitutional cannot change their mind legitimately tomorrow and say, the video, which upset me, made me change my understanding of the Constitution. Or they would rightly be deemed to have a less than good grip on what the Constitution says.
Well, I would make an argument. This is not a court case. This is about deciding whether Donald Trump, whether he should be given the privilege of being able to have the responsibility of the presidency ever again, given how he acted in office in this moment. So in some ways, there is no normal court of law here that we're talking about. This isn't about a criminal trial. This really is about a political decision about whether he should have the keys to the car ever again.
Well, that I can't disagree. That is a political decision. I am just saying that 44 Republicans yesterday said it should not be a political decision. I don't think they're going to change them.
You may be right about that. Jonathan Capehart, Hugh Hewitt, thank you both. So for more now on how the Biden administration is seeing all this, or perhaps not seeing all this, let's go over to our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. So Kristen, the rest of us are riveted by what we have witnessed these last couple of hours. What is going on in the Biden White House? They've had a full day. Jen Psaki had a briefing and all of this. Are they really compartmentalizing this?
Well, the hearing is on in every TV here at the White House, Chuck. I can tell you that. They are trying to keep their messaging focused on President Biden's agenda. I have to tell you, I've reached out to multiple White House officials about the video that everyone has just seen that was part of the presentation by the House managers, and no response yet from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki was pressed over and over again today about President Biden's reaction. Is he really not watching this? Does he really not have any response? And what should Americans make of that? Her response to that was, look, they should make of that he's focused on his agenda and fighting COVID, which is why he believes he was put into office. Chuck, I asked Psaki yesterday if the president believes these proceedings are constitutional. She wouldn't weigh in on that, saying that it's not her job or the president's job to opine. But today she did point out that President Biden has talked about the attack on the Capitol on multiple different occasions. They are trying to counter-program this week. They want to show that President Biden is still doing the job of the presidency, trying to get his COVID relief package passed. Just moments ago, we're reporting, Chuck, that according to multiple administration officials, they're considering a plan that would send out masks in a targeted way to vulnerable communities, potentially to schools. No final decisions have been made there. Question about whether that'll backfire, Chuck.
You got it. Well, we go back to the trial. The dinner break is over.
And Castro will now remind us of what President Trump was doing during the attack. They will show how he continued to stoke the insurrection and refused to speak out against the violence or do anything to stop it. Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, you just heard from my colleagues about the harrowing events that happened here at the Capitol on January 6th and saw that very disturbing video. I'd now like to turn your attention to what was happening on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House. And the truth is, the facts are that on January 6th, Donald Trump did not once condemn this attack. He did not once condemn the attackers. In fact, on January 6th, the only person he condemned was his own vice president, Mike Pence, who was hiding in this building with his family in fear for his life. In the first crucial hours of this violent attack, he did nothing to stop it, nothing to help us. By all accounts, from the people that were around him, he was delighted. And here's the last thing Donald Trump said that day. And you might remember this from my motions presentation earlier in the week. At 6 p.m. on January 6th, after all the destruction that you just saw, the Capitol Police and the National Guard fighting to secure this building, here's what Donald Trump tweeted. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. He got what he incited, and according to Donald Trump, we got what we deserved. Donald Trump's incitement of this insurrection, including his dereliction of his duty as commander-in-chief to defend the Capitol and the people in it, his complete refusal to condemn the attack while it was going on, and his continued incitement of the violence during the attack require impeachment. Now let's turn to then President Trump's conduct that day. I want to start at the beginning when he addressed his thousands of great patriots, as he called them that morning. Around noon, Donald Trump began speaking at his rally just down Pennsylvania Avenue. Even before Donald Trump finished speaking, his supporters began to walk down toward the Capitol, and they were already starting to chant, "Stop the steal, storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol, fight for Trump." And by 12:53 p.m., they had violently forced their way through the barricades here at the Capitol. Now, about 1 o'clock that day, with this chaos just starting, Speaker Pelosi, as the Constitution requires, formally commenced the process by which this chamber certifies the election results. Within 10 minutes, at 1:11 p.m., as if almost on cue, Donald Trump concluded his speech with his final reminder to the thousands gathered there that it was time to go to the Capitol. Let's watch.
And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, but we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Now, you've seen what happened when these supporters, following his orders, arrived here at the Capitol. But I want to look at what happened next. Now, you'll recall during the speech, President Trump said, "We're going to the Capitol," sort of suggesting that he was going to go with this crowd. Of course, that was not true. But let's hear what he said.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
This, of course, was not true. He did not go with him to the Capitol. He left and went back to the White House. And while he was en route to the White House, violence really began to grow here at the Capitol. And within minutes of Donald Trump's speech ending, there were significant reports of escalating violence that began to surface. Buildings around the Capitol were starting to be evacuated. And by 1:15, an explosive device had been found at the DNC. A pipe bomb had been found at the RNC about 15 minutes earlier. The House Sergeant at Arms had called for immediate assistance. At 1:34 p.m., the mayor of Washington, D.C. called for additional National Guard troops. I won't go through all of the details of the violence that unfolded here. You just saw that. But as we walk through what our commander-in-chief did that day, I want to be very clear about exactly what was happening here at the same time. For 40 minutes, while buildings were being cleared, pipe bombs were being found, his supporters were literally breaching the perimeter of the Capitol, and overwhelming law enforcement, and you saw the violence that was occurring. We heard nothing from the President of the United States. We didn't hear anything from Donald Trump until 1:49 p.m., when while all of this is unfolding, President Trump sent out a tweet. This was the first thing he did when he learned the United States Capitol, with all the members of Congress, his own vice president, was under violent attack. And what was that tweet? Nearly an hour after the rioters breached the Capitol perimeter, at 1:49, Donald Trump released a propaganda reel of his Save America speech that he'd given an hour before. I want to be clear. The events I just described, the rioters are breaching the Capitol, attacking law enforcement. The violence is being broadcast all over the television for the whole world to see, including the President of the United States. And I want to show you, this is what is happening right before Donald Trump sends that video out again, and as he does it.
Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Even if President Trump claims he didn't know the extent of the violence that would follow his speech, it was now happening in plain view, broadcast on television. His supporters were attacking law enforcement. The mayor and the police chief were calling for help. Members of Congress and the vice president were inside, scared for their lives. And he doesn't send help, doesn't try to stop it, doesn't even acknowledge the attack. Instead, our commander-in-chief tweeted the video of the speech that he'd given before that included language like, "Our country has had enough, we will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. You have to be strong." Those around Donald Trump, as was later reported, were disgusted. His close aides, his advisors, those working for him, former officials, even his family were begging him to do something. Kellyanne Conway, the president's close advisor, called to, quote, add her name to the chorus of aides urging Donald Trump to take action. Ivanka Trump, the president's own daughter, went to the Oval Office as soon as the rioting escalated and was, as confirmed by Senator Graham, quote, trying to get Trump to speak out, to tell everyone to leave, end quote. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called Jared Kushner, pleading with him to persuade Trump to issue a statement or to do something. And Kushner, too, went down to the White House after that call. And it wasn't just the people at the White House. Members of Congress from both parties who were trapped here were calling the White House to ask for help. Some members even appealed directly to Donald Trump. These members who had, quote, been loyal Trump supporters and were even willing to vote against the Electoral College results were now scared for their lives. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy repeatedly even got into a screaming match as the attack was underway, demanding that Trump do something, issue a statement denouncing the mob. I imagine many of you sitting here today picked up your phone and tried to reach somebody at the White House to ask for help. This wasn't partisan politics. These were Americans from all sides trying to force our commander-in-chief to protect and defend our country. He was required to do that. Now, the extent of how many people tried to reach the president to get him to act is not known. But what is clear, what we know without any doubt, is that from the very beginning, the people around Donald Trump lobbied him to take command. What's also clear is what Donald Trump, our commander-in-chief, did in those initial hours to protect us. Nothing. Not a thing. He knew it was happening. The attack was on TV. We all know that President Trump had the power to stop these attacks. He was our commander-in-chief. He had the power to assess the security situation, send backup, send help. He also had incited this violent attack. They were listening to him. He could have commanded them to leave. But he didn't. The first critical hour and a half of this bloody attack, Donald Trump tweeted his rally speech and did nothing else. And we know why. We know his state of mind that prompted his utter, complete refusal to defend us. It was reported by those around him. The president, as reported by sources, at the time was delighted. As he watched the violence unfold on television, President Trump was reportedly, and I quote, borderline enthusiastic because it meant the certification was being derailed, end quote. Senator Ben Sasse relayed a conversation with senior White House officials that President Trump was, quote, walking around the White House, confused about why other people on his team weren't as excited as he was, end quote. Trump's reaction to this attack reportedly genuinely freaked people out. I understand why. We just suffered a very serious attack on our country. And we saw it, and the people around him knew it. But when Donald Trump saw it, he was delighted. Now, what President Trump did next confirms why he was so delighted, why he wanted this. Because it shows that his singular focus that day, the day we were attacked, was not protecting us, was not protecting you, was not protecting the Capitol. It was stopping the certification of the election results. The evidence is clear. Shortly after 2 p.m., as the siege was fully underway, then President Trump made a call. This is the first call that we are aware he made to anyone inside the Capitol during the attack. Didn't call the vice president to ask how he could help defend the Capitol. Didn't call the next two in line to the succession of the presidency to check on their safety or well-being. Instead, he attempted to call Senator Tuberville. He dialed Senator Lee by accident. As Senator Lee describes it, he had just ended a prayer with his colleagues here in the Senate chamber, and the phone rang. It was Donald Trump. And how Senator Lee explains is that the phone call goes something like this. Hey, Tommy, Trump asks, and Senator Lee says, this isn't Tommy, and he hands the phone to Senator Tuberville. Senator Lee then confirmed that he stood by as Senator Tuberville and President Trump spoke on the phone. And on that call, Donald Trump reportedly asked Senator Tuberville to make additional objections to the certification process. That's why he called. Now, let's be clear, at roughly 2 p.m., when Donald Trump was walking around the White House, watching the TV delighted, and spent 5 to 10 minutes talking to Senator Tuberville, urging him to delay the election results, this is what was happening in the Capitol.
We'll pause. Protesters are in the building. Thank you.
You saw Senator Lankford stop speaking and leave the floor quickly in that clip because the insurgents had broken through the barricades and had entered the building. And as these armed insurrectionists banged on the doors, members of Congress were told to put on their gas masks, to put bags over their heads for safety and prepare to evacuate. And Donald Trump was calling to ask a senator to delay the certification process. Let that sink in. Donald Trump didn't get to finish that call. It was cut off because the senators had to move to another location for your security. And thank God they did, because as the call was occurring, the rioters got closer to the Senate chambers. And as we all know now, but for the heroism of Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman and other law enforcement officers who took them in a different direction to the police line, they very likely would have gotten here. Think about that. Armed insurrectionists with guns, weapons, zip ties, brass knuckles, they were coming for us. They were inside the United States Capitol, trying to stop the certification process. The police were outnumbered, and but for the grace of God, they would have gotten us, all of us. And our commander-in-chief makes a call about an hour after the siege began, not to preserve, protect, and defend you and our country and the Capitol, but to join forces with the mob and pressure a senator to stop certification. We just can't get numb to this kind of behavior. There can be no doubt as to the purpose of Donald Trump's call, that he was not calling to assess the security threats or to check on the well-being of you or anyone else. Indeed, later on that evening, while all of the destruction and damage still continued, dozens of officers were being treated for serious injuries. Deaths were confirmed. About 7 p.m., the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, made a call. And just in case you don't think there was some coordination, he also called Senator Lee's phone trying to reach Senator Tuberville. We don't have to guess as to what Rudy Giuliani said in that voicemail because we have it recorded. So let's listen to what the president's personal lawyer said on the night of this attack.
Senator Tuberville, or I should say Coach Tuberville, this is Rudy Giuliani, president's lawyer. I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down.
This was the singular focus of Donald Trump during this bloody, violent attack on the Capitol, stopping the certification. Look, as I mentioned, I was a trial lawyer for 16 years. Sometimes you have to ask a jury to use reasonable inferences to piece together a defendant's state of mind. We don't have to do this here. While our country was violently attacked by an armed mob, President Trump not only refused to stop the attack or even address the attack at all, he made clear his focus was the same goal of the attackers he had incited: to stop the certification process and prevent the peaceful transition of power. The only action we know that he took an hour into this attack was to call Senator Tuberville to ask him to delay the certification. This is as clear evidence as I have ever seen of what Donald Trump really cared about that day. Now look, the certification process, as we all know, includes debate and objections. Some of us disagreed, but we came here on January 6th to formally administer the certification process pursuant to our constitutional duties. And at the end of it, Congress certified the results to ensure that we continue to be a country with leaders who are elected by the people, for the people. Donald Trump's objection to the certification are not on trial. But what is on trial is while we were under armed attack and being evacuated, while our law enforcement officers were fighting for their lives, our commander-in-chief was calling not to determine how to best secure the building and the people in it, but to continue to pressure senators to stop the certification process and the peaceful transfer of power, just as he incited the mob to do earlier in the day. This was a breathtaking dereliction of his duty and of his violation of his oath as our Commander-in-Chief. Senators, before I hand this over to Manager Castro to walk through the rest of the day, please let me make one final point. These attackers stood right where you are. They went on that rostrum. They rifled through your desks and they desecrated this place. And literally, the president sat delighted, doing nothing to help us, calling one of you to pressure you to stop the certification. It can't be that the Commander-in-Chief can incite a lawless, bloody insurrection and then utterly fail in his duty as Commander-in-Chief to defend us from the attack, to defend our law enforcement officers from that attack, and just get away with it. Donald Trump abdicated his duty to us all. We have to make this right, and you can make it right.
My fellow manager, David Cicilline, showed you what President Trump did and did not do in those first critical hours of the attack. He sent a tweet at 1:49 p.m. where he reposted a video of the speech that incited the attack. And he called a senator to ask him to delay the certification as the senator was being evacuated for his own safety. We left off around 2:15 p.m. At this point, insurgents were inside the Senate and the House, and the Senate had been evacuated for everyone's safety. And as you saw, Vice President Mike Pence and his family even had to be evacuated for their safety. Now, you'll recall, Donald Trump had made Vice President Pence a target. He attacked the vice president at the rallies, in speeches, and on Twitter. And during President Trump's speech that morning of the attack, he ramped it up again after privately pressuring Mike Pence in front of thousands in the crowd. He called Mike Pence out 11 times, including saying, quote, "Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of your country. And if you're not, I'm going to be disappointed in you. I will tell you right now." And this was the crowd's response to Donald Trump's days of relentless attacks on his own vice president. By 2:15 p.m., the crowd was chanting in unison, "Hang Mike Pence," outside the very building he'd been evacuated from with his family. Now, even if President Trump didn't know that his inflammatory remarks about his vice president would result in chants of "Hang Mike Pence," by 2:15 p.m., he surely knew. The attack was all over television. They were doing this out in the open. This was a vice president whose life, whose family's life, was being threatened by people whom the president had summoned to the Capitol. And what did President Trump do in response? Did he stop? Did he tell his base, "No, don't attack my vice president"? even when President Trump knew what his words were causing, he didn't do any of those things to stop the crowd. In fact, he did the opposite. He fueled the fire. At 2:24 p.m., he tweeted, quote, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. USA demands the truth." Over an hour and a half into the attack, and this is what he tweeted. And he still, even at this point, did not acknowledge the attack on the Capitol, let alone condemn it. Instead, he further incites the mob against his own vice president, whose life was being threatened. Well, some of you may say, well, who was paying attention anyway? Well, that mob was paying attention.
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. The U.S. demands the truth.
Mike Pence is a bitch! Mike Pence is a bitch!
Can I speak to Pelosi? Yeah, we're coming, bitch! Oh, Mike Pence, we're coming for you too, fucking traitor!
Donald J. Trump sent a tweet out saying that Mike Pence let us down. Mike Pence let us down, people. If you want to get something done, you're going to have to do it yourself.
The insurgents amplified President Trump's tweet attacking the vice president with a bullhorn. They were paying attention. And they also followed instructions. In fact, the insurgents were at one point, as you saw, 60 feet away from the vice president and the vice president's family. Some of these insurgents were heard saying, quote, that they hope to find Vice President Mike Pence and execute him by hanging him from a Capitol Hill tree as a traitor. And then they erected a gallows with a noose. This is what Donald Trump incited. Please take a close look at that picture. It harkens back to our nation's worst history of lynching. A president's words have the power to move people to action. These were the results. And why did the president incite such rage against the vice president? He was fulfilling his constitutional duty, as we all were that day. Vice presidents in this country have been carrying out this constitutional duty, overseeing the certification of the election results without incident, without contest, without a word, for the entirety of our nation. It's part of our peaceful transition of power in the United States. And the vice president said he reviewed the Constitution and he could not block certification as President Trump wanted him and was pressuring him to do. He told the president in a letter that morning, a few hours before President Trump's tweet, quote, "I will approach this moment with a sense of duty and an open mind, setting politics
We are interrupting
and
for
personal
just a few
interests
seconds
aside,
so some of our
and do
stations
my
can leave
part
us for local
to
coverage. For
faithfully
everyone else,
discharge my duties,
we'll return you
our
back to the
duties
trial.
Under the Constitution. I also pray that we will do so with humility and faith. And the president's response to that statement was to attack Mike Pence while he was with his family under the threat of a violent mob. The vice president was following his faith, his duty, and his oath to our nation. And the vice president and I don't agree on too much in politics, but he's a man who upholds his oath, his faith, his duty, and most of all, upholds the Constitution. And Mike Pence is not a traitor to this country. He's a patriot. And he and his family, who was with him that day, didn't deserve this. Didn't deserve a president unleashing a mob on them, especially because he was just doing his job. As this was unfolding and the crowd grew more violent, the president, of course, was not alone at the White House. And the people closest to him, his family and advisors who saw this unfolding in real time, begged him, implored him to stop the attack. An aide to Mark Meadows, the president's chief of staff, urged his boss to go see the president, saying, quote, "They are going to kill people. They're going to kill people." That's what those around President Trump feared. And still, nothing. It wasn't until 2:38 p.m., nearly 2 hours after the start of the siege, that Donald Trump even acknowledged the attack. And when he finally did acknowledge the attack, here's what he said. On the right, you'll see what had been happening prior to that tweet and as he sent the tweet. And on the left, you'll see exactly what he tweeted.
I'm going to stop you there for just one moment because we do have some breaking news. We want to bring in congressional correspondent Chad Pergram as this is just all developing right now. Chad, I understand the Capitol is now on lockdown.
They're definitely fired up. The chant, by the way, I heard the most today was "Fight for Trump," and that's clearly what many of them feel they're doing here.
That's what our president saw unfolding in real time, broadcast all over television. And this is what he tweeted at 2:38 p.m. Quote, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." And much has been made of the fact that in this tweet, he says, "Stay peaceful." Senators, stay peaceful? Think about that for a second. These folks were not peaceful. They were breaking windows, pushing through law enforcement officers, waving the flag as they invaded this Capitol building. This was a violent, armed attack. Stay peaceful? How about stop the attack? Stop the violence. Stay peaceful? How about you say, immediately leave? Stop. And he said, please support our law enforcement. How about he actually support our law enforcement by telling these insurgents to leave the Capitol immediately, which he never did. He didn't. Because the truth is, he didn't want it to stop. He wanted them to stay and to stop the certification. And his failure had grave and deadly consequences. By 2:45 p.m., the warnings were tragically proven correct. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an officer as she tried to break through a glass door to reach the Speaker's lobby. At this point, the pleas to Donald Trump, publicly and privately, grew even more desperate. At 2:54 p.m., Alyssa Farah, a former strategic communications director, begged the president, quote, "Condemn this now. You're the only one they will listen to for our country." Mick Mulvaney, the president's former chief of staff, his right-hand man at one point, tweeted at 3:01, "The president's tweet is not enough. He can stop this now and needs to do exactly that. Tell these folks to go home." He can stop this now. Tell these folks to go home. At 3:06 p.m., Rep. McCarthy appeared on Fox News. Here's what he said.
I could not be sadder or more disappointed with the way our country looks at this very moment. People are getting hurt. Anyone involved in this, if you're hearing me, hear me very loud and clear. This is not the American way.
He's saying on Fox News, which the president watches, this is not the American way. Stop the attack. Representative Gallagher at 3:11 p.m., while secured in his own office, posted a video to Twitter.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off.
And then, when the president didn't answer his pleas on Twitter, Representative Gallagher went on live television.
I mean, this is insane. I mean, I've not seen anything like this since I deployed to Iraq in 2007 and 2008. I mean, this is America, and this is what's happening right now. The president needs to call it off. Like, call it off. Call it off.
Representative Gallagher, you see there, said he'd not seen anything like this since he was deployed in Iraq. The message around the president was clear from everyone. You need to call this off. Stop it. But does he? No. His next tweet was not until about 3:13 p.m. Once again, it's important to consider what was happening between Donald Trump's 2:38 p.m. tweet and his next tweet at 3:13 p.m. You'll see footage from the attack during that time on the right and Donald Trump's tweet on the left.
We've been informed that protesters have penetrated the Capitol here.
This is my fucking building. Hey, we got a fucking attitude problem over here.
I tell you, the sentiment in the streets is really getting to a different level. This is spinning out of control. This is turning violent. This is getting dangerous.
America got one idea. Don't touch me, don't. Get the fuck out of
This isn't 10 minutes into the insurrection. This isn't just after his speech earlier that day. That's what our commander-in-chief saw happening, and that was his response. You'll notice one of the things he says to his mob, to these insurrectionists, rather than to stop or to leave, was to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what? Thank you for shattering the windows and destroying property. Thank you for injuring more than 140 police officers. Thank you for putting in danger all of our lives and the lives of our families? How about instead of thank you, Donald Trump on that day acted like our commander-in-chief and stopped this as only he could and told those people to leave. And here's what former Governor Chris Christie, his very good friend, said after that tweet.
Pretty simple. The president caused this protest to occur. He's the only one who can make it stop. What the president said is not good enough. The president has to come out and tell his supporters to leave the Capitol grounds and to allow the Congress to do their business peacefully. And anything short of that is an abrogation of his responsibility.
He's right. Chris Christie is right. We know how Donald Trump acts on Twitter and otherwise when he has a message to convey. In fact, I asked you to remember those tweets earlier this morning when he yelled on Twitter, "Stop the count." When he wanted to incite his supporters to show up on January 6th, President Trump tweeted 16 times between midnight on January 5th and his noon rally speech the next day. 16 times to get them to do something he wanted. And his message in those 16 times was clear. Fight, stay strong, be strong. But when the violence started, he never once said the one thing everyone around him was begging him to say. Stop the attack. He refused to stop it. And as Governor Christie and Representative Kinzinger and others made clear, only Donald Trump could have stopped that attack.
You know, a guy that knows how to tweet very aggressively on Twitter, puts out one of the weakest statements in one of the saddest days in American history because his ego won't let him, admit defeat.
He was not just our commander-in-chief, he had incited the attack. The insurgents were following his commands. And we saw when they read aloud this tweet, attacking the vice president. And they confirmed this during the attack, too.
We're outnumbered. There's a fucking million of us out there, and we are listening to Trump's your boss.
Senators, ask yourself this. How easy would it have been for the president to give a simple command, a simple instruction, just telling them, stop, leave? This was a dereliction of duty, plain and simple. And it would have been for any president who had done that. And that brings me to my next point. You heard from my colleagues that when planning this attack, the insurgents predicted that Donald Trump would command the National Guard to help them. And there's a lot that we don't know yet about what happened that day. But here's what we do know. Donald Trump did not send help to these officers who were badly outnumbered, overwhelmed, and being beaten down. 2 hours into the insurrection, by 3 p.m., President Trump had not deployed the National Guard or any other law enforcement to help, despite multiple pleas to do so. President Donald Trump was at the time our Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America. He took a solemn oath to preserve, protect, and defend this country. And he failed to uphold that oath. In fact, there's no indication that President Trump ever made a call to have the Guard deployed or had anything to do with the Guard being deployed when it ultimately was. And shortly after 3:04 p.m., the acting defense secretary announced that the Guard had been activated and listed the people he spoke with prior to this activation, including Vice President Mike Pence, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Senator Schumer, and Representative Hoyer. But that list did not include the president. This omission of his name was reportedly not accidental. According to reports, quote, Trump initially rebuffed requests to mobilize the National Guard and required interference by other officials, including his own White House counsel. And later, quote, as a mob of Trump supporters breached police barricades and seized the Capitol, Trump reportedly was, quote, disengaged in discussions with Pentagon leaders about deploying the National Guard to aid the overwhelmed U.S. Capitol Police. President Trump was reportedly, and I quote, completely, totally out of it. He made no attempt to reach the National Guard, and it was Vice President Pence, still under the threat for his life, who reportedly spoke to the Guard. President Trump's conduct confirms this too. At no point on January 6 did Donald Trump even reference the National Guard. The only thing that we heard connecting the president to the Guard was from his press secretary, who tweeted about the Guard being deployed at the president's direction over half an hour later at 3:36 p.m. And we have seen what Donald Trump does when he tries to take credit for something. And yet, even when the National Guard was finally deployed, he didn't even acknowledge it. In fact, he didn't say a word about the National Guard the entire day. Think about that. The bloodiest attack we've seen on our Capitol since 1812, and our president couldn't be bothered to even mention that help was on its way. These insurgents had been attacking our government for over 4 hours by that point. And we may have been the target, but it was the brave men and women who protect our Capitol who were out there combating thousands of armed insurgents in a fight for their lives. And that's who Donald Trump left entirely unprotected. And this is hard to watch, but I think it's important we understand what the Capitol Police were facing, how severely they were outnumbered, while our Commander-in-Chief, whose job it was to protect and defend them, was just watching, doing nothing for hours, refusing to send help. If he wanted to protect these officers, if he cared about their safety, as he tweeted about, he would have told his supporters to leave. He would have sent help right away. And one brave officer was killed. Others took their lives after the attack. More than 140 police officers were injured, including cracked ribs, smashed spinal discs. One officer will lose an eye. Another was stabbed with a metal fence stake. They were completely and violently overwhelmed by a mob and needed help. And our Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, refused to send it. Senators, you've seen all the evidence so far, and this is clear. On January 6th, President Trump left everyone in this Capitol for dead. For the next hour, after President Trump's 3 p.m. tweet, he still did nothing. Not until 4:17 p.m., over 3.5 hours after the violence started, did our president send a message finally asking the insurgents to go home. On the right, you'll see what happened that day in the hours leading up to his pre-recorded video. On the left, you'll see his message. Let's watch.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
This is the first time our commander-in-chief spoke publicly at all since the attack began, over the 3.5 hours after it started. And these are the entirety of the words the president spoke out loud to the American people or to the attackers that entire day. Nowhere in that video, not once, did he say, I condemn this insurrection. I condemn what you did today. Nowhere did he say, I'm sending help immediately. Stop this. Here's what he said instead. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen. Even after all the things we witnessed, even after all of that carnage, he goes out and tells the same big lie. The same big lie that enraged and incited the attack. He repeated this while the attack was ongoing and while we were still under threat. And here's what else he said. Go home in peace. We love you. You're very special. Senators, you were here. You saw this with your own eyes. You faced that danger. And when President Trump had an opportunity to confront them, as the leader of us all, as our commander-in-chief, what did he tell them? We love you. You're very special. This was not a condemnation. This was a message of consolation, of support, of praise. And if there's any doubt that his supporters, these insurgents, took this as a message of support and praise, watch for yourselves.
Donald Trump asked everybody to go home. He just put out a tweet. It's a minute long. He asked everybody to go home.
Why do you think so?
Because, dude, we won the fucking day. We fucking won.
How did we win?
Well, we won by sending a message to the senators and the congressmen. We won by sending a message to Pence, okay, that if they don't do as they are, as their oath to do, if they don't uphold the Constitution, then we will remove them from office one way or another.
I suspect you recognize that man. You'll hear him say that we won the day. Who won the day? We know that at least 5 people lost their lives that day. The House and the Senate were in life-threatening danger, and so was the Vice President. And think of everyone else here as well. Who won on January 6th? That's not a win for America, but it is a win for Donald Trump unless we hold him accountable. Now, a little over an hour after that video, the brave members of law enforcement secured the Capitol, and we as a Congress got ready to continue certifying the results of our free and fair election. A half hour after that, President Trump issued another tweet in case there was any doubt as to whether he was happy with the people who did this, as to whether he had incited this. He commemorated what happened on January 6th. At 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, he tweeted, quote, These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who've been badly and unfairly treated for so long, ending with, "Remember this day forever." My colleague, Manager Cicilline, started with this tweet because this tweet shows exactly how Donald Trump felt about what happened on January 6th. These are the things that happened. He's saying this was foreseeable. He's saying, I told you this was going to happen if you certified the election for anyone else, and you got what you deserved for trying to take my power away. Great patriots, go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. He's saying to them, you did good. He's not regretful. He's not grieving. He's not sad. He's not angry about the attack. He's celebrating it. He's commemorating it. This is the entirety of what President Trump said to the public once the attack began. 5 tweets and a pre-recorded video. On the day of the most bloody insurrection we've faced in generations, our commander-in-chief, who's known for sending 108 tweets in a normal day, sent 5 tweets and a pre-recorded video. That is the entirety of President Trump's public statements from when the attack began until he went to bed on January 6th. That's all he did, despite all the people we know who begged him to preserve, protect, and defend. That was our commander-in-chief's response. He began the day with, quote, "Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." And that's what this is all about. And he ended the attack letting us know that we got what he forewarned that morning. We will, of course, each of us, remember that day forever, but not in the way that President Trump intended. Not because of the actions of these violent, unpatriotic insurrectionists. I'll remember that day forever, because despite President Trump's vicious attempts throughout the day to encourage the siege and block the certification, he failed. At 8:06 p.m., the Senate gavelled into session, and the counting of the electoral votes continued. About an hour later, the House followed suit. And close to 4 a.m., after spending a significant part of the day evacuated or on the floor or hiding, this great body fulfilled the will of the people and certified the Electoral College vote. And I'm proud to be part of Congress. I'm proud that we ensured that the will of the American people finally prevailed on that day. And I'm proud that I and everyone in this room abided by our oath of office, even if the president didn't abide by his. And President Trump, too, took an oath as president. He swore on a Bible to preserve, protect, and defend. And who among us could honestly say they believe that he upheld that oath? And who among us will let his utter dereliction of duty stand?
Mr. President, the managers are prepared to recess for the evening and to finish our opening statement tomorrow.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leaders.
Pursuant to Impeachment Rule 16, I make a motion. Statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They're not accurate, and they're contrary to fact. I move, pursuant to Rule 16, that they be stricken from the record.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, Parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. Senator,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, right here, we might as well hear clearly what the ruling of the chair was. So if you would repeat that.
Of course, I will. And pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, the parties' presentations are not limited.
There you go. It's on now.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. The senator from Utah has appealed that ruling. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Have you? And the yeas and nays have been requested for sufficient.
And what is the question? Is it, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes.
It is whether the ruling of the chair with respect to
No. And what, may I ask, is the ruling of the chair? My point was not about whether it's appropriate for them to make characterizations. My point was to strike them because they were false.
The question is whether the ruling of the chair that Senate Resolution 47 applies to this situation is correct.
The question is whether Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, is correct. The parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution.
Mr. President, that is not my motion. You've ruled on a motion. You've ruled on something that was not what I moved. What I asked was, statements were attributed to me repeatedly, as to which I have personal knowledge because I am the source. They are not true. I never made those statements. I asked that they be stricken. This has nothing to do with whether or not they're based on depositions, which they're not. It's simply based on the fact that I'm the witness. I'm the only witness. Those statements are not true, and I ask that you strike them.
President.
Let him rule.
Mr. President.
So what they're referring to was House Impeachment Manager David Cicilline, who was, it was before they played the Rudy Giuliani voicemail to Tommy Tuberville. This was on the phone call. It was based on a CNN report indicating that he called Mike Lee's cell phone, the president did, and then from there, then Mike Lee apparently handed the phone. This was according to David Cicilline's presentation. So this is basically the moment they're debating right now. We'll take you back.
The yeas and nays have been asked.
Yeah, the yeas and nays have been asked for.
The yeas and nays have been requested.
Let him explain. Please let him explain, Mr. President. Why is it false? What was not false? What was false about it?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to answer the senator's question.
Debate is not in order under Senate Resolution 47, Section 4. Parties' presentation not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. And that has been appealed. The yeas and nays have been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
She's calling the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
What are you doing?
Who is obviously watching all this in Capitol Hill. So Casey, like I said, the
point.
Well, let's listen in.
What is the question? Yeah, we're not allowed to here. Yes?
Casey Hunt, you want to? Are they waiting? Are they looking for a parliamentarian ruling here?
Chuck, this is all very confusing, and we're trying to sort through it right along with all of our viewers. The challenge here is that, and you summed it up nicely, what Senator Lee is objecting to, which is how this account of what happened on the day, this call from President Trump that had reportedly come in to Senator Lee. The issue here is senators are actually not allowed to speak on the floor during an impeachment trial. You may remember that from the last time we did this about a year ago. They are allowed to make motions. So I think what Schumer may have been referring to there as he was caught on that microphone is that they can't really have this conversation here. There is obviously some confusion on the dais on the part of Leahy, who is presiding, and potentially the parliamentarian as well. It's been difficult to decipher exactly which rule they are trying to sort out. And as you can see, the senators are now gathering around what is the majority leader's desk now in the Senate to try and figure this out. And that voice that you heard there was Senator Joe Manchin speaking up and saying that he wants an explanation for what exactly was false in the manager's presentation. The other piece of this, Chuck, that I can provide some backstory here. Again, I've said this earlier on in the day. We, as TV networks, are sharing limited spots in the galleries where you can watch these proceedings. And our pool reporter from ABC was in the chamber as Cicilline was making this presentation, and she was actually watching Mike Lee, and she reports that he started scribbling furiously on a pad. She could read from where she was, and again, it's pretty close, so it makes some sense here. She said she could read, "This is not what happened," on the piece of paper, and then he folded that paper into thirds and handed it to David Schoen, President Trump's lawyer, who then nodded in response and said yes. So clearly there's been some communication on this ahead of time. Mike Lee, I think we should remind everyone, is, Chuck, you know this well, he is somebody who focuses quite a bit on, I would say he's a stickler for the rules, if you will.
He's a procedure guy. Yeah, he likes to
exactly.
yes, he digs into procedure. We'll just leave it at that, yes.
Exactly, and he wants to, do everything exactly by the book here. He's somebody who would know, for example, all of these, and they're arcane rules. I mean, they just are. They've been used very few times in history, but of course they've been used more often now. So they are clearly conferring there. It looks like Schumer is speaking with Jamie Raskin, and there's some back and forth with Senator Durbin. And Chuck, I'll send it back to you because it looks like we might get some more
I
here.
was just going to say, it looks like, it's one of those cases in a normal trial, they might there'd be an objection, somebody might withdraw that part. This obviously being a lot more complicated, and frankly, it's more complicated because Pat Leahy is harder to understand with a mask, when he's wearing a mask, Casey.
No, he is.
As we all are.
That's absolutely true. I mean, and also just keep in mind, this is not something that anyone would necessarily be, have at their fingertips. I mean, presumably he has studied for this, but unlike normal procedures in the Senate where people, know it by the back of your hand, the way that you would recite the Pledge of Allegiance in school or something like that, an impeachment trial is not that way. So Leahy's also, obviously, of course, one of the older members of the Senate. He's the longest serving Democrat, which, as the majority party, that's the reason he's in that chair. So, I think there are clearly some factors that are contributing to the confusion here. It sounds like the clerk is now potentially calling the roll on this, but as you can see, there still seems to be a fair degree of confusion here on the floor. As you can see, I think we're looking mostly there at Democrats, or what the camera is showing. Now we're getting a wide shot
with Mike Lee. Yeah, we're starting to see that.
Of the chamber, right? Yeah, no. So it looks like they are going to proceed to a vote on this ruling. There you see Schumer again speaking with Senator Lee. This is an exercise in looking at the back of people's heads.
Yeah, I was
Chuck.
just going to say the head nods at least indicate that they're going to come to some sort of resolution here.
Indeed.
If we're going to read some body language, let's go big picture here before we go back, Casey.
Sure.
I mean, this sort of went in the order we expected today, right? The very methodical case. Oh, well, let's go back.
Mr. President, we need order.
Senate will be in order.
Okay.
I ask consent to vitiate the appeal request that I made. Withdraw the request.
Wait, before he withdraws.
The yeas and nays?
Just call in.
I withdraw the request for the yeas and nays.
Without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, and I withdraw the quorum call and call on the manager, Mr. Raskin, for a brief statement.
The impeachment manager, Mr. Cicilline, correctly and accurately quoted a newspaper account, which the distinguished senator has taken objection to. So we're happy to withdraw it.
It's not true, and it's double.
On the grounds that it is not true, and we are going to
repeated it too.
Okay, we're going to withdraw it this evening, and without any prejudice to the ability to resubmit it, if possible, and then we can debate it if we need it. But it's not. This is much ado about nothing because it's not critical in any way to our case.
You're not the one being cited as a witness, sir.
All right. So the manager's
Well, it looks like we got a little politics in there at the end there of back and forth.
His request, and we may relitigate it tomorrow if we have to. I now ask unanimous consent. The trial adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow, Thursday, February 11th, and this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
The objection without objection, so ordered. Senate stands adjourned.
All right, Casey Hunt, we are back. Let's go big picture. We got that resolved. We had actually foreshadowed the playing of that infamous Rudy Giuliani voicemail to Tommy Tuberville, and that obviously was what they were really wanting to get at there. So, big picture here today, Casey. They seem to. It was the methodical. They started with creating the intent, then the insurrection itself, and then the president's behavior after. What do we expect tomorrow?
Well, Chuck, I think that we saw the crux of the argument today, frankly. You saw all of, perhaps not all, it's possible we'll see new evidence tomorrow, but we saw significant new evidence, audio from the police scanners, security footage from inside the Capitol, a retelling of the day that was aimed directly at the senators who were victims on that day, targets on that day, and now, of course, are the deciders in terms of the fate of the former president and whether he's convicted here. So it does beg the question, what do they have left to talk about tomorrow? And we know they've said publicly already it's going to be a much shorter day. Most of their argument was conducted today. But there still are some questions about the president himself and what conduct he may or may have undertaken through that. I have questions, for example, about what was happening in that room where House and Senate leadership were taken, and there were phone calls to the White House, et cetera. I'm curious to know if there's additional evidence. They certainly have it. Now, whether they have wanted to decide to make it public is the big question. So, again, it's hard to see how I can't say top that, because this was a recounting of one of the lowest points in American history, and I don't know how you would get more emotional, more riveting than what we saw today. I mean, I certainly, from where I sit, from the way that our team who covered this on the day, from the members of Congress that we're all talking to as this has unfolded, and I think we've said this on the air, this was an incredibly emotional and difficult day for everyone who was here. They not only relived one of the worst days for many of them in their lives, but in many cases they were learning that it could have been much worse. And there's something particularly terrifying and traumatizing about reliving an already traumatic situation and realizing that in fact it was worse than you initially thought. And so I think that is obviously how the Democrats are focusing their argument to try and appeal to a couple more senators. And I will say, Chuck, just in closing, Lindsey Graham did say to reporters, while he offered some pro-Trump spin, he also said that he thought that there may be a couple more votes for acquittal here. So interested to know what he may know behind the scenes, Chuck.
Yeah, I saw those comments. He seemed to think that he seemed to think there was hypocrisy going on when it came to people that were targeting him, I guess, and some other things. It was an interesting take by Senator Graham compared to, frankly, what almost everybody else said. Casey Hunt, for our entire team, Casey Hunt, Andrea Mitchell, Hallie Jackson, our entire team at NBC News, that concludes our coverage for now. NBC News will be back on the air tomorrow at noon Eastern for continuing special coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald John Trump. For now, I'm Chuck Todd. Good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Give our lawmakers the gift of discernment so that they will know truth from falsehood.
Democracy needs a ground to stand upon, and that ground is the truth. To us, it may have felt like chaos and madness, but there was method in the madness.
We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
He knew when he took that podium on that fateful morning that those in attendance had heeded his words and they were waiting for his orders to begin fighting.
Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump!
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching special coverage of Donald Trump's second impeachment trial here on NBC News Now. The impeachment managers laying out their case against the former president on day 2, arguing the riots on Capitol Hill were well orchestrated ahead of January 6th. Impeachment manager Madeleine Dean saying this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. We start with NBC News political correspondent Ali Vitale, who is on Capitol Hill, and Duke University law professor Guy Charles. Ali, we got to start with the ending there. A big kerfuffle on the Senate floor. I believe that is the technical term to explain what just happened there. Could you tell our viewers what went on? Senator Mike Lee taking issue with the House manager's arguments.
Yeah, Senator Mike Lee taking issue with what David Cicilline was saying there when he was recounting a phone call that Trump made, he thought, to Senator Tuberville of Alabama, but in fact, it was a misdial to Mike Lee. As Cicilline was going through and recounting that phone call, one of the pool reporters in the room, and I should tell you that because of COVID restrictions, all of the 5 networks are basically on a rotation and sharing information for actually being in that Senate chamber. But the pooler in the room said that when that recounting was happening, Senator Mike Lee put the notebook down that he'd been using, picked up a legal pad, started writing furiously, and wrote on a piece of paper, "This is not what happened." He passed that note then to the Trump legal team. They saw it, they acknowledged it, and then you saw as the House impeachment manager started wrapping up there, then Mike Lee started speaking. And it's notable he did that because during impeachment trials, one of the rules is that senators can't actually speak during them. So it was a little bit of confusion. These rules are pretty arcane, and so you saw the chamber in real time trying to deal with that. Where we left it was Jamie Raskin saying, okay, we're going to take that part of our presentation out, let it be stricken from the record. I have a feeling, though, that it's going to be one of the first things that we see revisited tomorrow.
Yeah, quite a point of contention there. It didn't seem like anyone was quite ready to let it go. Ali, let's talk about one of the other focal points today, that new security video from the Capitol that the House managers played. What did they say after showing it to the Senate, and how did the chamber react? Really powerful stuff.
Yeah, this was a haunting and compelling presentation. And what we saw the House impeachment managers do was really make it so that Trump's comments on January 6th weren't in a vacuum, but instead they really drew this narrative arc from the early days of the 2020 race when he started talking about the election being rigged. They brought it all the way through the way that he was priming his supporters for if he were to lose, then it would be because the election was stolen from them. They carried that through the way that he tried to pressure lawmakers in states that he lost to try to get them to find votes or throw out vote counts that found in favor of Joe Biden and not Donald Trump. And then finally, they landed with the comments that he made, ads that he put on the air, all of these things just fomenting this mistrust and this anger among his voting base that eventually culminated on January 6th. They didn't do this, but I can tell you even, I was on the campaign trail with Donald Trump every day in 2016. This idea of the only way that he would lose is if the election was rigged, that was started in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. And so this has long been in the ether with Trump. He carried it through from then until 2020. And that narrative line is really the one that the House impeachment managers sought to push forward with today. Members in the room were rapt as they were watching it. You even hear there's an echo around me now, but that same marbling goes through this entire building. And so as they were listening to the footage that did have sound on it, you could hear the echoes coming off the room. It's not the first time that we've heard that throughout this. On the first days of these arguments, that was what we heard from folks inside the room, that the speakers had the sounds and the screams and the banging all reverberating in the Senate chamber as they were listening to this. So really emotional. And you also also have to consider here, a lot of these senators were watching themselves on the video. Someone like Senator Mitt Romney, who watched Officer Goodman tell him to turn around because he was walking right into the mob. Romney didn't know that it was Officer Goodman. He didn't know that that was what was happening in that moment. And so a lot of these folks, as much as we talk about them not being jurors in the same way because they were participants in this unwillingly, of course, a lot of them were being told things that they experienced and finding new context around it. And so that was really emotional for them. Some senators, all of them really tuned in when they were seeing the new footage. We had been told that this was going to be what was coming, that we were going to see things we had never seen before. Certainly everyone in that room watched, they were rapt, they were locked in on it. And I think it was really emotional for everyone who was in there, especially consider the way when you hear Congresswoman Plaskett talk about this in the context of 9/11, that great national tragedy. Listen to how she framed this and just how stark and emotional it is.
When I first saw this model that was created for this, I thought back to September 11th. I was also here on September 11th. I was a staffer at that time. When I think of that, and I think of these insurgents, these images incited by our own President of the United States, attacking this Capitol to stop the certification of a presidential election, our democracy, our republic.
And Allison, I think up here on Capitol Hill, you know, you've got this initial reaction of incredulity. How could this happen in the United States? How could these images that we're seeing happen in the United States? And then the very quick realization, the crash of reality, that this did happen in the United States. And we saw the House impeachment managers lay out why, because Donald Trump fomented this, they're going to continue to make that case.
We just saw that video yet again. What's your take on it, and how important and effective were the House managers' visuals today?
I think they were incredibly effective and, quite frankly, arresting. They made an intellectual case, they made an emotional case, and they made a factual case. They weave together a narrative, a cause and effect narrative. This is what the president said. These are the many times that he said it. This is the effect that it had. And when he didn't say anything, this is exactly the effect that we saw. So the narrative that they put together was compelling. The images buttressed the story. And obviously the emotions of it all, as we're just talking about, the actors in the room, the jurors, were also participants, so they remember. And some of the message here that the House managers were, part of the message they were communicating is the fact that the president called for an attack on a branch of the government. So this is the executive branch against the legislative branch. They're trying to remind the jurors, the senators, the fact that they have a duty and they have a responsibility. So this was extremely compelling intellectually and emotionally.
Guy, Congressman Neguse started his arguments today calling the January 6th riot predictable. Here's what he said.
This attack was provoked by the president, incited by the president. And as a result, it was predictable and it was foreseeable. And of course, that makes sense. And this mob was well orchestrated. Their conduct was intentional. They did it all in plain sight.
Guy, Trump didn't ask his supporters verbatim to breach the Capitol, but he did say things like, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Is that enough for House managers to make the case that he incited this riot?
I think it's definitely enough. I mean, I think they really did a fairly good case of using words like attack. We must fight. Right. So a lot of insinuations in which you can very easily draw the connection. They talked about how many times the president tweeted. They talked about how many times the president called upon his supporters. They talk about how many times the president prime the pump. So that way, and in some senses, it was almost Pavlovian. That there were messages that were being sent, and they also provided videos of how the insurgents understood the message, where people were saying, "We're doing this for Trump," or "Trump told us to stop," or "Trump told us to come." So the insurgents understood the message. So I think the insinuations, the words that the president used, even though they weren't direct incitement, but it's not too much of a leap. I think the House managers definitely made their case, and the jurors have enough to go on.
Ali, the House managers used Trump's tweets, his words, to argue what they called his relentless effort to overturn the election results. Here's Congressman Eric Swalwell.
This was never about pursuing legitimate claims. He was saying anything he could to trigger and anger his base so that they would fight like hell to overturn a legitimate election. What President Trump did was the polar opposite of what any of us would do if we lost an election. He directed all of the rage that he had incited to January 6th. That was his last chance to stop the peaceful transition of power.
What can you tell us, Ali, about the strategy behind that particular argument?
Well, you hear Swalwell there really getting to the culmination of the argument, which is that January 6th was the last stand for something that Trump had been trying to do for weeks and months, saying that he primed the pump for his supporters to be mistrustful of any election that he didn't win, and then continuing to move forward by putting the bricks down on the road that Trump took here to the morning of January 6th, where he finally had that rally in front of thousands of supporters here in Washington, D.C., and he told them that they were going to go to the Capitol together. Of course, we know that Trump didn't do that, but they also tied a lot of what the supporters heard from Trump into what the actions were that they took, and that's pretty critical here.
All right, Ali, Guy, so much to get through tonight. Thank you both so much for walking us through a really big day on the Capitol. Appreciate you both.
You got it.
The House impeachment managers making the case that Donald Trump traded in his role as commander-in-chief for insider-in-chief on January 6th.
The evidence will show you that ex-President Trump was no innocent bystander. The evidence will show that he clearly incited the January 6th insurrection. It will show that Donald Trump surrendered his role as commander-in-chief and became the inciter-in-chief of a dangerous insurrection. And this was, as one of our colleagues put it so cogently on January 6th itself, the greatest betrayal of the presidential oath in the history of the United States.
NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining me now, along with Washington Post White House reporter Ann Gearan. Shannon, we only heard opening arguments from the House managers today, but there is still a lot of talk about the Trump team's debate yesterday. NBC News reporting Trump was extremely displeased with his legal team yesterday and that he watched and fumed from his Mar-a-Lago club. What did the president have the biggest issue with, and how are his lawyers planning to step it up when they start their opening arguments later this week?
Well, our reporting indicates that he was really displeased with his lawyer's performance. Of course, there was Bruce Castor, who led off the president's defense. He gave what he admitted was an impromptu, unscripted, sort of last-minute change in legal strategy speech that he described as trying to take the temperature down in the room after a really emotional argument by the House impeachment managers. Well, that didn't go over very well with President Trump, we are told. He was very displeased with that, and he wasn't thrilled either with David Schoen, who came after him, and, well, he gave a much more passion, substantive, scripted defense. That also, too, didn't necessarily win the president over. Here's what Schoen had to say last night about what went on in the president's defense on day one of these Senate hearings.
Well, the fellow who you say did the opening today has his law firm there. They seem to be very capable people. I'm sure today he hadn't planned on going, and so I'm sure that they'll be very well prepared in the future and do a great job in the case.
Now, we have been hearing from the president's allies a bit about what they expect for their argument going forward. They emphasize that this was just a starting point for their argument, and they've said, much of what they saw today as far as video evidence was expected. Things are going as they expected from the Democrats, and they are emphasizing they still have a lot of points and cases to make going ahead.
And yesterday, just 6 GOP senators voted to move forward with this trial. Today, the House managers talked about how the Capitol rioters were looking for Vice President Pence and calling him a traitor. House Manager Stacey Plaskett presenting an affidavit saying the rioters would have killed Vice President Pence if given the chance. Do you think that had any impact on Republican senators today?
Well, Alison, we don't know yet because they haven't really themselves had a chance to speak to that issue exactly. But you can tell that what the House managers, impeachment managers, are doing here is really raising the bar of guilt and making it doubly, triply hard for these senators who most people assume are going to vote along the lines they have in two what amount to test votes in which that show that the president is ultimately most likely to be acquitted here. But in the doing, these senators are now going to have to take those votes, assuming they follow through on them, having heard really, really damning set of facts as laid out today about the level of danger that Mike Pence, someone who is close ideologically and personally to many people in that room, the level of danger he was in, and on top of that, the level of danger his family was in, and also the level of danger that many members of the House and Senate were in themselves. There was a concerted effort to up the ante for a no vote by those senators when and if it comes.
Shannon, the House managers played several videos of Trump allegedly inciting his followers to violence. How does Trump's legal team counter that strategy? What do they feel is their best defense here?
So the strategy that we've been hearing, and of course this could change after some of the real compelling video evidence and cases made today, but what we have been hearing to this point is that they plan to compare Trump's language, and we got a bit of this in the arguments yesterday, compare Trump's language to language made by other politicians, to argue that this is what politicians do. They say, go out and fight. They use strong, fiery rhetoric. It doesn't always mean they literally expect people to fight. And they're going to frame that in the context of a First Amendment argument. And they're going to pull out clips of Democrats saying similar things. So that's what we can expect. Of course, there's a lot of differences here between what Democratic politicians may have said in the past and what happened on January 6th. But that's one of the paths we're told they're going down.
And Georgia prosecutors have opened a criminal investigation into Trump's efforts to overturn the election results, mainly 2 calls that he made to state officials, pushing them to invalidate Joe Biden's victory in the state. Today, House Manager Dean played part of that call. How does this separate criminal investigation help the House manager's case?
Well, the House managers think that it shows the planning involved by the president ahead of January 6th, that this wasn't something that the president and those around him cooked up that day, that in fact it was weeks in the making, where the president primed his supporters to act the way they ultimately did on January 6th. But also that the president himself was attempting to find ways to overturn the election or subvert the election. It goes to the president's individual intent in the House manager's view, which then would be part of the larger argument that this is why the president felt, the now former president, felt as strongly as he did in trying to get his supporters to take that walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
All right, Shannon, thank you so much. Ann, I know you're sticking around, and we'll be checking back in with you. Thank you. Thank you. Were the House impeachment managers truthful today, or did their arguments have a political slant, or maybe a little bit of both? Let's bring in NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim for a little fact checking. And oh man, Jane, today's arguments ended with like the ultimate fact check. I couldn't wait to get you on here. We had a surprise from Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Let's play that for our viewers.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Pursuant to Impeachment Rule 16, I make a motion. Statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They're not accurate, and they're contrary to fact. I move, pursuant to Rule 16, that they be stricken from the record.
All right. So, Jane, we know that call happened. So can you help us figure this one out? What is Lee arguing here, and what are the facts here?
Absolutely. So, as you said, we do know this call happened. Mike Lee's spokesman has talked about it. Mike Lee himself has talked about it. So we can establish that far. What I do think Mike Lee is getting at, and he is, of course, a parliamentarian to his core, he does not want to speak out of turn, which is why he presented a motion rather than just objecting to this when he heard it. But what I think is going on is that he's getting mad about the characterization of the call, which was sort of a secondhand call. They were reporting on a CNN report. Democrats were repeating a CNN report that sort of quotes a source familiar with the matter. So what actually was said on the call, I'm guessing, is what he's characterizing as that didn't come from me. So he sort of has this big fireworky moment where he's trying to say, like, this is inaccurate, but it may just be that it's inaccurately sourced to him. And it seemed like a very semantic moment, the kind of thing where he was trying to discredit this very long day of incredibly moving testimony. But it may come down to the kind of a very small thing. And you saw Democrats try and take this down and say, we'll take this off the record. We can deal with this another time. But this is a small issue. Democrats did not want this to be the moment that everyone remembered after today.
Jane, the House impeachment managers played clips of Trump's call with Georgia's Secretary of State last month, where Trump pushed alleged widespread voter fraud in that state. But you're reporting the Dems left out a big point in their argument today. What was it?
Yeah, the House managers are narrowly, laser focused on trying to keep this tight. But a lot of those conspiracy theories that the president was advancing on this call that we heard replayed on the Senate floor in this very sort of regal body of government were conspiracies that had been advanced on QAnon followers, on 4chan, an extremist forum. So they left this out, but this was stunning to me to hear these things that started on extremist forums on the internet and percolated for months there before they were repeated by the president. They're trying to avoid sort of these distracting details, but they get to the core of the story about how we got here.
Jane, Congressman Joaquin Castro talked about election workers being harassed in November. Take a listen.
Let's call this what it was. We're facing a global pandemic. Workers were risking their health to ensure the integrity of our elections. And President Trump's supporters were encircling them, trying to prevent them from doing their own jobs.
Jane, you spoke with a dozen election workers. What did they tell you? True or false? Were they harassed by Trump supporters?
Relentlessly so. This was a moment where he was reading through headlines, and I talked to the people who, spoke with sort of fear in their voices about these moments. Someone arrested outside the Philadelphia Convention Center where they're counting ballots. And I talked to someone inside there who said, I still am looking in my rearview mirror. I'm still nervous. I have nightmares about these moments. So we've heard some headlines today, but there are real people out there who are grappling with incredibly sort of harrowing moments. We heard mention of Fulton County and the president advancing falsehoods about dead people voting there. I listened to those voicemails that were on that voice message, and they're upsetting. These are really people who were harassed terribly.
Jane, always great to have you here to help us separate fact from fiction. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
All All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Insider in chief, the House impeachment managers saying they'll prove President Trump was just that on January 6th. Here are some of the other heated moments from their opening arguments today.
Portraying Trump as a guy on the street being punished for his ideas is a false description of his actions, his intent, and the role that he played on January 6th when he willfully incited an insurrectionary mob to riot at the Capitol.
I'd respectfully ask that you remember those three phrases as you consider the evidence today. Election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell, because they did not just appear on January 6th.
I'm a Texas Democrat. We've lost a few elections over the years. But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen from you?
This was not just a comment by an official to fight for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence, that rage, straight at our door.
He didn't just tell them to fight like hell. He told them how, where, and when. He made sure they had advance notice, 18 days advance notice. He sent his save the date for January 6th. He told them to march to the Capitol and fight like hell.
He spent $50 million from his legal defense fund on these ads to stop the steal and amplify his message. They were released nationally. These ads were designed to run all the way up to January 5. And then they stopped. This was purposeful and deliberate planning to target his base to rally around that day.
And leading up to the event, there were hundreds of posts online showing that his supporters took this as a call to arms to attack the Capitol. There were detailed posts of plans to attack online. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests days leading up to the attack.
And if you become inciter-in-chief to the insurrection, you can expect to be on the payroll as commander-in-chief for the Union.
The House impeachment managers arguing Donald Trump interrupted our nation's tradition of a peaceful transfer of power on January 6th. Here's Congressman Joe Neguse.
Since the days of George Washington has been the peaceful transfer of power. For centuries, we've accepted it as fact. Unfortunately, sadly, we know now that we can no longer take that for granted. Because as lead manager Raskin explained, on January 6th, the peaceful transition of power was violently interrupted when a mob stormed this Capitol and desecrated this chamber.
Barbara Perry is with me now. She's the director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia's Miller Center. Barbara, thanks so much for coming back to be with us this week. Such an important week. So let me ask, do you agree? Is this the first time that our country's peaceful transfer of power has been interrupted? Or have we seen something, if not quite like this, but similar to this before?
Well, good to be with you, Allison. It's certainly the first time that a sitting president has attempted to overturn the election as determined by the American people and through a riotous act and insurrection that he helped to perpetrate. Therefore, try to stop the peaceful transition of power. To get anything close to that, you'd have to go back to 1860, 1861 and the Civil War. But it was not the sitting president who was perpetrating the Civil War and secession. It was the southern states led by the rebels, just as the rebels in this case attempted to stop our constitutional structure from behaving as it should.
It certainly tells you something that here in 2021, if we keep trying to look to past examples or past precedent, that we're going back to the 1700s, to the 1800s, tells you just how unique this territory is. Barbara, Congressman Castro argued that Trump's false election fraud claims created the conditions for the Capitol riots. Here he is.
He truly made his base believe that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. And senators, all of us know and all of us understand how dangerous that is for our country. Because the most combustible thing you can do in a democracy is convince people that an election doesn't count, that their voice and their vote don't count, and that it's all been stolen, especially if what you're saying are lies.
Barbara, the impeachment manager is using videos from January 6th along with Trump's words and his tweets to back that up. The question here, is this free speech? What does Supreme Court precedent tell us about when speech loses its First Amendment protection?
There are a number of times when speech loses its First Amendment protection. Obscenity, for example, is not protected. Child pornography is not protected. Speech or a movie that would engage in child pornography, that is not protected. Also, what's not protected is imminent lawless behavior that is engaging in or attempting to pursue imminent lawless action. And that's exactly what the case was about today, that by Donald Trump's leading up to the election and telling the big lie that it was going to be stolen, once it had happened that it had been stolen, and then leading up to January 6th, that he was perpetrating this imminent lawless action on the part of those who supported him and then stormed the Capitol as insurrectionists.
Barbara, you're quoted in a Newsweek story this week about impeachments past. You argued there's a direct line from the impeachment of Bill Clinton to Trump's second impeachment. Tell us more about this direct line.
Yeah, I think that I was being asked, well, is it the case that these impeachments are becoming more frequent? Well, the answer to that would be yes. But is it diluting them? Are they becoming just so partisan and so political? And I said, well, if you have to draw a line, I would start with the Bill Clinton impeachment that was ginned up by radical Republicans led by Newt Gingrich and to some extent Ken Starr as well. Not that Bill Clinton didn't do something wrong. He did. But that it was the view coming out of Arkansas from the moment he was elected in 1992 that he was an illegitimate president. And so you see that through line then by Donald Trump and the birther movement against Barack Obama. And then as it gets to these last two impeachments, then you have Republicans saying, oh, this is illegitimate. What's happened is they were the ones who kicked off the dilution of impeachment, making it so partisan and political, so that when it is used in the case of a president who helps to perpetrate insurrection and tries to engage in the Ukrainian situation, it has to be used because those are actually illegal acts and they are impeachable.
You also brought up a really interesting point some people might not have realized. That Bill Clinton's approval rating actually went up during his impeachment. How do you think this week's trial will impact Trump's legacy?
Oh, I think that the point about Bill Clinton was it just showed that how far out on the limb the radical Republicans had gone in the late 1990s in attempting to impeach him and remove him from office. But in terms of Trump, I think this can only continue to denigrate his legacy as well it should. Mm-hmm.
Barbara Perry, always great to see you. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Allison.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
Love you back.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Donald Trump's second impeachment trial happening a little more than a year after his first. A unique situation for a former president, if ever there was one. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns talked to two GOP voters in Michigan before Trump's first trial and caught up with them again ahead of his second. Here's what they told her.
Are you following the impeachment inquiry?
I am. I read the headlines on it and see what's going on. I'm not sure what to make of it yet. I think that he definitely does shady stuff. I definitely don't doubt that at all. It's a question, do they really have enough to go after him?
Some people say this whole thing is a waste of time and money. Do you agree with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with investigating, behavior, because I would expect the president of the United States to be held to the highest standard.
What I think regarding Trump inciting a riot back in D.C. on January 6th had a lot to do with the fact that there's more systemic issues going on in this country of hate that he's allowed to bubble to the surface. And, he's standing back and just saying, well, I had nothing to do with it. My rally that day had nothing to do with it. And that's, to me, no different than standing in front of an open container of gasoline with a match, and saying, I didn't know it was going to explode. So he knew exactly what was going on. So I think Congress did the right thing by impeaching him. I'm disappointed that more people in the Senate, the GOP, can't see what's going on out there. And if they want any chance to save their party, I think they really need to stand up to what's going on in this country.
Do you agree with the impeachment?
No, I do not.
Why not?
I think it's with the inquiry, yes, I agree with the inquiry. With the way it's being handled, I don't. I will say it's convincing me that it's more of a, to use our president's words, more of a witch hunt.
What's different this time around, and what do you think about this trial?
This time around, to me, personally, it is just for show. It's because they don't want to face him again. They need to figure out what's going on with our economy than to run another impeachment trial through the Senate. I mean, we need help as Americans. American farmers, American people need help.
Dasha joins me now. Dasha, when you were traveling across the country in 2020, catching up with voters in battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania, I bet you wouldn't have believed me if I said, hey, Dasha, you'll be back talking to them again about a second impeachment. But here we are. What has changed for Republican voters since the last trial?
Yeah, I mean, none of us could have predicted any of this. And it was interesting to look at some of the trends that we saw within the Republican Party during that first impeachment trial really crystallize over the last year and become much more apparent. Now we're really seeing this split within the party. But it's interesting to look back, Allison, because we saw some differences when we were on the road during that first impeachment process based on place and based on circumstance. So when we went to parts of the country where folks were really hard hit economically, places hard hit by the opioid crisis, folks that were really facing real challenges, whether or not they agreed with the impeachment, even those who thought the president did something wrong, there was a sense of frustration with Washington that they were paying more attention to politics rather than policy that could really impact them and their communities. Fast forward to today, and we have a crisis on our hands that everyone has been impacted by. And so even when I talk to folks like Katie Morse, who you just heard from there, who is clearly very upset with the former president, wants to see him held accountable, I get a sense that some folks, even like her, are a little bit jaded this time around. They feel like they've seen this show before. They know how this is going to play out. And there is a sense among them that there's a difference with this subject matter, that we all sort of saw this play out in front of our eyes. But still, I get the sense that they want to wrap this up quickly. And to another point, Allison, you and I and many of our viewers were glued to our TV screens today, but a lot of Americans weren't. A lot of Americans were not watching this. They were dealing with personal struggles. Many also rely on sources that are frankly not going to show this video or might show it out of context. Americans right now are not making diverse opinions based on the same set of facts, Allison.
Yeah, Dasha, important point you bring up. A lot of people have a lot of other things to do during their day besides watch an impeachment trial, right? They're trying to teach their kids from home and have to go to work. And so they're not necessarily glued to it in the ways we are. What are you hearing from voters who still stand by Trump after the Capitol riots last month? Do they think he played a role, that he did anything wrong? What's their take?
In short, no. And that goes to my point about the different sources that people rely on and the different information that paints a very different context from what we saw on January 6th, right? Some of the Trump supporters that I spoke with are buying into some conspiracy theories around that, theories that started on the internet but have since been spread even by elected Republican officials around this being an event that was staged or that was perpetrated not by Trump supporters, but by other groups like Antifa, which we know is not true, but it is impacting how some voters are viewing this. I want you to hear some of my conversation with Don Buzzard. He's a Trump supporter in Beaver County. Listen.
Do you think Trump has any blame to share for what happened on January 6th?
No, he went out of his way to say, keep it peaceful.
And I think after all of the exposure of all the different groups that supposedly did all of the violence, that I don't think it was spontaneous. I think it was planned, and I don't think the Republicans or conservatives have anything to really do with it.
Allison, this just shows the power that the president still really has with his voters. And this is something that the Republican Party is factoring in, especially in places like Western Pennsylvania. Allison?
Dasha, thank you so much. And thanks for going back to all of those places to ask these questions we just didn't think you'd ever have to ask. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Allison.
What does it mean to be an American? The House impeachment managers raising that question today. Congressman Ted Lieu using Vice President Mike Pence as an example.
Even after the Capitol was attacked, even after he was personally targeted, even after his family was targeted, Vice President Pence stood strong and certified the election. Vice President Pence showed us what it means to be an American, what it means to show courage. He put his country, his oath, his values, and his morals above the will of one man. As you cast your vote after this trial, I hope each of you will think of the bravery of all these people who said no to President Trump because they knew that this was not right, that this was not America.
All right, let's bring in Republican strategist Joseph Pinion and Democratic strategist Michael Starr Hopkins, who we affectionately refer to as the band. Michael, Congressman Lieu putting the former vice president against Trump today. What did you think? Smart strategy to pit them against each other?
You know, I think it is. Look, I have a lot of criticisms for Mike Pence, but the way he handled both the counting of votes and the last couple of weeks of that administration, I think, were honorable. And I think when you juxtapose that against the way that President Trump acted, you have two diametrically opposed people within the same party. And I think that that's something really hard for Republicans to rectify, especially when you listen to that audio of Republicans on on January 6th saying that the president has to call this off. The president needs to come out and say that this is wrong. If he didn't have anything to do with this, why would he be the one that has to call it off?
So, Joseph, this sort of gets to the heart of the issue with the GOP right now. Who and what are they beholden to? Do you think it's a smart strategy for Republicans to stick with Trump? And does this trial weaken his hold on the party at all, even if he isn't convicted?
Look, I think that we have made a fatal flaw 5 years after the emergence of President Trump as a true political threat to believe that he is the one holding all of the power. The power rests with the people. In the same way that the NRA is not the keeper of my Second Amendment rights, but the Constitution is, it is the people who, in search of a populist champion, turned to President Trump. And so I think that, again, the problem or the fatal flaw with this impeachment process is that Democrats want Donald Trump to be the kingpin. They want to hit him with the RICO case. And I think if this was a 9/11 style investigation into what happened on January 6th, it has been quite effective. But that is not enough. Democrats basically want to say that 9/11 happened on January 6th and that Donald Trump is Osama bin Laden. And I think that that strains the credulity for a great many Americans, certainly the Republicans in the Senate, and for a great many Americans sitting at home who really want to get past impeachment and get back to the business of an America in the midst of a COVID-19 crisis, the likes of which we haven't seen.
Michael, Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, pretty emotional when she talked about her experience during the Capitol riot. Here she is.
Police radios reported a breach of the Capitol grounds. Someone shouted up to us, "Duck, then lie down, then ready your gas masks." Shortly after, there was a terrifying banging on the chamber doors. I will never forget that sound. Shouts and panicked calls to my husband and to my sons, instructions to flee.
Michael, we still don't know if there will be witnesses in this trial, but how important are witnesses to the House manager's case, given what you just heard there, given that these lawmakers are witnesses themselves?
You know, I would actually argue that we have heard witnesses because we have video testimony, we have audio testimony, and we have the words of Republicans that are sitting in that very room. And so I think when we hear the stories and the harrowing details, we start to realize it is literally only by the grace of God that members of Congress weren't killed that day. And, you know, as the death toll continues to rise, because we have Capitol Police taking their lives, succumbing to injuries, this could have been so much worse. And so to really internalize that, I think, is what you're seeing in that chamber, especially after that second video, when you started to see people like Mitt Romney realize how close they came to dying.
Joseph, Republican Senator Kevin Cramer was on MSNBC this morning saying he thinks the Senate will acquit former President Trump. Here he is.
Unless I'm convinced otherwise, I expect that the president he'll get my vote for acquittal and he will get acquitted. That said, there's a reason why they have 16 hours to make their case, they being the House managers, and why, of course, the president's defense gets to rebut that.
Joseph, that's the overall expectation here, right? That Trump will not likely get convicted. We just have not seen evidence of enough Republican support to convict so far. But do you think this first day of arguments changed that at all?
Well, look, I think that it reminds us in a very stark manner that what happened on January 6th was one of the most horrifying displays in the history of modern American politics. And I think that we can never in any way make light of that. And I think that if Republicans come out tomorrow and try to diminish that in any way, it would be a grave miscarriage of justice for the American people. But I also think that, unfortunately, if we are truly going to cure America of this virulent strand of untruths, of this virulent strand of misdirection and selective outrage, then Democrats have not acknowledged the fact that this is bigger than President Trump, that it extends to a summer of fires that burned. And unfortunately, now we're going to see big poster boards of tweets from AOC, big poster boards of tweets from Maxine Waters. And as distasteful as that may seem, it is the inevitable outcome of the fact that we still haven't gotten to the place where we as a nation can again understand what got us here, which in many ways supersedes President Trump, supersedes January 6th, even supersedes the 64-day drumbeat that preceded that day, and has to do with the neglected pain and suffering of half of Americans that other half of Americans don't seem to be concerned about.
All right, Joseph, I'm going to let you have the last word tonight because I let Michael steal it yesterday. Thank you both so much. Love having you here. We'll catch up later.
All right.
Take care, guys.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
breaking news in our changing world. Download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
He fanned the flame of violence, and it worked. House Manager Stacey Plaskett saying that of former President Trump today. Here are some more of the Democrats' most memorable arguments.
Donald Trump told his supporters they are stealing the election. They took away your vote. It's rigged. That was not true. According to judge after judge, the truth was exactly the opposite. Trump was not suing to ensure election integrity. He was pursuing lawsuits that would, in effect, strip away American votes so that he could win.
In the face of threats to elected officials, this is his message. And he calls them rhinos, Republicans in name only, and tells them to never give up. President Trump, to him, it was his supporters against anyone who would not overturn the election results so that President Trump could win.
In early December, Trump called Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, and pressured him to hold a special session of the state legislature to overturn the election results and to appoint electors who would vote for Trump. A few weeks later, on December 23rd, Trump called the chief investigator for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, who was conducting an audit of the signature matching procedures for absentee ballots. Trump urged him, find the fraud, and claimed the official would be a national hero if he did. Let's be clear. This is the President of the United States telling a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will face criminal penalties. And not just any number of votes. Donald Trump was asking the Secretary of State to somehow find the exact number of votes Donald Trump lost the state by.
He pressured Mike Pence to violate his constitutional oath and to refuse to certify the oath. President Trump had decided that Vice President Pence, who presided over the certification, could somehow stop it. As Pence will later confirm, the Vice President does not have that power in the Constitution.
No one here, no one among us wants to lose an election. Sometimes there's a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount or we go to court. That's entirely appropriate. But what President Trump did was different. What President Trump did was the polar opposite of what any of us would do if we lost an election.
Day 2 of impeachment trial 2 is in the books. So what happens tomorrow? Let's check in again with NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill and Washington Post White House reporter Ann Guerin. Ali, today the House managers showed fresh video of the Capitol riots. What are you hearing about the evidence that they'll present tomorrow?
Allison, this entire thing for the House Democratic impeachment managers is building a narrative. Today, we watched them really lay out that full narrative arc from the days and weeks before the election even took place, when Donald Trump was saying that the only way he could lose is if the election were rigged, the fomenting of all of that anger and mistrust among his voting base, and then ultimately the culmination of all of that on January 6th. We saw that narrative arc really play out, especially in the video evidence that the impeachment managers brought forward. Some of it we had seen play out right before our very eyes in the moment. Some of it completely new to us, and even to some of the lawmakers who experienced it firsthand. In terms of where this goes tomorrow, the managers have another 8 hours at their disposal. They can use as much of that or as little of that as they want. You and I could be having this conversation around this time tomorrow, or frankly a little bit earlier. But the question is going to be what hasn't been said yet. And I think one of the things that they could start getting into is the implications of this. How did the world react to seeing these images out of the United States? And of course, that point there that Eric Swalwell was making that you just played, which is this is so unprecedented for any lawmaker to do this because of the results of an election, but certainly for a president of the United States to do this.
And at this point, we've seen the rioters attack the Capitol, the audio of police asking for backup and help. If there is not a conviction in this trial, what about the court of public opinion? How much damage is this doing to President Trump and his political future?
Well, Allison, I think it probably does considerable damage beyond a core group of supporters who will defend former President Trump really no matter what. And, you know, that core group is really, it overlaps pretty heavily with the target audience for a number of the president's tweets and statements in the days leading up to January 6th and then on January 6th itself. What the Democrats and what the House impeachment managers in particular are trying to build here, though, is a larger case that goes beyond, obviously beyond those supporters, but beyond moderate Republicans, middle of the road members of both parties who either voted for Trump before or backed him in other ways over the last 5 years since he started running for president. And, you know, a lot of those people peeled off and supported Joe Biden in the most recent election, but there retains, you know, in opinion polls, a strong measure of support for Trump himself and for a number of the policies that he espoused. So I think what the managers are doing here is saying, look what that support wrought. Look what backing this guy, even though you had reservations about him, ended up yielding for you, and ask yourselves whether that's worthwhile. I mean, that's the subtext of an argument that they're making out loud.
All right, day 2 done. We head into day 3. Ali, Ann, thank you both so very much.
You got
it. Get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way.
It's too late. And this is what he deliberately led to our doorstep on January 6th.
He was calling and the violence they were capable of.
He foresaw what was coming.
He had every reason to know that they were armed, that they were violent, and that they would actually fight. That is a mob that was sent by the President of the United States to stop the certification of an election.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching special coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump on NBC News Now. The House managers taking the Senate through the Capitol riots minute by minute today, using never-before-seen video and emotional personal stories to lay the blame on former President Trump. Here now, NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill and White House reporter for The Washington Post, Ann Gearan, also with us. Ladies, I feel like I just saw you. Ali, one of the main arguments today, former President Trump planted the seeds for the Capitol riot long before January. How did the House managers lay out that timeline?
Yeah, Allison, you look at the way that they structured these arguments, and I think it was really clear that they wanted to make sure that January 6th was not viewed in a vacuum, and that instead they laid out piece by piece the steps that Donald Trump took, both verbally and politically, to actually rile up his supporters to the point where a day like January 6th could even happen. Listen to how Congressman Neguse laid this out.
He started planting the seeds to get some of his supporters ready by saying that he could only lose the election if it was stolen. I mean, in other words, really what he did is create a no-lose scenario. When they heard his speech, they understood his words and what they meant because they had heard it before. The president used this speech as a call to arms. It was not rhetorical. Some of his supporters had been primed for this over many months.
And Allison, Neguse here says many months, but really this is a priming that took place over the course of many years. I covered the entire Trump campaign in 2015 and 2016, and in the waning months of 2016 is when he first started laying out what Neguse called a no-lose argument here, which is that the only way he could have lost the election in 2016 to Hillary Clinton, Trump would say, is if the election were rigged. And so this is something that had been primed for years and carried through the 2020 election. And I have to tell you, after January 6th, I went back and I looked for a story that I wrote in the waning weeks of the 2016 election, where I talked to supporters and I asked them what they were going to do if they felt the election was rigged and taken away from Trump. And even then, they were telling me that they were going to act out. One man said that by pitchfork or by prayer, they were going to take the country back. And so these seeds were planted years ago. The impeachment managers, though, making the case that they were planted months ago. But I can just tell you from being out on the road and talking to these voters in real time, this is something that felt foreseeable.
And a key piece of evidence today, that new security video from inside the Capitol. In one clip, Capitol Officer Eugene Goodman runs past Senator Mitt Romney before leading him away from the rioters. You could tell from the video, Romney saying he never knew just how close he was to that mob. Your reaction when you saw that, which we're playing right here on the screen right now?
I mean, it was shocking. I mean, you can't see the full expression on Senator Romney's face, but you can tell how fast he's moving. And just to see the officer run first one way and then the other, leading Senator Romney and an aide away from what the officer perceives to be imminent danger. I mean, I think the use of the soundless security camera footage, which we had not seen before, interspersed with footage that we have seen before, much of it, and the timeline and the diagrams that were used today was a very powerful tool. I mean, you see this security camera footage, which, really obviously only captures what's in front of it, but the fact that there was no sound and the fact that it was sort of, bookended by other things that we'd seen before, to see just how close the mob got to strategic doors and to senators and House members themselves was very powerful today.
Yeah, you just keep thinking, if not for that officer, he would have ran directly into that crowd. Allie, lead manager Jamie Raskin saying that Trump did something much worse than shout fire in a crowded theater. Tell us about his analogy there.
Yeah, let's just listen right now to the way that Jamie Raskin laid this out, and we can talk about it on the other side.
This case is much worse than someone who falsely shouts fire in a crowded theater. It's more like a case where the town fire chief, who's paid to put out fires, sends a mob not to yell fire in a crowded theater, but to actually set the theater on fire. And who then, when the fire alarms go off and the calls start flooding into the fire department, asking for help, does nothing but sit back, encourage the mob to continue its rampage, and watch the fire spread on TV with glee and delight.
So, Allison, what we're seeing Raskin do there is lay this out in really plain terms. You're not hearing him talk about politics. You're hearing him talk about an analogy that people make all the time in the course of their day-to-day lives. And so, as much as the impeachment managers here were focused on piecing together the evidence and the narrative, certainly those were hallmarks of today. At the same time, the goal here is to make this as accessible as possible for people, keep the arguments concise, make them things that people can understand. Certainly, when you're putting things with video in the way that they were, it makes the argument not just airtight from a perspective of building the foundation, but it makes it so that it's really visceral for the people who are watching it, some for the first time.
And Congressman Ted Lieu talked about the pressure campaign former President Trump used against Republican lawmakers and his own vice president. Take a listen.
President Donald J. Trump ran out of nonviolent options to maintain power. After his efforts in the courts and threatening officials failed, he turned to privately and publicly attacking members of his own party in the House and in the Senate. All his efforts prior to January 6th kept failing. And finally, in his desperation, he turned on his own vice president. As a veteran, I find it deeply dishonorable that our former president and commander-in-chief equated patriotism with violating the Constitution and overturning the election.
And how does Trump's legal team defend him against that argument? What's their best bet here?
I think in many cases we've already seen what their strategy will be, Allison, which is to ignore a lot of these sort of visceral and emotional arguments and fall back on two main things that they claim are constitutional arguments, although some constitutional scholars certainly disagree, which is obviously the First Amendment question and the idea of whether or not Trump even really can be tried in this manner since he's no longer in office. The second part of that has been procedurally resolved, although we will continue to hear his lawyers talk about it. And that really leaves the First Amendment question that, the president, in their view, is free to say whatever he wanted to say, and that, his words alone do not add up to incitement. Democrats will try at every turn to return that argument to the kinds of things we saw and heard today, but it will be up to former President Trump's lawyers to try to steer the argument into a little bit more nebulous and far less emotional territory on First Amendment ground.
Allie, Congresswoman Dean got very emotional reliving that day. Here's how she closed her arguments.
The truth is, this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. And so they came, draped in Trump's flag, and used our flag, the American flag, to batter and to bludgeon. And at 2:30, I heard that terrifying banging on House chamber doors. For the first time in more than 200 years, the seat of our government was ransacked on our watch.
Allie, the Senate took a break right after that. I know that you weren't on the floor because of coronavirus protocols, but what have you heard about how senators reacted to Dean's account there?
That the room was absolutely silent as she was concluding her presentation, and in the moments after she finished that really emotional set of remarks. Even people who had been taking notes, for example, Senator Susan Collins, put their pens down, stopped taking notes. And as soon as she finished, we know that Congressman Jamie Raskin went up and gave her a hug. It really hammers home, and I know this is a dynamic we've talked about a lot for this trial. These people who are presenting are people who have personal stories. The people who they're presenting to also have personal stories about this day. They are reliving a trauma in real time, and it's not a trauma from years ago. It's a trauma from just over a month ago. A lot of these feelings are still raw. A lot of them are still fresh. And you're seeing these impeachment managers, as they're retelling these stories, processing those emotions in real time. It is really stark, really emotional.
All right, this is a question I'm going to pose to both of you. Republican Senators Josh Hawley and Ron Johnson haven't been persuaded at all by today's arguments. Here's what they said this afternoon.
There's nothing new here. For me, at the end of the day, I think that we don't have jurisdiction as a court in order to pursue this. So nothing that I've seen changes my view on that.
I think, quite honestly, both sides would be well served to make their case. You can do it in a couple hours and be done with this. But that's not what's going to happen, unfortunately. This is pretty obvious. This is a political exercise.
Allie, let me ask you first, can the House managers do anything in their remaining arguments to win over the 17 GOP senators they would need to convict Trump?
Yeah, you know, Allison, our colleague Garrett Haake said this earlier, and I agree with it. If you watched as a rational thinking person today the impeachment manager's first arguments, you can see a really clear line between the words that Donald Trump said and the actions that he took all the way through what happened here on January 6th. The thing is, though, logical thinking when it comes into play with politics doesn't necessarily play out the way that we think it will. And so when we watch these senators making these calculations, I know everyone goes in saying that they are impartial jurors. Certainly in this case, there are also people who lived this experience, but there's nothing impartial about politics, and it's looming over this entire trial. That being said, there are some Republicans who are leaving the door open, like Senator John Thune, for example. Listen.
I think they've done a good job connecting the dots, and you know, the president's Twitter feed is a matter of public record, and they've done, you know, I think I said an effective job of going back several months and just showing that public record.
The bigger question here, of course, is does an effective job arguing this case mean that someone like Thune is going to break ranks and vote to convict? It's really unclear at this point, and what you have are senators from both sides kind of previewing two different outcomes here. You have someone like Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, who said at one point today he thinks that this argument has only resulted in more votes to acquit the former president. Then you've got other senators on the Democratic side who are saying, well, we're hearing from some Republicans who may be open to voting to convict. I think this is one of those things that we're not going to really know until we know.
Yeah. And Ali said if their logic and politics often at odds with one another, your thoughts on this?
Well, Ali's much closer than I am to the vote counting on this, and I trust her implicitly in all things. But I would say that, you know, the larger political context here is that, you know, in a couple of cases, some of these senators are up for re-election in a year and a half. Others are up for re-election not long after that. You know, political cycles are short in this country. Everyone has their eye on the clock, and for a lot of Republicans, far beyond Josh Hawley and Ron Johnson, those Republican senators are looking at a solid knot of 30 or 40% of the country and a larger percentage of the Republican Party that back Donald Trump in principle and in deed. And they're scared of that. They're worried that that will, you know, redound badly for them whenever their next election is.
All right, Ali, Ann, thank you both so much for being with us so much this evening. We appreciate you both.
You got it.
Thank you.
The provocation, the attack, and the harm. Impeachment managers introducing a three-part legal strategy to prosecute former President Trump. Here to talk about that strategy, University of Baltimore law professor Kim Whaley and NBC News legal contributor Danny Savalos. Kim, we'll start with you. You are a former federal prosecutor. That's hard to say. Former federal prosecutor who spent a lot of time in courtrooms. What did you think of today's arguments?
I thought they did a great job weaving together the side-by-side narrative of what did Donald Trump say, do, and not say and do with the carnage that was happening in real time. We saw, instead of witnesses, we saw the story unfold through the body cams of the officers on the scene, through the pleas from members of the Republican Party in real time to the president through Fox News to please do something on behalf of the American people to stop the carnage. It's very difficult, I think, it will be difficult for the defense team to argue at this point that there was not a connection between Donald Trump's rhetoric and the carnage that happened on January 6th. That looks like one of the primary arguments, defense arguments is, listen, all he was doing was using his typical incendiary language. We know that about Donald Trump. These people were acting on their own, sort of leave them out twisting in the wind. I think that's going to be harder to be persuasive after today. They also did, I think, a very formidable job showing us how not just the members of the Congress that were at risk, but the federal police officers and the state police officers who were really heroic. And that could put some pressure on Republicans because it's going to be harder after an acquittal to claim that they are the party, or those members who vote to acquit are the party that care about law enforcement, care about law and order, which of course was an anticipated primary theme of the Trump re-election bid.
Danny, how about you? Your takeaways from today?
The House managers did a very effective job of prosecuting the rioters. The question is, did they create the nexus between those rioters and the president? And House managers need to focus not just on the speech that President Trump gave and the words that he spoke, but his conduct leading up to that speech, everything that happened in the past months. They need to present the whole picture, because if they focus too much on the speech, look for the defense to mount what the specter, I would say, of a First Amendment argument. In other words, arguing at least that President Trump had the right to say the words that he did, and that under First Amendment case law, they didn't constitute incitement of riot. But that is a bit of misdirection, because the president occupies a different universe. And the kind of speech that the president may make that is lawful, it may not be criminal, but it can also be impeachable. And that's the case they need to make. They did a very good job today of bringing us into the House, making us feel the danger, putting us right there in real time and showing us in real time while this was going on, while this chaos, while this melee, while this violence was going on in the Capitol. At the same time, Trump is doing this simultaneously. And he must have known the entire time this is what he's focused on while the Capitol is being attacked. Very, very effective.
Kim, I want to play part of Congresswoman Dean's argument breaking down the language that Trump used ahead of the Capitol riot. Here it is.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
In a speech spanning almost 11,000 words, yes, we did check, that was the one time, the only time President Trump used the word peaceful or any suggestion of nonviolence. The implication of the president's tweets, the rally, and the speeches were clear. President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times, including telling the crowd they needed to fight like hell to save our democracy.
Kim, how important is this repetitive use of fight and fighting? Strong argument here?
Well, I agree with Danny that it's problematic because of this specter of the First Amendment. But I would say the First Amendment argument, having taught constitutional related courses in law school now for many years, is extraordinarily weak. It's more of a rhetorical flourish than a serious constitutional argument. And people need to keep in mind the Bill of Rights is there to protect regular people against a big bullying, overbearing government. Donald Trump was not in a posture on that day to worry about being bullied by law enforcement. In fact, he had the entire military and thousands of federal law enforcement officials at his fingertips through the Defense Department. He could have basically triggered the National Guard to come in. It took Mike Pence when he was fighting for his life to actually trigger that. This is not a situation where we are worrying about Donald Trump's First Amendment rights. And also federal officials, when they're functioning, or the Supreme Court has held, when government actors are taking actions in their official capacity, they can lose their jobs by virtue of their speech. So if you say something off kilter as a federal official, you could be fired. That is not protected by the First Amendment. So this First Amendment argument, like the due process argument, like the unconstitutionality of a trial argument, all of this as on the merits, if it were to go to the Supreme Court, would not get anywhere. They're very, very weak arguments, but it's enough misunderstood in the public, and I think misused at this point already in this trial, that it could probably give people cover. And if it's not framed, that is Republicans, if it's not framed in conjunction with what happened after that speech, that is hours where you had reportedly his own daughter and his son-in-law pleading with him, could you please do something to stop this? And he didn't lift a finger. He tweeted 16 times between the 5th and the 6th to his supporters nothing once they breach the Capitol. I think that whole story undermines this idea that it's just a few stray remarks about fighting.
Danny, I'm going to stick with this First Amendment topic because as much as it may be a weak argument, as Kim said, it is something that continues to come up. Congressman Jamie Raskin criticized the argument that Trump's words are protected by the First Amendment. Here's what he said.
Undoubtedly, a private person can run around on the street expressing his or her support for the enemies of the United States and advocating the overthrow of the United States government. You've got a right to do that under the First Amendment. But if the president spent all of his days doing that, uttering the exact same words, expressing support for the enemies of the United States and for overthrowing the government, is there anyone here who doubts that this would be a violation of his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States?
So, Danny, in spite of the fact that this First Amendment argument may have been shot down in a variety of different ways by the House managers, do you expect that we will continue to hear this come up, particularly when Trump's legal team takes their turn?
Yes, it's the defense's strongest point, and the defense will benefit from this kind of misdirection. After all, what they want is for the House managers to focus on that speech. That will open the door for the defense to talk about Supreme Court precedent that arguably doesn't really even apply here, but notions that we get from Brandenburg in a case, Hess v. Indiana, where the defendant there said something arguably much worse: let's take the effing streets. I mean, you can point to that kind of precedent and say, well, the Supreme Court has sanctioned this kind of speech in the past, which is why Jamie Raskin is heading this off at the pass. And he's coming out strong and saying, look, there are many examples where the speech itself would be protected. We could not prosecute you for your words. But if, for example, then President Trump, if he had announced tomorrow I'm planning on selling Florida to Russia, right? That's the kind of speech that is arguably protected. I don't know that we could prosecute him for it, but you better believe Congress would race to impeach him because he presents this immediate rogue threat to the nation for speech that really isn't unlawful or even something that you could sue over. And that's the distinction. You see, the defense will do very well if they can cloud this issue and get Americans thinking, well, we're focusing on the words fight, fight, fight. I don't know. That doesn't seem like that is direct. That's a figurative. That's figurative speech. That's just the president being the president. They need to avoid that. Don't give the defense that opportunity.
Danny, Kim, can't thank you both enough. As I have less than zero legal expertise, it is wonderful to have you both here to explain all of this for us.
Happy to be here.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution. Where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The day etched in their memories, the impeachment managers recounting what happened at the Capitol on January 6th, showing brand new security footage of former Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Mitt Romney barely escaping the rioters. Take a look.
Note, as the video begins, we are seeing the inside view as the mob approaches from outside and beats the windows and doors. I want you to pay attention to the first group of assailants as they break into the building. The second man through the window is wearing full tactical body armor and is carrying a baseball bat. Others are carrying riot shields. Although they were shouting that they did not have any weapons, we know from the earlier video that that's not true. The second assailant through that breach was the one carrying a metal baseball bat. We know there were other weapons there that day. Did you hear the other shouts? We're here for you. He's one person, we're thousands. And where do they count the votes?
Inside the House chamber, a security officer suspended the floor debate to update members.
Please be advised there are masks under your seats.
We were told there were tear gas masks underneath our seats and be prepared to grab them.
Don your mask in the event that we get approved.
Determined to keep the count going, Chairman McGovern called the House back into session. But only 4 minutes later, at 2:30 p.m., the House abruptly recessed. Although members were now being moved to another location, the mob continued to fight, to stop the count, to find the members, to engage with the police. The building was not yet secure.
In this security footage, you can see Officer Goodman running to respond to the initial breach. Officer Goodman passes Senator Mitt Romney and directs him to turn around in order to get to safety. Vice President Pence was still in the room near the Senate chamber. It was not until 2:26 that he was evacuated to a secure location. You can see Vice President Pence and his family quickly move down the stairs. The Vice President turns around briefly as he's headed down. As Pence was being evacuated, rioters started to spread throughout the Capitol.
As horrific as it was, 140 officers injured, 3 officers who ultimately lost their lives. We all know that awful day could have been so much worse. The only reason it was not was because of the extraordinary bravery of the men and women of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Departments.
All right, let's bring back the band. Republican strategist Joseph Pinion and Democratic strategist Michael Starr Hopkins. Joseph, this never-before-seen security video, clearly a standout moment today. Here's how Republican Senator Mitt Romney reacted to it.
Obviously very troubling to see the great violence that our Capitol Police and others were subjected to. It tears at your heart and brings tears to your eyes. That was overwhelmingly distressing and emotional.
Joseph, it wasn't just Senator Romney. Senator Thune saying impeachment managers are doing an effective job connecting Trump to the riot. Do you agree?
I mean, it was a powerful presentation. I've said it before. Those were not patriots in those hallways. Those were hooligans who defiled the second step in a three-step process to protect the peaceful transfer of power that we have enjoyed in this nation and made us the envy of the world. So I think that it is a sombering reflection on the disgraceful display that occurred on that day. And I think the Democrats have been quite effective in making their case. I think, as I said earlier this evening, I think that they kind of in danger of overreach, because I think if you juxtapose that alone with the failure of President Trump to more forcefully, as we know he has in the past, call on them to go home, to call them what they were, which was an embarrassment to his movement, I think that the argument could be made that Democrats would still have us here today having this conversation because, again, they're trying to say that he incited the riot, that he is wholly responsible for any and everything that people did before and up to them being in that building. And so I think in many ways they made their case and then stepped on the argument by basically saying that we were going to end up impeaching President Trump no matter what because we were going to hold his feet to the fire for any and everything that occurred.
Michael, here's what former Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill said about that video on MSNBC earlier today.
Watching my friends and the staff members run through that hallway in fear in our own Capitol building. And then, I mean, my anger, I am so sad that my anger, that the nerve of this man to claim he supports police and supports law and order. And he was sitting in his office while this was going on and did nothing.
Michael, what are you hearing from Democrats? Do they think that this video can compel more Republicans to convict? And if not, what can they do tomorrow to win some more support? I mean, can they win more support here?
Well, I think certainly the video presentation is going to bring over a couple Republicans. You know, I don't think it's going to be enough for a conviction. But let me back up and say the people who came in the Capitol that day didn't care whether they were killing Republicans or Democrats. They were seeking vengeance. And so the idea now that Republicans would give cover to them by not holding President Trump accountable, by not holding Josh Hawley and Senator Cruz accountable, it really sets a dangerous precedent. We've talked about this before with Ukraine, and we talked about this with the president's rhetoric before. But what he's perpetually done is turn the gas on in the House, walked outside, and tossed a match and waited to see if the House blew up. Well, in this instance, it did. And so what Democrats need to do now is continue to use not just the president's rhetoric and the president's quotes against him, but also members of Congress who have backed this, comments by people like Mike Gallagher, comments by people like Senator Cruz, and use that as a cudgel to show just how dangerous this was.
Joseph, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski telling reporters tonight she doesn't see how Donald Trump could be reelected again. But if the Senate doesn't convict and disqualify Trump from future office, he very well could. Are Republicans concerned about the idea of another Trump candidacy or even presidency?
Look, I don't think that that is actually the priority for Republicans right now. I think what our priority is right now is to make sure that we get to the bottom of what occurred on the 6th. And by that, making sure that we're holding people accountable. We already have over 145 people and counting who were arrested for that disgraceful display. I think Democrats right now are trying to pin everything that happened there on President Trump to the extent that there is going to be an impeachment prosecution or actually conviction on that. I think that is unlikely. But I think in the context of, President Trump and the party moving forward, the lines have been drawn here. We're so deeply divided. Like I said before, we're going to have placards of AOC's tweets about the justification of burning down police stations because of hungry bellies. We're going to have tweets from Maxine Waters talking about leave people with no peace, no matter where they are, no matter who they are. So I think, again, unfortunately, if we just don't have a reckoning that we just need to treat people better, that we have to have compassion and grace in our hearts for our neighbors, irrespective of their politics. If we can't start there, then none of this is going to matter. We can push all the paper around we want. We can impeach all the presidents we want. But the republic that we love is going to be in grave, grave danger moving forward.
Michael, this morning, Republican Congressman Jim Jordan said this impeachment trial is about cancel culture. Here he is.
The Democrats are trying to cancel the guy that 74 million Americans voted for. And they're so obsessed with doing that. Remember, they tried to remove President Trump from office before he got there. They're trying to remove him from office now that he's already left.
Michael, today the impeachment managers talked about rioters hunting for Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi. Is cancel culture a misguided talking point after what we watched today?
Jim Jordan is part of the problem. He's how we got here. His sycophant style of support for President Trump is, what's wrong with our republic. It's why we've gotten to this point. And so, I think what we're going to have to do is have a real conversation about whataboutism, because that's been the default position for Republicans at this point. When you talk about January 6th, then it goes to riots in Seattle or, these other things to distract away. It's never about the conversation that's being had. And so I think we all have to be able to hold bad faith actors more accountable, but we also have to call out BS when it happens. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Republicans. When you don't have a good argument, you just BS your way through the conversation. And it ends up with these dangerous precedents we're seeing now.
All right, Michael, we're going to give you the last word here. Joseph, don't forget that means you get it next. Thank you both for being with us. Looking forward to more great conversations this week.
As always.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you today, show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
After the deadly riot at the Capitol last month and the start of a second impeachment trial, how strong is GOP support for Donald Trump right now? Here's what some voters in Beaver County, Pennsylvania told us.
It frightens me because you can impeach anybody for anything, at this point. It says to me, it says that it's political. Everything's political. I mean, this impeachment is being pushed because they don't want him to run for office again.
Like many things in Washington over the last 12 years or so, Washington has become hyper-partisan. I think the first impeachment trial was another partisan example of Washington. This one as well. I think both parties in Washington tend to be opportunistic on unfortunate situations and see how they can maximize it for maximum political gain. And I think it's unfortunate. I mean, what happened in early January is disgusting. It's sickening. But I expect politicians in Washington to try to capitalize for their own gain, and I just see this as another example of that.
NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has been talking with voters over the last year in battleground states across the country. She joins me now. Dasha, we just heard what some Republican voters are thinking, at least in Western PA, where Trump won pretty easily in 2020. What are you hearing? Why are folks there sticking by him?
Well, Allison, you and I were talking about how during the first impeachment trial, when we were traveling around the country, we noticed a difference in voter sentiment based on place and circumstance. So when we went to parts of the country that were hard hit economically, that were hard hit by the opioid crisis, talked to individuals who were facing a lot of challenges, we heard a lot of frustration with Washington, that Washington was putting politics over policy that could actually impact them and their communities. Well, Beaver County is an area that has seen a lot of struggle. It used to be a steel mill community, a lot of union folks, sort of blue dog Democrat territory. Actually, it used to be a Democratic stronghold, but then industry left. They saw a lot of hardship, and a lot of Democrats there abandoned the party as they felt the party abandoned them. And then you have Trump come in and turn this, what used to be a Democratic stronghold, deep, deep red. Those individuals sort of finally felt seen. The GOP chair in Beaver County told me that before Trump, there were a lot of people who were very disillusioned by government, very distrustful of government. And then Trump came and changed that. And so a lot of those folks didn't really identify with the Republican Party so much as they identified with Trump, and Trump became synonymous with the Republican Party. And a lot of those folks want to see him run again in 2024 and want the Republican Party to sort of pick up where Trump left off, Allison.
Dasha, I can't believe we haven't called you Battleground Burns before, because this has really been your beat. You've spent so much time in these important places. Michigan, another one. The same folks you talked with right before Trump's impeachment trial, you spoke with them again. So how are folks in Michigan feeling this time around?
Allison, that is brilliant. I think I may have to change my Twitter handle. So thank you for that. But Michigan, a completely different story, right? In many ways, their voters that we were talking to, voters that grew up within the Republican Party that now say they don't really recognize it anymore. They do think that the president incited an insurrection. They want to see him held accountable. But what's interesting, Allison, is there are some parallels even with them. As I was saying before, we saw these differences with voter sentiment based on the challenges in certain places. Well, right now, we as a country are dealing with a crisis that has impacted everyone. And so I think that has really changed some perspectives. I want you to hear from one of the voters that we spoke with, Cindy Timmermans. Take a listen.
It played out in front of all of our eyes. Whereas the entire Russian thing, we had to do research and we had to depend on others' opinions and such. So in some ways, it's definitely a different situation. But then we come back to the same people making excuses for the same man.
So, Allison, even the voters that want to see the president held accountable, the former president held accountable, there's some jadedness there. They feel like they've seen this show before. They feel like they know what the outcome is going to be at this point, Allison.
All right, Battleground Burns, let's get that trending on social. Thank you so much, Dasha.
Thanks, girl.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you today, show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The House managers presenting new and eye-opening video from the riot on Capitol Hill, including body cam footage from officers who felt like they were in a battle. Here are some of the most powerful moments from the Senate floor today.
Trump's supporters had erected a gallows on the lawn in front of the Capitol building. And they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi, and that, quote, they would have killed Vice President Mike Pence if given the chance. They were talking about assassinating the Vice President of the United States. So pillage and vandalize the Speaker's office and documented their crimes on social media. They stole objects, desecrated the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States.
Additional security footage shows how Leader Schumer and the members of his protective detail had a near miss with the mob. They came within just yards of rioters and had to turn around.
See, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd.
This video shows how the sprays that were described were used against the officers. You can hear an officer when he realizes that the insurrectionists had overtaken the police line.
There's a victim. We lost the line. We lost the line. All NPD, get back.
In this new security video, you can see the mob attacking officers with a crutch, a hockey stick, a bullhorn, and a Trump flag. I want to show you that same attack from the officer's perspective from his body camera footage. He was one of 3 officers that the mob dragged down the stairs. When they dragged him, they stole his badge, his radio, his ammunition magazine, and they tased him, triggering a heart attack. Here he describes his experience.
Looked like a medieval battle scene. You know, some of the most brutal combat I've ever encountered.
The House impeachment managers arguing today that Donald Trump knew exactly what he was doing when he revved up the mob before the Capitol riot.
He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of. And he still gave that marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell and stop the steal. Make no mistake, the violence was not just foreseeable to President Trump. The violence was what he deliberately encouraged.
NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining me from Washington, D.C. Shannon, we've yet to get reaction from the Trump team about today, but several Republican senators are reacting to the Trump team's arguments yesterday, in particular, defense lawyer Bruce Castor. Susan Collins said she was puzzled. John Cornyn said it was not one of the finest. Bill Cassidy said Castor did a terrible job. What is the Trump team saying about their bad reviews from both Republicans and the former president himself?
Yeah, well, that's right, Allison, because our reporting indicates that President Trump watched yesterday's opening arguments by his defense team from Mar-a-Lago and was fuming at their performance. He was particularly upset with this sort of ad-libbed, ad hoc performance put on by Bruce Castor, who was the first lawyer for his defense team to go up there. So the president very displeased. Now, the president's legal team tried to defend themselves yesterday, saying that there was a last-minute change in strategy. They have made the case that this is just the beginning, that they have a full-throated argument they plan to lay out in the coming days, and to watch for that. And so, you know, we will obviously see if that strategy shifts, though, after this really strong, powerful testimony and display that we saw from the prosecution today.
All right, so you said it there, Shannon, a full-throated argument. We expect the Trump team to start their arguments on Friday. Do we have any sense of what those arguments might really look like?
Right. Well, they previewed it a bit for us in their opening statements yesterday. One of the key pieces of the argument is going to be the constitutionality of impeaching and convicting a president once he has left office. This was an argument we heard before. The president is already out of office. How can you convict and remove him from office? Of course, we've also heard a counter argument from Democrats. Another thing we expect to hear more of is the president's defense team comparing his language that was cited today by the House impeachment managers in that January 6th speech, things like calling for people to fight, to be strong, to defend the country, comparing that language to similar language used by other politicians, particular Democratic members of Congress. And the argument Trump's team will make is that this is just rhetoric politicians use. Of course, though, there are a number of differences between what happened on January 6th and what has happened at pretty much any other political speech ever.
All right, we will stay tuned. Those arguments coming a little later this week. Shannon Pettypiece, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, the House impeachment managers will wrap their arguments against Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale joining me now from the Capitol. Ali, the House impeachment managers spent today showing how they believe Donald Trump incited political violence during his time in office. They also rolled out some really compelling new security footage. So what is the plan tomorrow? How do you top that?
Yeah, Allison, they've still got 8 hours of arguments that they can use tomorrow. That's not to say that they'll use the entire thing, especially when you consider the fact that it was so heavy today on those stunning visuals and this really haunting narrative that the House impeachment managers laid out from the early days of Trump trying to sow discord in the potential election results all the way through the election results that showed he lost, and then ultimately ending that narrative on January 6th and really highlighting the words and actions that Trump took to get to that place, and then also ending with how he acted once the insurrection was happening. So they may talk about the implications of that. They may look at how it played on the world stage, the national security implications, but pretty heavy case today already.
Absolutely. The impeachment managers sharing personal stories as well from the Capitol riots. Here's Congressman Eric Swalwell today.
As I heard that announcement on the floor, I saw the new House chaplain, on just her 4th day on the job, walk to the front podium. Unannounced and amidst the chaos, she started to recite a prayer for peace. Uncertain what would happen next, I sent a text message to my wife. I love you and the babies. Please hug them for me.
Ali, if I had to pick one word to describe today's, it would be emotional. What are you hearing about how the Trump team might try to counter emotional arguments like those later this week?
By trying to take all of the emotion out of it. That has really been a strategy for them. They've been trying to rely on what they would say is First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. They've tried to make some equivalencies. I think they're pretty bad ones about Trump using his right to political free speech in the same way that some Democrats have used it. As Shannon pointed out, the way that Trump used it and what ended up happening because of it is definitely not equivalent to anything. It's going to be hard, I think, after today to argue that this mob just randomly sprouted up and started having an insurrection on its own.
Ali Vitale, we have called on you what feels like countless times tonight. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And looking forward to more of your great coverage of Capitol Hill this week. Thank you, my friend.
Absolutely.
Give our lawmakers the gift of discernment so that they will know truth from falsehood.
Democracy needs a ground to stand upon, and that ground is the truth. To us, it may have felt like chaos and madness, but there was method in the madness.
We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
He knew when he took that podium on that fateful morning that those in attendance had heeded his words and they were waiting for his orders to begin fighting.
Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump! Fight!
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching special coverage of Donald Trump's second impeachment trial here on NBC News Now. The impeachment managers laying out their case against the former president on day 2, arguing the riots on Capitol Hill were well orchestrated ahead of January 6th. Impeachment manager Madeline Dean saying this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. We start with NBC News political correspondent Ali Vitale, who is on Capitol Hill, and Duke University law professor Guy Charles. Ali, we got to start with the ending there. A big kerfuffle on the Senate floor. I believe that is the technical term to explain what just happened there. Could you tell our viewers what went on? Senator Mike Lee taking issue with the House manager's arguments.
Yeah, Senator Mike Lee taking issue with what David Cicilline was saying there when he was recounting a phone call that Trump made, he thought, to Senator Tuberville of Alabama, but in fact, it was a misdial to Mike Lee. As Cicilline was going through and recounting that phone call, one of the pool reporters in the room, and I should tell you that because of COVID restrictions, all of the 5 networks are basically on a rotation and sharing information for actually being in that Senate chamber. But the pooler in the room said that when that recounting was happening, Senator Mike Lee put the notebook down that he'd been using, picked up a legal pad, started writing furiously, and wrote on a piece of paper, "This is not what happened." He passed that note then to the Trump legal team. They saw it, they acknowledged it, and then you saw as the House impeachment manager started wrapping up there, then Mike Lee started speaking. And it's notable he did that because during impeachment trials, one of the rules is that senators can't actually speak during them. So it was a little bit of confusion. These rules are pretty arcane. And so you saw the chamber in real time trying to deal with that. Where we left it was Jamie Raskin saying, okay, we're going to take that part of our presentation out, let it be stricken from the record. I have a feeling, though, that it's going to be one of the first things that we see revisited tomorrow.
Yeah, quite a point of contention there. It didn't seem like anyone was quite ready to let it go. Ali, let's talk about one of the other focal points today, that new security video from the Capitol that the House managers played. What did they say after showing it to the Senate, and how did the chamber react? Really powerful stuff.
Yeah, this was a haunting and compelling presentation. And what we saw the House impeachment managers do was really make it so that Trump's comments on January 6th weren't in a vacuum, but instead they really drew this narrative arc from the early days of the 2020 race when he started talking about the election being rigged. They brought it all the way through the way that he was priming his supporters for if he were to lose, then it would be because the election was stolen from them. They carried that through the way that he tried to pressure lawmakers in states that he lost to try to get them to find votes or throw out vote counts that found in favor of Joe Biden and not Donald Trump. And then finally, they landed with the comments that he made, ads that he put on the air, all of these things just fomenting this mistrust and this anger among his voting base that eventually culminated on January 6th. They didn't do this, but I can tell you even, I was on the campaign trail with Donald Trump every day in 2016. This idea of the only way that he would lose is if the election was rigged, that was started in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. And so this has long been in the ether with Trump. He carried it through from then until 2020. And that narrative line is really the one that the House impeachment managers sought to push forward with today. Members in the room were rapt as they were watching it. You even hear there's an echo around me now, but that same marbling goes through this entire building. And so as they were listening to the footage that did have sound on it, you could hear the echoes coming off the room. It's not the first time that we've heard that throughout this. On the first days of these arguments, that was what we heard from folks inside the room, that the speakers had the sounds and the screams and the banging all reverberating in the Senate chamber as they were listening to this. So really emotional. And you also have to consider here, a lot of these senators were watching themselves on the video. Someone like Senator Mitt Romney, who watched Officer Goodman tell him to turn around because he was walking right into the mob. Romney didn't know that it was Officer Goodman. He didn't know that that was what was happening in that moment. And so a lot of these folks, as much as we talk about them not being jurors in the same way because they were participants in this unwillingly, of course, a lot of them were being told things that they experienced and finding new context around it. And so that was really emotional for them. Some senators, all of them really tuned in when they were seeing the new footage. We had been told that this was going to be what was coming, that we were going to see things we had never seen before. Certainly everyone in that room watched, they were rapt, they were locked in on it. And I think it was really emotional for everyone who was in there, especially consider the way when you hear Congresswoman Plaskett talk about this in the context of 9/11, that great national tragedy. Listen to how she framed this and just how stark and emotional it is.
When I first saw this model that was created for this, I thought back to September 11th. I was also here on September 11th. I was a staffer at that time. When I think of that, and I think of these insurgents, these images incited by our own President of the United States, attacking this Capitol to stop the certification of a presidential election, our democracy, our republic.
And Allison, I think up here on Capitol Hill, you know, you've got this initial reaction of incredulity. How could this happen in the United States? How could these images that we're seeing happen in the United States? And then the very quick realization, the crash of reality, that this did happen in the United States. And we saw the House impeachment managers lay out why, because Donald Trump fomented this. They're going to continue to make that case.
We just saw that video yet again. What's your take on it, and how important and effective were the House managers' visuals today?
I think they were incredibly effective and, quite frankly, arresting. They made an intellectual case, they made an emotional case, and they made a factual case. They weave together a narrative, a cause and effect narrative. This is what the president said. These are the many times that he said it. This is the effect that it had. And when he didn't say anything, this is exactly the effect that we saw. So the narrative that they put together was compelling. The images buttressed the story. And obviously the emotions of it all, as we were just talking about, the actors in the room, the jurors, were also participants, so they remember. And some of the message here that the House managers were, part of the message they were communicating is the fact that the president called for an attack on a branch of the government. So this is the executive branch against the legislative branch. They're trying to remind the jurors, the senators, the fact that they have a duty and they have a responsibility. So this was extremely compelling intellectually and emotionally.
Guy, Congressman Neguse started his arguments today calling the January 6th riot predictable. Here's what he said.
This attack was provoked by the president, incited by the president. And as a result, it was predictable and it was foreseeable. And of course, that makes sense. And this mob was well orchestrated. Their conduct was intentional. They did it all in plain sight.
Guy, Trump didn't ask his supporters verbatim to breach the Capitol, but he did say things like, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Is that enough for House managers to make the case that he incited this riot?
I think it's definitely enough. I mean, I think they really did a fairly good case of using words like attack. We must fight. Right. So a lot of insinuations in which you can very easily draw the connection. They talked about how many times the president tweeted. They talked about how many times the president called upon his supporters. They talk about how many times the president primed the pump. So that way, and in some senses, it was almost Pavlovian. That there were messages that were being sent, and they also provided videos of how the insurgents understood the message, where people were saying, "We're doing this for Trump," or "Trump told us to stop," or "Trump told us to come." So the insurgents understood the message. So I think the insinuations, the words that the president used, even though they weren't direct incitement, but it's not too much of a leap. I think the House managers definitely made their case, and the jurors have enough to go on.
Ali, the House managers used Trump's tweets, his words, to argue what they called his relentless effort to overturn the election results. Here's Congressman Eric Swalwell.
This was never about pursuing legitimate claims. He was saying anything he could to trigger and anger his base so that they would fight like hell to overturn a legitimate election. What President Trump did was the polar opposite of what any of us would do if we lost an election. He directed all of the rage that he had incited to January 6th. That was his last chance to stop the peaceful transition of power.
What can you tell us, Ali, about the strategy behind that particular argument?
Well, you hear Swalwell there really getting to the culmination of the argument, which is that January 6th was the last stand for something that Trump had been trying to do for weeks and months, saying that he primed the pump for his supporters to be mistrustful of any election that he didn't win, and then continuing to move forward by putting the bricks down on the road that Trump took here to the morning of January 6th, where he finally had that rally in front of thousands of supporters here in Washington, D.C., and he told them that they were going to go to the Capitol together. Of course, we know that Trump didn't do that, but they also tied a lot of what the supporters heard from Trump into what the actions were that they took, and that's pretty critical here.
All right, Ali, Guy, so much to get through tonight. Thank you both so much for walking us through a really big day on the Capitol. Appreciate you both.
You got it.
Were the House impeachment managers truthful today, or did their arguments have a political slant, or maybe a little bit of both? Let's bring in NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim for a little fact checking. And oh man, Jane, today's arguments ended with like the ultimate fact check. I couldn't wait to get you on here. We had a surprise from Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Let's play that for our viewers.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Pursuant to Impeachment Rule 16, I make a motion. Statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They're not accurate, and they're contrary to fact. I move, pursuant to Rule 16, that they be stricken from the record.
All right. So, Jane, we know that call happened. So can you help us figure this one out? What is Lee arguing here, and what are the facts here?
Absolutely. So as you said, we do know this call happened. Mike Lee's spokesman has talked about it. Mike Lee himself has talked about it. So we can establish that far. What I do think Mike Lee is getting at, and he is, of course, a parliamentarian to his core. He does not want to speak out of turn, which is why he presented a motion rather than just objecting to this when he heard it. But what I think is going on is that he's getting mad about the characterization of the call, which was sort of a secondhand call. They were reporting on a CNN report. Democrats were repeating a CNN report that sort of quotes a source familiar with the matter. So what actually was said on the call, I'm guessing, is what he's characterizing as that didn't come from me. So he sort of has this big fireworky moment where he's trying to say, like, this is inaccurate, but it may just be that it's inaccurately sourced to him. And it seemed like a very semantic moment, the kind of thing where he was trying to discredit this very long day of incredibly moving testimony. But it may come down to the kind of a very small thing. And you saw Democrats try and take this down and say, we'll take this off the record. We can deal with this another time. But this is a small issue. Democrats did not want this to be the moment that everyone remembered after today.
Jane, the House impeachment managers played clips of Trump's call with Georgia's Secretary of State last month, where Trump pushed alleged widespread voter fraud in that state. But you're reporting the Dems left out a big point in their argument today. What was it?
Yeah, the House managers are narrowly, laser focused on trying to keep this tight. But a lot of those conspiracy theories that the president was advancing on this call that we heard replayed on the Senate floor in this very sort of regal body of government were conspiracies that had been advanced on QAnon followers, on 4chan, an extremist forum. So they left this out, but this was stunning to me to hear these things that started on extremist forums on the internet and percolated for months there before they were repeated by the president. They're trying to avoid sort of these distracting details, but they get to the core of the story about how we got here.
Jane, Congressman Joaquin Castro talked about election workers being harassed in November. Take a listen.
Let's call this what it was. We're facing a global pandemic. Workers were risking their health to ensure the integrity of our elections. And President Trump's supporters were encircling them, trying to prevent them from doing their own jobs.
Jane, you spoke with a dozen election workers. What did they tell you? True or false? Were they harassed by Trump supporters?
Relentlessly so. This was a moment where he was reading through headlines, and I talked to the people who, spoke with sort of fear in their voices about these moments. Someone arrested outside the Philadelphia Convention Center where they're counting ballots. And I talked to someone inside there who said, I still am looking in my rearview mirror. I'm still nervous. I have nightmares about these moments. So we've heard some headlines today, but there are real people out there who are grappling with incredibly sort of harrowing moments. We heard mention of Fulton County and the president advancing falsehoods about dead people voting there. I listened to those voicemails that were on the voice message, and they're upsetting. These are really people who were harassed terribly.
Jane, always great to have you here to help us separate fact from fiction. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, the disturbing, never-before-seen images of the Capitol riot revealed at the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. The chilling new surveillance from inside the Capitol, the moment the pro-Trump mob smashes its way through. Then Vice President Mike Pence and his family evacuated as rioters shout, "Hang him." Hero Officer Eugene Goodman ushering Senator Mitt Romney to safety. Senators rushed out of the chamber, steps away from the mob. Democrats making their case, calling Trump the insider-in-chief. How Trump is reacting in private, why he's furious with his defense team, plus what the White House is saying about all this tonight. The major change to CDC guidelines on masks, the things you can do to reduce COVID spread by over 90%. The mission to ramp up vaccinations, new mega sites opening, among them the home of the Mets, plus pharmacies gearing up to offer in-store vaccinations within days. What you need to know. The 10-year-old girl kidnapped, the hero sanitation workers who came to her rescue. And our series on your taxes, the warning from the IRS, the scams growing during the pandemic.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. In stunning and graphic new detail, the country tonight reliving the trauma and horror of the attack on the U.S. Capitol 5 weeks ago today. On day 2 of the impeachment trial of former President Trump, House prosecutors introducing never-before-seen security camera images of the invading mobs. Members of Congress, staffers, even Vice President Pence seen rushing to safety barely ahead of the intruders. Also, never-before-released police radio traffic was played. Outnumbered officers heard desperately pleading for help.
There's a picture. We lost the line. We lost the line.
The dramatic sound and video coming as House impeachment managers began outlining their case that President Trump incited the attack on the Capitol. It never gets easier to see, but we must warn you the images are upsetting. Here's Peter Alexander with late details.
Watch where they're coming.
Tonight, House Democrats releasing never-before-seen video from inside the attack that they say former President